Phi alpha theta.
Yeah, I was reading that earlier.
Okay, cool.
Let me see if I can get back to it. Okay. Yeah. All right, I got it.
Okay. So yeah, I guess maybe here in just a minute, if you don't mind introducing yourself and kind of saying something about the conference, and then I'll jump on after you and give our special thank yous to all the various people who have helped pull this together, if that sounds good to you.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm printing the paper out so I can look at it.
Okay, good idea. Kayla, would you be sure that on your share screen button that you say enable for all participants?
Yes. You mean multiple? Oh, all participants. Should I just keep it at one participant at a time though?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. It's fine if I keep the live stream on pause for me, like on my side, right? Because it's like double feedback, or should I just like mute it?
I just muted it, but
Okay.
I have it running on a computer across the room, so if something chaotic happens to it, I can see. I guess Jonathan's probably watching it too.
That's smart. Okay, I'm gonna post it on Facebook.
Is Dr. Fluker still on?
Yep.
Did you want me to say anything about our keynote speaker or just about the conference itself?
I'll leave that up to you. If you'd like to say something about the keynote, I think that'd be really nice.
Okay. Let me see.
Her name is pronounced Michaela Adams.
Michaela, okay. And then Valerie's Valerie Lakmunsky Star, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I see a couple panelists have joined us. Good morning, guys. We're just kind of getting ourselves in order here to do the welcome in just a few minutes. Okay, I think we're gonna pull this off, guys. All this tech stuff, but I think it's gonna work.
Cross our fingers.
Yep.
Good question, Jonathan. It's showing up on my side. It's not on yours.
No, it's not popping up. Let me try restarting my browser and see if it pops up then.
What are you looking for?
The chat wasn't enabled, or it says something went wrong and there's a monkey with a hammer, so.
Oh, yeah, I actually have that too.
That's weird because on my end it looks fine.
I thought it was an ad.
Well, let me see here.
But that reminds me to tell people that that they can email questions to our history address. Dr. de Blasio is with us bright and early, I see. Yeah, weird. I guess I spoke too soon about the tech stuff. I can email Sharon. Let me do that and see if she can help us figure that out.
Hi, Dr. de Blasio. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Doing all right. Hanging in there. Feeling a little exuberant today.
I would say, hey, Jonathan, next time you have questions about the oral histories, ask me first before you go on a search.
Right. I was digging like crazy.
Well, yeah, and you would never, even if there had been a transcript, it never would have been with that stuff because that's all the YSU program. They are two separate creatures. So,
Thankfully, I only looked in one spot.
okay,
So
good.
I kind of halted.
There are
after,
like 1,700 of them in
right.
those
So
files.
I just stuck in the back photo room trying to look for it. And
Yeah, wouldn't find it there.
right. That's it. So thankfully I emailed quickly instead of
I'm glad you did. I'm thinking, did he go through all those filing? And then they're organized by OH number, so you have to know the OH number
right.
because that's the way they were originally filed. I didn't do that. I inherited that. So, hey, Talcott, how you doing, sweetheart?
Good. How are you?
Good. It's great to see you.
You too.
Well, Brooke, are you okay to go ahead and get us started then, since it's just after time?
Okay. So
Okay.
hi, everybody. My name is Brooke Bobovnik. I'm the president at Phi Alpha Theta. I am currently in my second semester of grad school here at YSU, and I'm hoping to graduate next spring with my master's in history and my certificate in applied history. Thank you for joining us today. So a little bit about the conference. The VW Stars History Across the Humanities Conference, or HATH, is a 2-day event sponsored by the Alpha Gamma Beta chapter of the Phi Alpha Theta National History Honor Society and the YSU History Department. It's organized and run by the students at Youngstown State University. The conference is held at the Youngstown Historical Center of Industry and Labor on YSU's campus. This year, though, because of COVID, we're doing the live streaming, so it's a little different for us this year. Students and faculty of all levels of study, discipline, and academic institutions are encouraged to attend. The goal of this conference is to give students practical experience in a conference setting, whether involved in organization, administration, presentation, or attendance, and provide them with the necessary tools to succeed in these endeavors. The committee seeks to foster an environment where the various humanities disciplines can enhance and deepen our understanding of history and the benefits of various approaches to interpreting the past. So it was founded by Valerie Wakmunsky-Starr. She was a master's student here at YSU's History Department from 2013 to 2015. She wrote a thesis on the use of abdication mythology as an element of historical rhetoric in ancient China. Her interests were in intellectual and political history in China during the spring and autumn and warring states period, as well as in modern history. She conceptualized the idea for the History Across the Humanities Conference and served as its first chair. She fought breast cancer during her graduate career, and she lost her battle on June 29th, 2015. So this conference is kind of in her memoriam. It was renamed VW Stars History Across the Humanities Conference. So, yep, pretty much it. I didn't know if you wanted to say anything, Dr. Fluker, or.
Yeah, thank you, Brooke. I just wanted to, I guess, say a couple things in terms of housekeeping for today, and then issue lots and lots of thank yous. So we are live streaming concurrent panels today. So you guys are in sort of one section of the conference. I'm going to jump off here in a minute and start live streaming our concurrent panels. Looks like we've got 8 people watching in YouTube world, so hopefully we're doing okay. Couple things about the live stream. There's a 20-second delay. So hopefully people will be asking questions from YouTube land to our panelists here on Zoom, but it may be best to, ask people to hold their questions to the end of the panel so we can kind of account for that delay. They're welcome to post comments in the YouTube chat, which may or may not be working. We're working on that. But you can also tell them to email their questions. I'll put this in the chat to history@ysu.edu. That'll come to me, and then I can pass questions along that way. I think that was all I wanted to say by way of tech stuff. So again, I think it just remains for me to thank a long list of people who have helped make this virtual event happen. I owe a huge thanks to Kayla Metzger, who is our AmeriCorps representative working with us. She's been just tremendously helpful. She's done all of our advertising and promotional stuff. This would not have happened without her assistance. So thank you very much, Kayla. I also have to thank the Youngstown Historical Center of Industry and Labor. They're our partners for this event. And the staff and students there are always instrumental in organizing HAF and participating in HAF as well. We are funded by the Beagley College of Liberal Arts, Social Sciences, and Education. So I want to thank the college as well as our Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, as well as our Applied History program. So many of our students, including Brooke here and Jonathan, are students or alums of that program, and again, help make HAF possible every year. I also wanted to acknowledge funding from the Charles Darling Endowment, which has funded our keynote speaker for this evening, Dr. Michaela Adams, who I see down there in the Zoom. So we're looking forward to her keynote this afternoon. And finally, a thank you to the Graduate College for helping to fund some of our student research awards this year. Last but not least, Sharon Zambauer has helped us arrange all of this virtual platform and given myself and Kayla sort of a crash course in Zoom and live stream. So thanks very much, Sharon, for all your help. And I think that's all I have. I see a quick question in the chat. Are there different Zoom links for the panels? Yes, but I don't think that will affect you. Let me look really quick. Let me pull up our program. Dr. Beedling, you are exactly where you need to be. So you can just stay right here in this Zoom chat and you will be in good shape. Any questions or concerns for me before I go and get our other panels started? Okay, well, thanks so much, everybody, and I'll be seeing you throughout the day.
So I think we have about 5 minutes until this panel starts. So I'm keeping my eye on the time.
Thanks, Laura.
Good morning, Javiera.
Hi, it's Javiera. Hi.
That's exactly why I was going to ask. Javiera. Let me
Yes.
make a note. Javiera.
You're the moderator, correct?
I am.
Okay. I didn't know if we were going to go in order of the program, but I would happily start us off if the other presenter doesn't want to go.
Callie, are you here with us? Do you have a preference?
Oh, yes, I am. Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's okay.
that's fine. Nice to meet you, Javiera.
Yeah. Hi, Callie. I'm Javiera. It's nice to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you as well. I'm so excited to be presenting with you today.
Yes, I'm excited to be presenting with you as well.
But yes, by all means, if you would like to go first, I would not oppose.
Awesome. Thank you.
And then I'm planning on just having both of you guys do your papers and then questions, comments, then when you're both done, if that's okay with you guys.
Okay, awesome.
Very good. Looks like we've got about 2 minutes to go. So time for last coffee, freshening, etc. All right, well, it looks to me like it is 9 o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. I think our time goes until 10, so we want to make the most of that. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our Exploring Social History Through Literature panel, which is part of the History Across the Humanities conference, which I'm so excited to be part of. This is my first time here. I'm very excited to hear these papers and looking at the program, it looks like there's a lot of really great things happening today. So I am Dr. Laura Beedling. I'm an associate professor of English and Film Studies at Youngstown State University. We will be hearing from 2 speakers this morning, and I will introduce them momentarily. So I think our plan today will be to hear from both speakers, and then I will open the floor to questions or comments. Now, as I understand it, you can put those questions or comments in the Zoom chat or in the YouTube comments, although there was some concern this morning that the YouTube comments might not be working. So if that is in fact the case, you are welcome to email questions to history@ysu.edu, and Dr. Fluker will relay those to me, and then I can put them in the chat and ask them. I will ask everyone other than the speakers to mute themselves until the end of both papers. I will put that link to where to email your questions in the chat, so that is there for you. Our speakers this morning are first up, Javiera Green, who is a graduate student from Miami University, who will be speaking to us about Sadia Hartman. And then up next will be Callie Martindale, an undergraduate student from Ohio University Honors Tutorial College, who will be talking to us about Jane Eyre. So unless there are any questions or concerns before we get going, I plan to turn it over here to Javiera. All right, Javiera.
Hi.
Way.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. Like you said, I am a graduate student at Miami University. This is my first year in the English Literature PhD program. So I'm excited to do my paper reading today. So the title of my paper is #Black Girl Magic as Waywardness. 20th century activist Fannie Barrier Williams highlights the historical problem of the erasure of Black women. Williams wrote, quote, "The colored girl is not known and hence not believed in. She belongs to a race that is best designated by the term problem, and she lives beneath the shadow of that problem which envelops and obscures her." Williams describes the problem that Saidiya Hartman seeks to redress in her recently published book, Wayward Lives, Beautiful Experiments, Intimate Histories of Social Upheaval. Hartman provides voices to the voiceless by making use of a vast range of archival research to present the everyday experience and restless character of life in the city. The Black women within the pages of this text are given the opportunity to tell their stories, which are often intentionally forgotten or misconstrued within the archive. In her preface, Hartman explains her finding of a counter-narrative that allows Black women to tell their stories. Hartman explains that her text includes a cast of characters, which includes fictional and real names of individuals living within the time period. Moreover, Hartman divides her text into 3 books. I will focus on the last book, named Beautiful Experiments, which showcases what Hartman calls Black women's waywardness as a site of resistance against policing of Black women. Many scholars, including Eddie Bruce Jones and Annette Gordon-Reed, have praised Hartman for her ability to provide voices to Black women who have been historically silenced. My paper builds on this work by beginning a new dialogue around the concept of waywardness. Through studies of 20th century African-American women, Hartman presents a new definition of freedom, which she terms waywardness. More than merely acting on one's own accord, waywardness is defined as, quote, "the avid longing for a world not by master, man, or the police," according to Hartman. So in other words, complete autonomy. While the women Hartman analyzes are criminals based on the tenement housing law, Hartman reveals that their lives actually embody different modes of resistance that were and still are conflictual with society's expectations for African American women. In this essay, I will use waywardness as a lens to analyze a specific modern conceptualization of freedom, Black Girl Magic, which has become a popular hashtag online. Ultimately, I argue that Hartman's notions of waywardness are a precursor for later forms of resistance and activism of African American women in a digital setting. And that, as a form of waywardness, Black Girl Magic is fighting against the ongoing criminalizing of Black females. I will examine my claim through the analysis of Esther Brown, one of the women in Hartman's study who is wayward because she doesn't conform to the stereotypical life of servitude that was expected of Black women. It's important to note that Esther was an actual person living during the time period. Esther's waywardness carves out a necessary space for Black Girl Magic to build awareness and showcase the importance of Black women's lives, which is vital to eliminate their centuries-long history of erasure. It is important to realize that Hartman's book is adding to an ongoing conversation about what Hortense Spillers calls the diasporic flight, marking a theft of the body. Hartman's work is an extension of this conversation through her reimagining of Black women's existence. A major stereotype that Esther Brown successfully resists is that of the mammy. So when we think of the mammy, possibly we think of Aunt Jemima, which is one of the most common portrayals of Black women. She is, quote, "the faithful, obedient domestic servant, loving, nurturing, and caring for her white children and family better than her own," according to Patricia Hill Collins. Instead of providing a critique, Hartman sees this mammy role as a site of performance for Esther to discover her identity. Esther, quote, "hated to work, the condition of work, as much as the very idea of work. She experienced the violence endemic to domestic work and tired quickly of the demand to care for others," end quote. Initially, Esther adopts the mammy role because she has no choice, yet Hartman insinuates that it won't last long based on her attitude toward work. Admitting that one didn't want to work is a bold stance to take as a young Black woman in the 20th century where the job choices were scarce. Nevertheless, Hartman shows readers Esther's carefree philosophy, quote, "She ran the streets because nowhere else in the world was there anything for her. She had been going around and mixing it up for years, but only because she liked doing it," end quote. This is a counter narrative to the Mammy because Esther is exercising her right to choose her behavior, even though she is expected to comply with the prescribed roles imposed upon her. Still, Esther does what she wants, which consists of being jobless and having fun. Esther is wayward because she makes her own decision not to be a mammy, but a free spirit. Her behavior avoids the stereotypical expectations forced on young Black women of the time. In fact, Esther was wild within the legal framework forced on her. Hartman makes mention of several ways that law enforcement attempted to erase Black women's existence. Police officers didn't need any evidence to have Black women convicted. Often judges would go off the words of the officers. Therefore, many young Black women, such as Esther, were convicted based on, quote, "the likelihood of criminality," end quote. This conviction is based on racist speculation. If a Black woman was accused, she more than likely was convicted based on the color of her skin. Furthermore, Hartman states, quote, "being too loud or loitering, arranging a casual hookup, or running the streets was prostitution," end quote. Blacks were being watched by the authorities for the single purpose of finding cause to arrest them. Their existence was the only cause of these arrests. Esther is ultimately found to be in violation of the tenement housing law. Through Hartman's work, however, we see that Esther's behavior was more than merely illegal. Rather, it is her creative form of resistance. While awaiting trial, Esther was not quiet about her oppression. Esther and others, quote, "cut up, dancing lewdly, cursing at the other girls, shouting at the windows to the people passing by, clowning folks," end quote. Although Esther's freedom is taken away, she still attempts to exercise some form of control, even if that is acting in such a way that isn't acceptable in the eyes of the oppressor. Esther was determined to feel liberated. In addition, Esther makes no excuse for her behavior in the tenement where she is arrested. Quote, "She readily admitted that she hated to work, not bothering to distinguish between the conditions of work available to her and some ideal work that she and none she knew had ever experienced," end quote. So by now you all know, Esther hated to work. Working was not her thing. Esther is honest about her behavior. Instead of trying to fight for her freedom, her rhetoric is truthful. However, this free speech costs more of her physical freedom. She is convicted and sentenced to prison for 2 years. Upon being released from prison, Esther continues her wayward life of a, quote, "wild time in the city, dancing until nearly dawn, going to the theater and the movies, keeping company with whoever she wanted." Esther's unapologetic behavior is a form of resistance to the constant threat of her erasure. Today, we can look at the risk Esther and other women took to live waywardly as a form of what Bell Hooks calls the oppositional gaze. According to Hooks, this gaze is a site of resistance for oppressed people. The dominant group looks to assert power over the subordinate group, yet the oppressed learn to look the opposite way to resist. This gaze is what each of the women do to maintain freedom within their lives. Esther continues the oppositional gaze while incarcerated and when she is released. She embodies what one scholar calls, quote, "the desires and dreams of the ordinary Black girls, which are practices of freedom." The argument that inevitably comes out of each story is that Black women's capacity to improvise freedom explodes the meanings of resistance and political organizing. In other words, the act of dreaming beyond oppressive frameworks is a political practice of resistance. For this reason, Hartman's waywardness provides a vital lens for understanding specific contemporary social movements, in particular, #Black Girl Magic. My claim is that Esther's waywardness creates a space for the contemporary Black woman, which is visible in the digital setting. For the context of this essay, the digital space that I am referring to is Twitter, where #Black Girl Magic originated. Twitter provides an important forum for the African American community. According to a Pew Research Center study conducted in 2013, quote, 73% of African Americans use social media networking, end quote. This is a higher percentage to their counterparts. In fact, its popularity inspired a recent book project centered around the phrase Black Twitter. The most popular hashtag among Black women in particular is #Black Girls Are Magic, later known as Black Girl Magic, which is a hashtag attributed to Kashawn Thompson. According to Malika Imhotep, Thompson's rationale, quote, was to highlight positive achievements of Black women, showcasing Black women's achievements through portraits and selfies, end quote. This hashtag is intended to be freeing to Black women and serve as a response to a, quote, more general sense of Black women's displacement in mainstream media, carving out a space within Black Twitter that focuses specifically on positive images of Black women, end quote. Imhotep's words suggest that hashtag Black Girl Magic is a form of waywardness. Often Black women's portrayal in the media is negative. However, the hashtag positively frames Black women. For example, Kamala Harris has been negatively stereotyped in the media. Yet hashtag Black Girl Magic refutes this claim and positively reframes her as the first woman, first Black person, and first person of South Asian descent to become the Vice President of the United States. Aside from political examples, the hashtag is used when specific accomplishments have occurred within everyday Black women's lives. While Thompson has stated her objectives around the hashtag, there has been much criticism. One opponent of the movement, Linda Chavers, takes issue with the hashtag, saying that it perpetuates, quote, the strong Black woman archetype and is constricting rather than freeing, end quote. Chavers believes the hashtag is perpetuating a stereotype that has kept Black women oppressed, just like Esther, who is seen as a mammy. Nevertheless, Thompson directly counters the claim by saying, quote, Black Girl Magic is not related to the strong Black woman trope, which was assigned to us by those outside of Black womanhood, but Black Girl Magic is ours, end quote. That's how we've defined ourselves. Hashtag Black Girl Magic is wayward because it allows historically oppressed Black women to reclaim freedom. Although notions of waywardness explored in Hartman's work and showcased in modern society occur in different contexts, these examples highlight a common goal: recover a space for the existence of Black women. According to Collins, historically, quote, maintaining the invisibility of Black women has been critical in maintaining social inequalities, end quote. Hashtag Black Girl Magic is a form of waywardness because it is resisting this erasure and sustaining Black women's existence. Throughout this essay, I used Saidiya Hartman's definition of waywardness as a lens to analyze a contemporary notion of freedom, hashtag Black Girl Magic. Although both examples presented differed in context, their goal was the same: to offer a direct response of resistance and activism against the historical policing of Black female bodies, along with defining oneself in one's own terms. As an African-American woman, I must come to terms with my societal position. Attempts at my erasure allowed me to never forget that, as Hartman expresses, I too am the afterlife of slavery. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's wonderful. Javiera, very good, very good. As I said, oh, thank you, Michaela. I like those reactions on Zoom. You want to put up some reactions for Javiera? I always ask my students to do that. Excellent. All right. Yay. Wonderful. All right, Callie, that means you are up. So go ahead and take it away.
All right. Hi, everyone. So before I begin, I would first like to thank Dr. Fluker and the HATH Conference Committee for allowing me to be here today. It is such an honor to be able to share my work with all of you. And I would, of course, like to thank the attendees for coming to listen to what Javiera and I have to say. We really appreciate it. This work is an absolute passion project of mine based on one of my favorite books from high school. So with that, I hope you all enjoy my analysis. This is All That Glitters, Servants in Jane Eyre. Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte presents a vibrant cast of characters through which the reader can visualize a dramatized version of Victorian England. While the upper-class characters certainly occupy central roles in the novel, with broody Edward Rochester as a love interest, the despicable Mrs. Reed as an antagonist, and the shallow Blanche Ingram as a rival, perhaps even more notable are the servants in Jane Eyre. From Bessie Lee to Mrs. Fairfax to Grace Poole, the novel is filled with notable portraits of the help who helped shape Jane Eyre into the passionate, sensitive, independent woman that she is destined to become. Servant characters often appear in crucial moments when Jane needs advice or insight at a pivotal point in her coming-of-age journey. But when examined within the context of the entire novel itself, servants play a much more distinct role that cements their importance in the class-conscious society that Bronte establishes. In her article on female servants and kitchen literature, Elizabeth Steer records this testimony of Bronte. "The world may hate him who dares to scrutinize and expose, to raise the gilding and show base metal under it." In this quote, Bronte describes her personal affinity for hated individuals who scrutinize and expose. And through Jane Eyre's lower class characters, Bronte further expresses her devotion to the uncomfortable scrutiny of conventional social relations and practices. The servant characters of Jane Eyre prove themselves to be clear-minded, observant individuals who are the only ones capable of viewing previously misunderstood upper-class characters for who they truly are. In Bessie Lee's reflections on the Reed children, Mrs. Fairfax's judgment of Edward Rochester, and Grace Poole's observations about Bertha Mason, Bronte creates a class of characters that are unclouded by motivations of wealth, romantic love, or social climbing. Instead, servants use the intimate knowledge they learn through their employment to arm themselves against danger and serve as monitors of the authentic nature of people in Jane's world, while also validating her interpretations of a society that constantly attempt to impose its own versions of reality upon her. Bessie Lee may be an employee of the upper-class Reed family, but she also finds herself forming an attachment with downtrodden orphan Jane, whom she favors over the 3 Reed children. Throughout the early chapters of the novel, Jane suffers physical and verbal abuse from her aunt and cousins, with Bessie being one of her only comforts in her social isolation from her family. Steer establishes that from the beginning, Jane largely defines herself through her relationships with servants, and she is greatly concerned with what they think of her. Among the first servant characters seen in the novel, Bessie proves influential to Jane. Bessie's role as Jane's primary caregiver gives both her relationship with Jane a more intimate element and her words a more intense weight in how they could shape Jane's development as a person. When Bessie comes to visit Jane after she is sent off to school at Lowood, she notices that Jane has acquired genteel manners and accomplishments, which she remarks is as much as I ever expected of you. She offers Jane a critical piece of affirmation: "You will get on whether your relations notice you or not," and encourages her to not let the acknowledgement of her wealthy relatives define her prospects for success. Jane has not and will never need the notice of her relations. Jane expresses this sentiment earlier on when she defiantly responds to Mrs. Reed's abuse with a biting remark: "They, the Reed siblings, are not fit to associate with me." This rebuke illustrates an innate sense of pride blooming inside Jane. Despite her cousins' social standing and wealth, their treatment of her renders them not fit to be her companions. With the assuring influence of Bessie, this confidence continues to grow throughout Jane's life. Bessie's affection for Jane is not solely based on favoritism. Despite the atmosphere of the Reed household in which the Reed children are coddled and encouraged in their habits, she sees the faults in each of them and watches without surprise as they self-destruct later in the novel. When Jane inquires to Bessie about her cousins, she acknowledges that Georgiana Reed went up to London last winter with her mama, and there everybody admired her. Bessie establishes an image of social success for Georgiana, but proceeds to demolish it by remarking that she and her sister Eliza Reed are always quarreling. The sisters make each other miserable in a back-and-forth game of invective and backstabbing that neither will win. Like his sisters, John Reed is also floundering after a childhood full of coddling. Bessie admits that he's not doing so well as his mama could wish. They will never make much of him, I think. Bessie can see that underneath his mother's protection is a man defined by his mama's wishes, rather than his own selfhood, which will never be made much of. And the responsibility for John's poor development lies squarely with his mother. As Genevieve Tucker observes in her study of Victorian advice on child raising, Bronte's contemporaries believe that maternal guidance of children profoundly shaped their lives. No matter what good nurses and attendants the mother may be able to engage for her little ones, she should strive by her influence, precepts, and example to make them what she hopes they will be in the future. While Victorian domestic ideology places the blame for the Reed children's failures directly onto Mrs. Reed, Bessie ironically saves Jane. Without a mother of her own and rebuffed by her aunt, Jane finds in Bessie a servant, a kinder, gentler influence on her growth. Bessie Lee can look beyond the seemingly promising appearances of the Reed children to see their inability to be happy or contribute to society, and instead latches on to Jane as her ideal image of gentility. Jane prospers while her cousins falter. Bessie recognizes Jane's potential early on and nurtures it so that Jane can rise from her tragic beginning to achieve a fulfilling life. As Anna Peake notes, the attachment between Jane and Bessie is unique in Victorian fiction. Peake juxtaposes Bronte's novel to Such Things Are by Matilda Houston, in which servant character Miss Baker demolishes her own youthful belief that one could be a part of the middle class in essence, if a servant in temporary fact. Peake compares Miss Baker's admission of the impossibility of ascending in class against Jane's narrative, as Jane earns her elevation in status through the trials of servitude and emotional strife, thus triumphing over well-off characters such as the Reeds, who become decrepit upon adulthood. With Bessie Lee providing Jane's first affirmation of worth, Jane begins to form her deep affinity for and trust of the lower class at a young age, and continues to trust similar guiding figures to lead her through crises in different stages of her life. Thornfield's housekeeper, Mrs. Alice Fairfax, is one of several women who serve a maternal role for Jane, and her perceptiveness proves equal to that of Jane's when she confronts her following Jane's announcement that she and Rochester are engaged. When Mrs. Fairfax unexpectedly witnesses a kiss between the two before this news is shared, Jane intends to set the record straight and allay her friend's concerns about a possible seduction. To Jane's surprise, Mrs. Fairfax not only retains her prior suspicions, but begins to question the rationale behind Rochester's proposal. She offers the following advice to Jane. You cannot be too careful. Try and keep Mr. Rochester at a distance. Distrust yourself as well as him. Gentlemen in his station are not accustomed to marry their governesses. When Mrs. Fairfax looks at Jane, she sees a smitten young woman who needs to distrust her emotions and sexual responses. But when she looks at Rochester, she sees a gentleman who has broken through social hierarchies for a reason that Mrs. Fairfax cannot fathom. Both Jane and Rochester appear in the wrong to her, but she is aware that Rochester's privileged status as a gentleman ultimately allows him to be the one in control of their precarious engagement. Steer observes how intensely Mrs. Fairfax adheres to the hierarchy of class. Storytelling, whether based in fiction or reality, is treated as a kind of currency and a means of distinguishing rank among the servants in Jane Eyre. For example, Mrs. Fairfax explains that Lee and John are only servants, and one can't converse with them on terms of equality. One must keep them at due distance for fear of losing one's authority. If this superior access to knowledge in servants truly exists, then as one of the most informed servants, Mrs. Fairfax is in fact one of the most powerful figures in Thornfield. In Mrs. Beeton's general observations on domestic servants, the demands of a Victorian housekeeper of Mrs. Fairfax's stature are thoroughly detailed. A managing housekeeper should be possessed of thorough executive ability. To our duties, she often, in our country, brings a knowledge of refined housekeeping gained in her own home, a knowledge of life and its conventions, and the tact to direct those serving her. Thus, the housekeeper is not only an expert on matters of domestic living, but on life and its conventions as well, making for a keen eye that can identify imbalances of power and sense deceit when it appears. Despite Jane's initial assessment of her pedestrian intelligence, Mrs. Fairfax is also perceptive enough to realize that there are secrets hidden within the walls of the estate. It is an old saying that all is gold that glitters. And in this case, I do fear that there will be something found to be different to what either you or I expect. This age-old proverb foreshadows the unveiling of insanity and imprisonment underneath the glittering gold and wealth of Thornfield. And the admission that the situation will be different to what either you or I expect signifies that Rochester controls this mystery. Jane already hints at this uncertainty when she deduces there was a mystery at Thornfield, and that from participation in that mystery, I was purposely excluded. Mrs. Fairfax is the first to corroborate Jane's suspicions when no one else will. When Jane does eventually discover the truth of Rochester's marital status, he even takes care to mention that Mrs. Fairfax may indeed have suspected something, but she could have gained no precise knowledge as to facts. No other servant, with the exception of Bertha's keeper, is mentioned to have even come close to discovering his secret. This marks Mrs. Fairfax as a uniquely perceptive character, whose observations and suspicions mirror those of Jane herself. Mrs. Fairfax may be Rochester's servant, but like Jane, she does not allow her position to guarantee her subservience nor her silence in the face of danger. The hidden danger that Mrs. Fairfax suspects turns out to be a violent madwoman locked away in the attic, with another servant character as her sole company. When Rochester gazes upon this woman, his first wife, Bertha Mason, he sees a bestial figure who has lost her sense of decency and humanity. However, in the eyes of her designated caretaker, Grace Poole, Bertha is more than just a dangerous lunatic. Sandro Jung describes Grace as a shield behind which the mad Bertha Rochester can be concealed. Grace is the mad woman's public representative, and it seems to be a part of Grace's contract to be the alter ego, the sane facade, of Mr. Rochester's wife. Jung asserts that by being the scapegoat in situations when Bertha's mad behavior threatens to become public, as well as her caretaker, Grace takes on a piece of Bertha's existence as her sane facade, suggesting that had Bertha been sane, she would mirror Grace in her form and speech. This claim establishes a potential for a notable bond between Bertha and Grace, and presents an opportunity for Grace to inadvertently become more human through the actions of her caretaker. However, while Grace is able to give Bertha a sense of humanity, Grace's own rough and servile exterior prevents Bertha from ever retrieving any sense of social power or gentility. Isabella Beaton's description of the relationship between servant and master also hints that Rochester's aloofness of Grace might also contribute to her imperfect handling of Bertha. Women servants are especially likely to be influenced by their master's treatment of them. In many cases, masters do not give their servants the help which it is their duty to afford. He must make sure that they do their work thoroughly and well. Grace may be susceptible to her master's relative neglect. If Rochester had given his wife's keeper her due attention, Bertha would have been much more effectively contained, preventing the fire at Thornfield and her subsequent death. Grace's presence makes the ironclad attachment between Rochester and his first bride even more undeniable. When the group first enter Bertha's chamber following the revelation of her existence at Jane and Rochester's wedding, Bertha's form is initially difficult to discern. What it was, whether beast or human being, one could not at first sight tell. It groveled, seemingly, on all fours. This portrayal suggests that mad people are lacking even in basic human functions, such as bipedalism or communication. Although once the wife of Edward Rochester, Bertha has completely lost both her manners and her mind, and has since devolved into a beast that walks on all fours. Furthermore, Rochester's claim that Bertha's mother, the Creole, was both a madwoman and a drunkard. Bertha, a dutiful child, copied her parent in both points. The discovery that Bertha is a Creole and that she copied her parent of the same race makes Rochester appear to be insinuating that had she been English, she would not have turned out to be such a monstrous creature. Her foreign family is to blame for creating such a dutiful child. Amongst all this objectification and suffocation from her husband, it's hard to imagine Bertha with any sort of intelligence at her disposal. But as Grace Poole remarks, one never knows what she has, sir. She is so cunning. It is not in mortal discretion to fathom her craft. Grace gives Bertha credit for her cunning, and insinuates that her deceit is so dangerous that no mortal can understand it. This attribution of intellect contradicts former considerations of Bertha as a simple object or an animal. And from this point forward, Bertha is continuously described by Jane and other characters who know of her as a person, rather than a primitive being without a sense of consciousness. Even Jane, whom Bertha had terrorized a few nights before, recognizes what is due to this woman. She confronts Rochester about his reluctance to take responsibility for her as her husband. You are inexorable for that unfortunate lady. You speak of her with hate. It is cruel. While Rochester tries to proclaim his innocence in this whole endeavor to Jane, Jane herself recognizes that madness has not deprived Bertha of her humanity or her status as Rochester's spouse. She proclaims it cruel to speak of Bertha in such a blaming, hateful manner. Jung remarks that Bertha's successful hiding of Bertha is surprisingly crucial for Jane's own development. Ultimately, her failure in her detective work is responsible for her happiness, since she would have left Mr. Rochester's service earlier had he known of his growing affection for her, as well as of the imprisonment of his wife. Jung argues that had Bertha been out in the open, or had Jane discovered her earlier in her time at Thornfield, Jane would have followed another path. Instead, Bertha's presence is revealed to Jane suddenly, and she is forced to grapple with the existence of Bertha as both Grace's mirror and Rochester's first wife. Bertha becomes to Jane a person, not an animal or an object. Grace reinforces Jane's sense of duty by allowing her to reckon with Bertha's humanity through Grace's service as her mirror, alongside the savage version that Jane encounters in the attic. And this realization propels Jane to further define her own individuality and reject Rochester's invitation to enter into a bigamous marriage with him. Though the servants of Jane Eyre might not occupy the foreground of the novel, neither Jane nor Bronte overlook them. Bessie, Mrs. Fairfax, and Grace Poole all propose alternatives to the perspectives of upper-class characters, perspectives that such characters seek to impose as reality. Rather than genteel and adorable, the Reed children appear as coddled bullies who do not merit success. Rather than a man overtaken by love, Rochester appears as a conniving seducer and aspiring bigamist. And rather than a savage beast, Bertha appears as a person worthy of care despite her madness. The servants not only prove that their watchful, apparently unbiased eye is reliable, but they also validate Jane's interpretations of characters who attempt to exert control over her. Steer claims that Jane even becomes privy to the servants' uncensored version of her own family history when she overhears Bessie and Abbott discussing it. She will spend the rest of the novel trying to take control of her own life so that she too can tell the truth as she sees it. In other words, Jane's narration of the novel allows her to evade oppressors such as Mrs. Reed or Rochester and challenge social institutions with her own truths. These truths that the servants share regarding those around her gives Jane a sense of agency and control that propels her development into a fully self-assured, strong-willed woman. Bessie reinvigorates Jane's desire to escape from the influence of her cruel family. Mrs. Fairfax confirms the existence of secrets at Thornfield, and Grace reminds Jane of her commitment to duty. Some readers surmise that Jane Eyre's greatest aid comes in the form of her Uncle John's wealth or in Rochester's acknowledgement of her personal value, but perhaps Jane's best asset is, all along, the faithful and careful servants whom she meets along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Callie. Very good. Oh, good. I see some reactions coming up for Callie. Very nice. Well, it looks like we have some time for questions. So those of you in the Zoom room here, if you would like to either put questions or comments in the chat, or you're welcome to unmute yourself and ask. I believe Jonathan is watching the YouTube comments for us. Thank you, Jonathan, for putting those comments for Javiera in the chat for us. Javiera, you do have some comments. I assume you've seen them, but in case you haven't, there are some comments and a question for you in the chat as well.
I guess if it's okay for me to jump in, I can jump in if that's all right. My question was for Javier. And first of all, I want to say I'm a Miami University grad, so I went there for my undergrad, so it's nice to see another Miami University person here. I wanted to ask a question, and I hope I can articulate this correctly, but about, I guess, about constructing narrative, and especially the idea of having social media today and that being a new form of constructing our own narratives. And you talked about in your presentation about the way that African American women these narratives were constructed for them, right, in the early 20th century, and they had to push back against these constructed narratives. But there wasn't a real easy public forum, right, for African American women to articulate these counter narratives other than just through their own actions. But now, of course, with social media, everybody can write their own story. Everybody can write their own sort of identity in this very public way. And I was wondering, do you think this is freeing or is it potentially constricting? Is social media a way of taking hold and making our own identities, or is it does it end up, constricting who you really are because you're trying to perform for an audience, I guess is sort of my question.
This is a really good question. So you're asking me right now in the digital space, is it constricting to create our own narratives, or do I still think it's freeing? That's a really good question. I think that it's give and take, right? I think to a certain point, depending on what you put on the internet, you may get some pushback, but I appreciate that the hashtag Black Girl Magic gives me and other African American women the courage to highlight our accomplishments despite being oppressed, despite knowing that, hey, if you put something out on Twitter, you may get a lot of trolls. So I appreciate that courageousness that the hashtag is brought out in Black women. I hope that answers your question.
I have a question for Callie,
Oh, hello.
if that's okay. Let me start my video too. Oh, never mind. Okay, so and it's really based off of the last question. We live in a time where multimedia formats in a very real sense shape reputation and perception. I think that the characters in Jane Eyre represent a very different time, but that the same kinds of misrepresentations and misunderstanding or trolling take place in Jane Eyre, but at a different level. So I guess my question to you is, what lessons can, we as I am a cultural historian, so my curiosity is this: what lessons does the literature like Jane Eyre, with its very clear representations of the differences between servants and employers and those that don't fit anywhere, tell us about our interactions in the modern world?
I definitely think one of the greater impacts of Jane Eyre was sort of like diversifying the characters in the novel and sort of opening literature up to multiple perspectives. If you look at, for say, an Austen novel, a lot of the characters in the novel that Austen devotes time to are upper class characters. The lower class perspective is very often ignored. Versus Jane Eyre integrates that perspective very heavily into the novel and is a crucial part of the main character's self-discovery. So in that way, I think it's really important for similarly opening up that platform so that multiple perspectives can be explored. So I hope that's somewhat of an answer to your question.
It is. I guess Javiera, if you'd like to speak as well, that would be fine. Or anybody. It's a question that I'm curious about. How do we define identity in spheres where so many other people have feedback and work to define it for us? Today we do it in platforms like Twitter. In an era, in eras before sort of that instant communication, it was often defined by gossip. And the things you would say about someone you would never say if they were in the room. So how do we work at, how do characters like Jane Eyre or Esther work at defining their own identity? I mean, how do they take control of it?
So in Esther's case, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Go on.
I was gonna say in Esther's case, she doesn't care. She sees that oppressive gaze and she literally does what she wants. She literally gets out of jail and goes back to running the streets. It's a really good quote that Saidiya Hartman writes. She writes in her book specifically about Esther. She mentions that they decided to live outside of the clauses and parentheses that they were placed in. And I think that's a really impactful quote. I think that's one of the questions someone asked me what my favorite quote was. And that is essentially what she does. She doesn't care. She just keeps living her life and she's relentlessly pursuing her wayward life.
Very well put. And I think in the case of Jane Eyre, when you think about the way that she is portrayed and what she's searching for throughout the novel, she's very much initially a solitary character. She's searching for family and community and is largely pushed into a corner by society, and she doesn't know where to turn. So instead of finding any of those connections in the upper class characters who constantly berate her and punish her and push her to the side, she instead starts to find those connections in servants who tell her the truths of her past that upper class characters were not willing to acknowledge, such as the fact that she's actually rich thanks to the wealth of her Uncle John. And she does eventually gain access to that upper class society through marriage, she would not have gotten there throughout the trials and tribulations that she goes through by being a servant. So I think, while it's important to definitely define your own identity based on your own terms, Jane Eyre sort of illustrates that it takes a village, if you will. It takes a community to find out who you are and how to finally feel accepted by society and yourself. So in an age where there was no social media, I think gossip and community was the most important thing, is my point.
And I think to piggyback off that, Esther has to ignore what society says about her and her identity. So she has to blatantly live a different life, not necessarily live a different life, but provide a counter narrative to what society has imposed upon her.
Okay, thank you both.
There are a few questions for Javiera in the chat, so I just want to make sure that those get seen. There's two that I see right now. Stephen Simpson asks, is Esther your favorite character in the book? Why? Why not? Do you have a favorite quote from the book? And then also from Austin Randall, Javiera, would you call yourself wayward?
Okay, so I see a question further up, so I wanted to address that. It's only right. It says, do you see yourself as an example of Black girl magic? Absolutely. In the very essence of being where I am right now, career-wise, I definitely feel like I've definitely pushed the margins and am definitely creating a life worth living. And I think that's a big idea that's important with the hashtag Black Girl Magic. Absolutely, Esther is my favorite character. She's wild. She doesn't care. She continues to live her life, and she knows that there's more to life. So I think that all of us are a little bit Estherish, and that's a very strong claim to make on live YouTube. But I think we are often trying to figure out our lives and our existence, and we're sometimes pushing the boundaries. Favorite quote in the book. I have that marked, and I don't want to take a lot of time. So I told you guys my favorite, I told you all my favorite quote was the clauses and parentheses, but Hartman in her preface, and I hope I can find it because it is marked. Hartman in her preface says, few then or now recognize young Black women as sexual modernists. And then I'm going to skip over a piece. Or realize that the flapper was a pale imitation of the ghetto girl. One of my favorite quotes, because when I think about this time period, I think about The Great Gatsby. And I don't think about people that look like me. But after reading this book, Hartman has told readers that there were people that looked like me, and they had a story, and they relentlessly told their story. Would I call myself wayward? Absolutely. Prior to pursuing my PhD full-time, I was a full-time high school English teacher. Decided to abandon all of that after my master's and say, hey, I want to live a life worth living. I love learning, and let me take the reins and really plummet into more learning.
I'd like to ask a question, and can't quite get my video going. So there we are. Javiera and Callie, I'd like to ask a question about characters who find themselves implicated in narratives of deviancy. Javiera mentioned clauses and parentheses, and I think that's wonderful. People find themselves defined by clauses and parentheses, and that implies subordination, all right? Certainly within the sentence structure and certainly within a narrative. And I think the question that I have is how you analyze characters, and both of you have done this really well, who are fighting to remove themselves or articulate themselves against master narratives that would label them deviant. I mean, we can clearly see this in Jane Eyre. Mrs. Reed has her own narrative of deviancy, and in many ways, St. John Rivers does as well. So there's these narratives that attempt to put the particularly female characters within non-normative deviant roles. And the question, the one comment I have about 19th century narrative is certainly that we're beginning to see counter narratives, right? Texts written by servants, texts written by enslaved people or formerly enslaved people that push back against the creation of a deviant social space for them. And I'm wondering to what extent the idea of being deviant, being beyond non-normative, being something that has to be corrected, all right, plays into the characterization of these, the people in the novel and their resistance to that characterization.
I suppose I can begin. I definitely think a big part of Jane's journey is like struggling against that deviancy. I think despite the fact that she is a very unconventional character, despite her ambiguous social origins, I think she has ingrained the teachings of Mrs. Reed in her time at Lowood so intricately that she sees herself as a problem that she wants to correct. She doesn't trust herself or the way she feels about her life. When she doesn't trust she ultimately leaves Rochester because she doesn't trust her own commitment to duty and she doesn't trust her emotions. And it takes her time being alone for her to finally realize that she is capable of being a member of that upper class. So I think in Jane's case, it's part of coming to terms with one's own self while still also being able to have a position in one society, because Jane ultimately doesn't need to give up her own selfhood in order to become a member of the middle class. She reverses the power dynamic between her and Rochester, and while they don't become necessarily equals, their power dynamic is very varied. It becomes more equal than it was before, where Rochester orders Jane around as his servant and he tells her what to do. So it's a very romantic ideal, and I think it's important to admit that while Jane Eyre is a Victorian novel, it draws a lot from romanticism and idealism, at least in my opinion. And I say that with all the love in my heart of this book. I think it's very notable to accept that Jane doesn't have to give up her own selfhood in order to be a member of society. She has to come to terms with herself before she can leave behind that deviancy and almost self-hatred for a long time, before she can be Rochester's wife and come into society and leave that servant role behind. So hopefully that's somewhat of an answer.
I think I have an answer to this question, but I want to make sure that I'm answering the question. So could you repeat the question if possible?
Certainly. I'm talking about the subordination of the subject. You had mentioned really beautifully how these clauses and parentheses are used to define a self. And just even in the term wayward, right, describing oneself as a wayward girl implies subordination. Okay, it also implies deviancy because clauses and parentheses within the sentence structure generally are subordinate, right? Subordinate structures. So what I'm trying to discover from your work is the ways in which the characters you're focusing on find manners of rejecting narratives of deviancy that are imposed from without, right? They're usually master narratives. They're usually narratives that are coming from dominant ideological spaces. And what they do is try to construct these characters as socially marginal, as deviant, with that, and that term has real world consequences, right? Has real world consequences for Jane Eyre. It certainly has real world consequences for any of us who are labeled so. And my question to you is ways in which the concept of deviancy is challenged, is foregrounded in the narrative that you study.
Well, I think Hartman, instead of providing, when I first read this, I made the mistake of thinking, oh, Hartman is trying to provide a critique for this deviancy. In fact, I don't think she's trying to provide a critique. I think she's trying to recover this word. I mean, by recovery, I mean, I think that she's trying to look at it from a different perspective. We think of deviancy as negative. She's saying it as it's absolutely okay. It's actually beautiful. I like how she says she calls these women beautiful experiments because they're experimenting with deviancy. They are being deviant, but I think we need to change the way we look at that word. It does not necessarily have to be negative. These women are not bad in the sense that they are hurting people. I think that she's trying to literally reclaim deviancy in such a way that gives these women the power, the autonomy to live their lives how they want. And being deviant is okay.
Javiera, you have another question in the chat here from Shavon Francis. How has this work influenced you personally as an African-American woman?
Wow, so that's a really good question. This book, so I have a backstory. My professor's not on this call, but I really wish he was. Shout out to Dr. Hebert. This was the last book in one of the hardest classes I've ever taken in my PhD program. My professor had assigned it. He asked us to only read 150 pages of it. And I spoke with him and he was like, hey, I think you should read the entire book. And I'm thinking like, oh, no, because this was a theory course. And this book was at the very end. So it was very interesting, right? This book tore me down and built me back up, if that makes sense. Like, I am totally fangirling Sadia Hartman. I have had to refrain from typing an email to her saying that I love her. Which sounds very creepy, but hey, this book was phenomenal. Never have I read a work where I'm sorry, I'm not answering the question. It has definitely influenced me as an African-American woman, especially with my own research. She's given me a space to feel as if I am celebrated in my waywardness. It is okay to be wayward. So she's allowed me to really think about how I envisioned the time period. I always, again, like I said, envisioned the Great Gatsby. I thought of the beautiful, pale flapper girl. But now I know that Esther and other women existed and they weren't complying with the oppressive gaze. They were ignoring it and advocating through their wayness for the contemporary African-American movement that we have now with women. So because of them, I can be wayward.
And another question in the chat there for Javiera from Jantez Taylor Harrington. Who else is wayward in today's society?
Wow, we have a lot. What a time to be alive in 2021 right now. Tons of wayward women, and I'm grateful for all of them. I would say Stacey Plaskett, Stacey Abrams, I would say Amanda Gorman. Those are just the three women that I can think of right now that have been in the media lately. I'm grateful for their existence, grateful for them being able to share their stories and nevertheless prevailing.
And Callie, Jonathan in the chat has said, and I totally agree. Oh, you saw it. I can tell by your face, right? I'm anxious for comparison of your research to Bridgerton. I just started Bridgerton, and yes, there's a lot of interest there.
So I've been told. I unfortunately have not gotten around to watching it, but I've been told it's like the marriage of Gossip Girl and Austinian and Victorian literature. So to say the least, I'm intrigued. I'm looking forward to eventually watching it.
I think we have time for maybe one or two more questions. We have about 4 minutes left. So I'm happy if we want to ask one or two more, or we can adjourn with a couple minutes between now and the next panel. Up to you guys. Other questions or comments for our panelists?
Hi. I just think it just dawned on me, the term nasty woman, which many of us take pride in. Do you think that might be also related to what we've been discussing in terms of deviant behavior? Could a nasty woman be comparable?
think anytime like if we're talking about reclaiming words, I definitely think any negative word in front of woman, you can reclaim that. By that I mean you can make that empowering. And I think that we're definitely having a moment right now where we're using these negative terms in front of the word woman, and we're reclaiming them. And reclaiming them for our personal identity to build us up.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much to both Javiera and Callie. Thank you for all the participants here for a wonderful discussion. It's certainly been an interesting and enlightening morning. I'm really thankful to be here. So if you guys wouldn't mind putting up some reactions for our panelists one last time. Yay. Excellent. And I believe, wonderful. I believe that is pretty much the end of our time. So thank you again to everyone and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Laura. Dr. Palanti, I think you're the next moderator. So, oh, I think she just stepped away. We'll get started in a few minutes here whenever Dr. Palanti would like to get started. I believe we are waiting for one of the panelists to join the meeting, but we do have one of the other panelists, Sydney Palmer, in the meeting now. And for Lucy Antelek, we will be playing her pre-recorded presentation. She couldn't be here today, so we will be playing that as well. So whenever Dr. Palanti would like to get started.
Why don't we wait just a couple minutes? And well, we do need Seth. So I think it's Zacharel. I'm not sure the pronunciation. We actually need him so I can get the pronunciation from him. So if you need coffee, if you need water, if you need to take a restroom break, now would be the appropriate time to do it. I'm going to say hello to the guest star of the event today. This is Truly Fluker, who's visiting us. I saw yesterday a thing on Facebook that all faculty during the period of COVID ought to include in their syllabus a mandatory 2-minute break to introduce pets or small children that intrude upon their screens. So I'm glad I got to introduce Callie, or not Callie, oh my, Truly. And she's being a very good girl today.
I also have my cat here today, so you might hear her.
Wonderful.
Her name's Lily. You might hear her meowing, trying to get my attention during this.
Fantastic.
Martha, do you see that you have a question in the chat there from Angela?
Angela, I do, if you're presenting, no, you are supposed to be in the other panel. It would be the one highlighted in yellow on the program. So you have to use the alternate link. I would send a message to Kayla or Jonathan if you need that link. Yes.
Yeah, let me find it here for her quick. I can pull it up.
Dr. Fluker just told me, in fact, that she's already sent the link. So we're okay.
To Angela?
To Angela, yes.
Okay, perfect.
I am wondering if perhaps Seth didn't get lost in the same way.
Amy had resent him a link as well.
Okay.
I notified her that he wasn't on, so.
Okay. Okay. If there are no objections here, Kayla, let me know. Should we get started?
Yeah, you can get started. We have two panelists, and if Seth jumps on, he can do the final slot. So we have time for him to join.
Okay. Sydney, would you like to turn your camera on? We'd like to see your cat again.
She may have stepped away for a second.
Okay.
Hi, sorry, I stepped away for just 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, Sydney. I thought perhaps we would go in program order. I did want to do a very, very brief introduction to the session. Our topic today mystified me a little bit when I was assigned to the panel, labor identity and craftsmanship. And I couldn't decide whether I was assigned this topic because of my affection and interest in the world of material culture, or because I study working class immigrants. And I've decided actually that it's a combination of both, and that it brings me to a place that I'm really happy with, and that I'm very intrigued by all three presentations today. And they sort of cover a wide gamut of approaches to this topic. Sydney is an undergraduate student from Miami University here in Ohio. I'm not sure where she's joining us from. In the age of COVID, I'm not sure that it's even a relevant question. But her interest is in a topic that combines themes from the business world, branding and marketing, with notions of history and heritage. Her work, entitled Branding with History, Micro Distilleries' Greatest Tool, is an investigation of how companies, particularly at a regional level, latch onto identities that are part of the larger communities. And having said that, I'm going to turn this over to Sydney.
I'm also having my professor join me for this presentation, so we're going to go back and forth. This is Stephen Lippman. He works in the Department of Sociology and Gerontology, and I have been working with him for almost 2 years now on this project.
Great.
So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and get the presentation up.
And I will say that, yeah, we're coming from a different place than probably most other people at this conference and on this panel. I'm a sociologist. Sydney's a pre-med major, a Renaissance woman, but I'm a sociologist, an organizational sociologist whose research kind of, as Martha kind of mentioned, straddles the boundary between sociology and entrepreneurship and business kinds of things. And an interesting thing has happened in organizational sociology in the past decade, and that's the fact that organizational sociologists and business scholars have discovered history. So we're kind of, everybody's getting all excited about concepts that are probably pretty well worn among historians, but we're trying to figure out sort of how we can incorporate those into our sort of theories and our research to understand process and narrative a little better than, you know, just sort of the simple kind of multivariate quantitative studies that we tend to focus on. And so that's been going on for about a decade. And so we sort of developed this interest in micro distilleries, because it's a growing industry. I think in 2000 there were less than 100 at the turn of the century, less than 100 in the United States. Now there's something like 2,500 of them due to changes in laws, which have, you know, changed the volume that producers can produce. They've lowered it so you don't have to be a huge producer. They've changed some of the distribution regulations so you can now produce and also distribute on premises and things like that. So the industry across the United States has exploded. but what I find fascinating about it is the fact, or what kind of motivated the project is the fact that we couldn't quite understand how these startup distilleries, especially in places like Illinois or Louisiana or even parts of Ohio, could compete with really long-standing spirits companies who, some produce, bottom of the barrel stuff, but a lot of them produce really, really sort of high-end, expensive, well-known and well-regarded products. So the question, sort of the lingering question, was how could some usually sort of like quote unquote hipster with a flannel shirt and a beard, how could those people sort of compete with these well-regarded brands, because they've done so pretty successfully? And I believe the answer at least partially lies in sort of the stories they're making up about themselves, and the way they're using history when they don't really have a history. So if you could advance the slide, please, Sydney. So we're examining how sort of these new firms in the micro distilling industry use what, and again, this, I don't know if this is a business school term or a business school's term stolen from historians, but they use what they call social memory assets, basically elements of collective memory that they can try to use to sort of add value to whatever it is they're doing. So we've poured over, we kind of, since there are so many of them, we sort of limited, and Sydney will explain that in a bit. Well, we've limited the scope of our research just to a few states, and examined all of the company profiles on the web, because virtually every single distillery has an About Us or Our Story link on their website. And they all, not all of them, but the vast majority of them reference history in one way or the other. And in a different sort of related project, we kind of are exploring the different sort of ways that these companies use narratives. But here we're just sort of examining the kinds of regional histories that they use. And then hopefully soon, we haven't gotten to that yet, but we're going to consider how they have strategic value for firms. Could you advance the slide again, Sydney, please? Thank you very much. So the general question are, what ways firms use the past? Is there kind of a typology we can create? And in particular, what we hope to sort of extrapolate from this industry is how firms without their own history, most of these micro distilleries are less than 5 years old, how they can use the past in more or less authentic ways to give their firm strategic value. There's something in the business world called the resource-based view of the firm, in which firms are more valuable if they have characteristics, if they have resources that are rare, that are unique, and that are inimitable, that can't be imitated by others. Well, here, as I've already mentioned, the market is flooded with distilled spirits from the United States and from abroad. So how can sort of a new startup, where aging these spirits is difficult because you can't turn a profit if your product's sitting in a barrel, how can those firms sort of create value? How can they create a unique, rare, and inimitable kind of resource? And the way that we argue they do that is by sort of creating an authentic, hopefully, identity surrounding historical narratives that they use. Okay, could you advance it? Thank you very much. So social memory assets are, you can read here, they're just sort of the way that firms can appropriate history and collective memories to add value to themselves. And it's usually some combination, in many of the narratives that we observe, some combination of the specific firm's past. Oh, for example, my grandfather was a moonshiner. I'm carrying on his legacy now with my new firm. My new distillery, in the context of, Kentucky or somewhere where the firm, actually is. It's a combination of some kind of mystical or mythical past, and then something real. And as I've already said, that these can provide strategic advantage for some firms. And I'll turn it over to Sydney now to sort of talk about, she led the data collection and analysis, so I'll turn it over.
Yeah, so when we started out, after we had our idea figured out, we kind of had to figure out how are we going to go about this. We used a main distilling.com database to do this. And there's information from Europe, outside the US, and then from every single state inside the United States. So we kind of narrowed that down and tried to find 20 states separated into 4 distinct regions that we would focus on. We also tried to keep states that had about the same amount of, and is seeming to boom a lot more recently. A lot of these places are smaller, independently owned. And a lot of them are actually like family businesses. And that's what I found a lot when I was going through the Our Story portions. They usually are very small. Less than 100,000 seems kind of big still, but compared to other larger distilleries, they are very small. And they do have a like hands-on production where they are a part of the distilling process. And often if they have a tasting room, they are usually present in the tasting room doing tastings with all the patrons that come in, which is something you're just not going to get at larger distilleries. So let me go on to, this is the first kind of intro that I'm going to show you into the data that we found. So we separated into West, Midwest, South, and East, each region having 5 states. And we identified one theme that seemed to encompass the stories that we found in each region. So the West, it was innovation, Midwest, expansion, South, prohibition, and then East, colonialism. So this is how we tied them into history. And then we went through our list of words, which I'm pretty sure we had like 40 key words. This is only a little bit of them. So we went in and we found words that maybe connect to each theme, and that makes sense in the whole aspect of things. Then I went in a little deeper and I identified which of these words maybe were used most in each region, because that really connects and says that that theme is really playing a big part in what they identify as their history. And I found that for the West, they used founders the most. And I think that's to be expected, at least from my point of view, because founders, we've kind of found the West a little bit more recently than the rest of the United States. So using the word founder makes a lot of sense because it's a little bit newer. They also had the highest use of original. They were tied for the highest use of traditional, and they did have the highest use of first. But for this region, I'm gonna talk about this a little later, but it did contain states like California, Arizona, and those are a little bit bigger states than maybe other regions have. So that's just something to keep in mind. For the Midwest, we didn't have any of these words that were like the highest usage, but the Midwest, our story portions were a lot smaller than other places. And I don't know exactly why that is, but it's interesting to think about. For South, they had the highest use of prohibition, and they actually had the highest use of moonshine by a lot. So the distilleries used moonshine, the word moonshine, a total of 41 times, whereas every other state, every other region used it less than 5 times. So that's very significant. And it makes sense because moonshine really came out of the South, specifically Tennessee, I think. And then the East, they had the most use for century, and they had the most use for 18, 17, and 19 when we're referring to years, which makes a lot of sense. The East is the oldest region. If we're thinking in terms of modern American history, the East is the oldest region in the United States. So using numbers for years, 17, 18, 19 makes a lot of sense. They're connecting to their past. And then I went a little further to look at the average number of words per distillery because, like I said, it's really not evenly distributed. And so I started out with, if you look on the left, figure 1 is for regions, and I scaled for the number of distilleries per region. So these are all direct comparisons. So you'll see that the South has the highest average number of words per distillery, which is interesting to look at, and the East follows very close behind. Those are the oldest regions. So it makes a lot of sense that they maybe have a stronger connection to a history or a larger history to pull from. And then if you look to the right, so when I chose these 5 states, I used the criteria that they had to have over an average of 5.5 words per state, because any less than that, I feel like it would have just been too crowded. It doesn't give that much of a comparison. So I chose the 5 states that had the highest average number of words per distillery per state. And you see right here that Kentucky had 14.7 words per distillery. I think that was not very surprising just because, you know, Kentucky bourbon, it has a large history around distilled spirits. So other micro distilleries coming in can kind of piggyback off of that a little bit easier. You'll see here that there is no representation of the Midwest or the West. And those are newer regions. So having a little bit less words per distillery makes a little bit more sense. There's usually more like modern words. Like the West uses a lot more words that you wouldn't associate with history because maybe there's less of a tie to history. I know personally, I'm from the West. So I know that I usually don't connect very much to my state's history, whereas like a person from Maryland or Virginia, their history is plastered everywhere. So they maybe have a stronger connection. So like I talked about, there was a lot of variability in how they used the past, what kind of words they used, how they invoked it. And that was really interesting to look through as I was analyzing the data. The distilleries were using historical words to create historical narratives that then when people read them, they can connect to personally, and maybe that helps to make them want to buy that product. And then here is just like a little brief summary of what I was saying. South had the highest for moonshine and prohibition. Those were very big themes in the South. And in the East, I talked about those a little bit. West founders makes a lot of sense. I was a little shocked to find just founders as a big word. I thought maybe there might, and like first, obviously, I was looking for a little bit more history in that, and I just didn't find as much. And then pioneer and exploration, I was thinking that those would connect well to the Midwest just because I was thinking about Western expansion. You're going through the Midwest. I thought there might be a little bit more history there. But it does seem that they do not use history as much in those regions. And so now I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Lippman to talk about some interesting things that we found in each region.
I just basically want to just give an overview of kind of the data sources that we were using. So there's a lot of words here, obviously. You don't have to necessarily read them all, but here are some just exemplary quotes from the websites, just so you can get a sense. Here's one from the East. This is in Massachusetts, and you can see they talk a lot about the building, the history of the building in which they're distilling from the 19th century, and kind of the entrepreneurial history in that building, for example, to again give some identity to their brand. Like I said, there's a lot of words. I don't expect you to read it, but you can just sort of take a quick look and glance over that. Surveying through the Civil War, shipbuilders, an ice cream factory, all these things that happened in the building. So if you could advance that slide, please. Here in the South, this one's a ton of words. I thought I highlighted some recently, but I guess I didn't. But this is from Kentucky, and if you can, I think they reference prohibition in this huge splay of words here, something like 10 different times. And then they talk about sort of the history of a particular distillery in Kentucky that closed, I believe, in the 1940s, and then say they make a random jump and saying we carry on that tradition by distilling more bourbon now. So this one has focused heavily on prohibition. You could advance that so we don't run over too much. Here's one from Minnesota, one of our Midwestern states, and you can see sort of they invoke, the pioneers and important people who lived in Minnesota way back when, and sort of these spirits of discovery and pioneering and exploration. And last, if you go to the West, you can see they talk about beginnings, innovation, and entrepreneurship with some degree of sort of reference to history, but the West tended to be, as Sydney said, focused more on sort of the here and now as maybe it's sort of its distinctive kind of angle. All right. So hopefully the connection to the panel is that sort of the rise of this new / old industry in micro distilling, which is very, as Sydney already mentioned, hands-on. It's very sort of relatively less mechanized than big distillers. The owners tend to be the producers, and the producers tend to be the salespeople. They tend to use history as a strategic asset that can sort of set them apart if they can't necessarily rely on legacy or brand quality. Even in some cases, it's hard to argue that, new bourbon is better than bourbon that's been, refined over centuries, with the exception of prohibition. We found in many cases, compared to sort of what some organizational sociologists have found in this Hatchins-Schultz study of Carlsberg beer in Copenhagen, it's been around for hundreds of years, and they're recently invoking sort of their real lived past to create a brand identity. Many of these distilleries can sort of make up histories, try to create connections that may or may not actually have existed. And in doing so, they're trying to sort of recategorize micro distilled spirits as a new kind of category in the spirits industry, as an upscale highbrow item, as another sort of sociologist of craftsmanship found, this guy named Osejo found that, in fact, hands-on and sort of the human sort of element of these things actually sort of recategorizes. He did a study of butcher shops and bartenders, but the human kind of element in these things recategorizes them as a distinctive component overall.
So that is all we have for you today. I just want to do a quick thank you to Miami University and the Department of Sociology and Gerontology, along with my head researcher, Dr. Lippman, and all of the undergraduate research assistants that aren't with us today that did help with the rough data collection.
Thank you very much. Go on. I'm sorry.
No, that's all I had. I just have a question slide.
Okay, well, good, because that's exactly where we're going. I do want to thank you, Sydney. I think you've done an excellent job. And I want to put in a plug for those faculty members who reach out to their students and ask them and encourage them to participate in their research. So Professor Lippman, thank you very much for taking, I don't know whether you took the lead on this, but or simply assisted your students, but opening our research to students, I think, is one of the most important things we do.
Well, thank you.
And go on.
Oh, I just said thank you. I agree. Yeah, Sydney did the lion's share of the work on this, and it's been really impressive to watch.
I want to thank you both again. I think this kind of coordination is a really good model for what we ought to be using at large in academia. Okay. Since I'm in charge, I get to ask the first question, and it's something that's intrigued me. One of the things we do here at Youngstown State is we manage a museum for the Ohio History Connection. And one of the ongoing debates in the department, and I see we've got a number of people here who work either in some capacity with the museum, is the sort of contrast and coordination of history and heritage. And I guess I would ask you first, do you think that your companies are tapping into real history or perceived heritage? And how might you use that dichotomy going forward in your research?
Didn't you want to take it?
Yeah, I think that there's like a little bit of a mixture of both. I think that there are a lot of examples where they're pulling directly from history. They're calling on historical events to kind of try to connect what they're doing to like what happened in the past. But I also know that there are a lot of like perceived heritage things happening. I know that a lot of the states that I read, there was a lot of instances where they were calling upon like a local history, which is more of a perceived heritage kind of thing. And I think that maybe might have been more powerful than the actual uses of history, at least in my opinion. I can't really connect to actual historical events, but I feel a much stronger connection to things that may have happened in my region that like didn't happen that long ago, or maybe happened a long time ago, but like I have a personal connection to. So I think that's really interesting. And I think going forward, using a little bit more of local history and personal heritage to connect the consumers to the producers would be really helpful in growing their brand and growing their entire production scheme.
Other questions? Because I've got a whole bunch of them, but Jonathan.
I have kind of a comment. I don't even know where my screen is because I have like 17 different tabs open while I'm monitoring different things. But if you could see me and hear me, that's great. Locally, we have a kind of a up and running brewery, the Penguin City Beer. They've capitalized a lot on local heritage, mainly in terms of linking the university to the city and linking kind of its origins out of ruin, if you would say. And recently they just purchased the Republic Steel Mill over on, I believe it's West Federal Street. And so I was kind of curious, as I'm listening to your panel, I'm kind of on their About Us webpage, and I haven't found that link yet to their heritage history. So it seems as though it seems like that's one of their missing links in terms of your research. And I'm kind of anticipating them to do something similar as they do this next leap into the steel mill to recreate the heritage of being in the Rust Belt and reclaiming the history of Youngstown in terms of steel heritage. So I guess it's more or less a comment, but I wanted to hear your views on that. If you found similar breweries or distilleries that are just beginning the game and what their approach is like.
Yeah, when I was going through my data analysis, there was a good portion of distilleries that really didn't use any of the historical words that we had chosen. And those were kind of omitted because they don't do much for the actual data analysis, but it's important to kind of think about those and how those micro distilleries are succeeding without the use of heritage and history. And I do, like you said, anticipate a lot of these places to kind of go towards that a little bit more, especially right now. Things are very unsure, and connecting back to your past is a nice stable base to go back to. And I think it provides a comfort to the consumers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Well, I have one more, and it's again, like Jonathan, maybe as much a comment as a question, and perhaps Dr. Donna de Blasio wants to chime in here. Donna and I, and for that matter, Amy Fluker, have been working on a project that seeks to identify what is the Midwest. And you'd said that, you were surprised that sort of, the lack of coherence amongst, the heritage branding, historical branding of distilleries in the Midwest, and that it might be a product of the kinds of things that we're looking at. Is that, what is the Midwest? Where does it start, and how do you define it? And part of what we've sort of been moving to is that there really isn't a single Midwest. There are multiple Midwests, and where it is often depends upon where you're standing. So in Youngstown, we're sort of at the very extreme eastern edge of what might be considered the Midwest. But there are those that would argue that we really belong with Pittsburgh and as part of the East. So maybe, and it's just a suggestion, but maybe you want to break it down a little farther and, for example, see if there's some coherence in places that are former Rust Belt. Or maybe there you look for Great Lakes as opposed to places like Iowa or Nebraska, or maybe even Kansas. And that you might find greater coherence in what you've got if you look at it that way. It's just a comment.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that to start out looking at just the regions as a whole was a good starting point. But I think that going forward, it would be really interesting to look more in terms of groupings where you feel your connection to. Like the West is a large region, but like West Coast is a lot different than the West. Like where the gold rush happened and all of that is a lot different than other areas. And like you said, the Great Lakes region would be like a cool one to look at too. And I think that a lot of the breakaway that we had in the Midwest was really that there is no definite, like everyone knows what is the South or what you stereotypically see as the South. Everyone knows what is the East, but it's kind of like a breakaway when you get to like the middle of the United States, like what is the Midwest? Like I know that my family all comes from Minnesota and they don't consider that the Midwest at all. But then when I'm here in Ohio, a lot of people consider that the Midwest. So I think it's a lot like personal views, and that's something that's a little bit harder to get at, to define something when there are so many differing opinions on it.
Yeah, I would second that. In fact, when you were talking about the connections with bootlegging, I'm thinking, hello. You would think. There were a lot of places in the Midwest renowned for their bootlegging. I just, Chicago being top of the list. And I think, as you said, looking maybe at the Great Lakes or maybe just the industrial Midwest is a region, because that seems to have a lot more in common than with other more rural parts of the Midwest. But I think that was really very interesting because also there are many Souths when you look at it. I mean, Appalachia is kind of a very different region than the old plantation, where we see the Gone with the Wind South. Very different. So, but I find it interesting that so many of the South made that connection with moonshine.
And I think, the focus here was on sort of historical words, but I was, when Martha said about Kansas or Nebraska, and going through a lot of those sort of narratives, they'll talk about the fact that there's just corn everywhere. So why shouldn't they make the best bourbon? And it's kind of not terribly historical in this one way. So we didn't really focus on them, but I think if we expanded this just to sort of think about identity more generally, and historical or heritage being maybe one dimension, and then other kinds of things, that would be a really good direction to take this. So yeah, thank you very much for all those comments.
Well, thank you. We really appreciate your presentation and truly enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Having said that, we do have to move on. I'm going to ask Kayla if she would please to, or is it Jonathan who's going to queue up Lucy Antelec's presentation on glass blowing, time in a bottle.
Yes, I will get it keyed up now.
Okay. Lucy is an undergraduate at Kent State University. Her major is actually in integrated language arts, and I believe she's not with us because she is student teaching. So she's otherwise very, very occupied. So this is Time in a Bottle, Glass Blowing, and the Studio Art Movement. Have we got technical trouble? There it is. Does anybody else have sound? No.
Hi, my name is Lucy. Welcome to my presentation called Time in a Bottle. Let's begin. Glass blowing has been around for millennia and has undergone major changes in methodology, tools, and desired results. Nevertheless, the craft itself retains a timeless tradition of hard labor and delicate results that can be traced all the way back to the hints of beginning. Where it all started, 1500 BC. Glass was first used to glaze tiles, make figures, and create the earliest beads. This is one of the earliest known recordings of glassblowing in human history, carved around 2345 BC. Note the kneeling figures are using blowpipes to blow molten glass into molds. Glass in Rhodes, Greece, 1400 BC. Glass artifacts were found on Rhodes. These artifacts were mostly used as toiletries and for personal adornment. Only a few were core-formed vessels, an early form of hollow form creation that was not glass blowing, but one of the first methods to have hollow results. They were imported to Rhodes from Egypt, suggesting that Egypt had the edge of creation. Greece was slowly catching on to the shapes of glass that they desired. These are some examples of those solid objects, some of the personal adornments. Refining glass in Syria, 500 BC. Molds were very common to cast glass, as you saw in the hieroglyph. Glass with larger particles resulted in messier casts. Glass had to be refined to capture more details in the molds. So for examples, on your left you'll see an early bottle. The glass is very chunky. It is not the smooth, sleek texture we're used to seeing when we think of glass, when we think of modern glass. And you can also notice that the color is very mottled. It is not one color, nor is it completely transparent. The center image is a mold of a head, and the progression is such that you can see the facial features, the marks of the curls, and they've come a long way from the rough bottle on your left. But if you look on your right, this little bead pendant brooch type object, very, very small, from Greece, 2nd century BC, has very fine details. The color is almost completely the same throughout the whole piece, and even though it is absolutely ancient, the detail remained. The glass had to be very fine to pick up and retain that detail. Color technique changes, 1 AD. Early colored glass was colored accidentally. There would be taints in the glass from the materials used to create the glass, causing it to be mottled in color. It wasn't completely conditioned to be one color or one transparency, as you can see on the left. On the right, you can see one of the first forays into single-colored glass. The purple is meant to look like amethyst. The Romans figured out once you had condensed glass into one color all the way through, you could take one color, say blue, and another color, let's say yellow, and take two pucks of those colors, chop it off, and have two chunks of differently colored glass. By putting them next to each other, taking a hot pipe and touching it to the colored, you could pick it up and melt it down into a solid piece of molten glass that was split half and half color-wise. You can see the results of this technique in these two bottles. Tools and recycling. Gaffers, that is to say glassblowers, had to be resourceful, just like they do today. In Turkey, 3 AD, in a glassblowing section of the ruins they were exploring and investigating, the archaeologists found a ceramic tool with a chunk of glass at the end. The theory is that the glassblower, instead of requesting custom-made tools, was able to turn to his or her ceramic neighbors and ask those craftsmen for a tool that would suffice for the glassblower. So instead of reaching out to have a custom-made tool for a glassblower, the glassblower reached out to fellow craftsmen and saved time, money, and effort by just using a tool that already existed. Recycling in Italy, 9 AD. As the Roman Empire slowly declined, a lot of their art went by the wayside, but it wasn't wasted. Glassblowers at the time were able to take pieces of old mosaics and melt them down into new glass. Glass, even today, is endlessly recyclable. So, by recycling old Roman mosaics, Modern Christian monasteries, for example, could take glass that already existed and use it for their own purposes, whether it be for stained glass windows or for functionality, that is to say, cups or plates or whatever they needed. Italian domination, 1200 AD. Italy began to pull ahead of the entire rest of the world in terms of glass blowing. This was because they developed two main techniques that took the world by storm. Latimo, milk glass, which is completely opaque white glass, very similar to porcelain, and Cristallo, which was completely transparent glass. These were both incredible leaps in the glass world, and Italy knew it. Because of that, Murano, or rather Venice, took advantage of having that many glassblowers in one area, and they put out rules to restrict the traveling of their glassblowing folk, the families, and the families were forced to move to Murano, an island, to prevent all of these glass furnaces from catching Italy on fire. So Venetian glass became its own sort of monopoly. The gaffers were treated like nobility, but they also were highly restricted. No glassblower could leave, and no foreign glassblowers could come and visit for fear of losing trade secrets. This continued on for centuries. The Bohemian Challenge, 1600 AD. Caspar Lehmann was a gem cutter, and he realized after Bohemia developed a new completely transparent glass. Their glass was different from Cristallo because it was tougher. And because of that toughness, he realized he could use his tools, the gem cutting tools, on the glass to make an etching, just like the one you saw here, one of his own pieces. This took the world by storm and began to take all of the attention away, well, not all of it, but take the attention away from Italy. Glassblowing and glass was beginning to open up to the world again. Glassblowing goes global. Americans begin to blow glass. 1600 AD. When the settlers came from everywhere they came from in Europe over to America, it was a brand new, fresh slate for gaffers. They were brand new natural resources that they could dig into to create their glass, and there was a new need for the settlers. Because of this need, the demand inspired new techniques that Americans had that Europeans had no need to develop. European glass was already established. They had the time and the resources and the people to create very skillful pieces of artistic necessities, bowls, vases, even jewelry. Americans, on the other hand, would settle for windows, and so their techniques began to diverge. On the contrary, in Western Europe and Eastern Asia, 1700 AD, the two countries began to look at each other and deeply admire what each other had. Western Europe began taking on a lot of fake porcelain ideas for their artwork. A lot of China patterns were put onto Western European pieces, and even to this day, some of them are so identical it's hard to tell the difference between genuine Asian China porcelain, all of that genre, and the Western Europe pieces of the time. Vice versa, Eastern Asia very much liked Western Europe's glass engraving, so Eastern Asia began engraving a lot of their porcelain and glass. Jumping a couple centuries, the American studio art movement, 1900 AD. This was pretty recent. It was after the Industrial Revolution when the industry of glassblowing became an industry. Glassblowers were laborers, and they were overseen by designers who would create what they wanted created and send the blueprints off to the laborers, the glassblowers. However, Harvey Littleton, a pottery instructor, received the support of then-director Otto Whitman to conduct a workshop to explore ways artists might create works from molten glass in their own studios rather than in factories. This was the first step to the modern glass we know now, the modern glass artists we know now. Instead of being forced to follow the blueprints handed down from on high, a glassblower was finally able to take creative license and make whatever he or she wanted. Glassblowing during COVID-19. COVID-19 obviously changed a lot in all of our lives, but glassblowing was affected for two main reasons. First, the amount of people in a room was restricted. Usually, a glassblower works with a team of people. How do you have people in your shop without breaking COVID regulations? It was difficult, but we managed by enforcing mandatory masks and mandatory cleansing of supplies and figuring out who was actually necessary to the process. Furthermore, one of the biggest changes, if you're always wearing a mask, how can you blow into a blowpipe? You are required to be able to seal your mouth around the blowpipe to make sure that the air pushes the glass into the shape you want it to be. If you don't have that sealed, there's going to not be enough pressure to move the glass. The solution to that was pneumatic pipes. We use rubber hoses with specific coupling links to plug onto the pipes and use pressurized air to blow the glass for us. Those are just some of the changes we've had to make, but they've become enough that it has influenced how glass blowing may proceed from now on. For more information, please come to my website. I'll show you at the end. Otherwise, these are all of my sources. There are some that are just references. Take your time. There's a lot of them. And for more information, feel free to visit this website. It's a whole presentation that gives all of the information I've given you already, but with much more depth. And if you would like to contact me, that is my email. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your conference, and may your life be brighter having watched this presentation. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye.
I do want to thank Lucy in absentia, and I appreciate her taking the time in what's got to be a very busy schedule to join us today. Okay, our third presenter, Seth Zackerl, was having earlier computer issues and just managed to get in to the event. He's got about 10 minutes, and I'd like to give him the opportunity to talk about Labor Holds the Key, the ICU, and its historical impact. And he's looking specifically at South Africa and early 20th century attempts to combat apartheid. So, Seth, if you want to unmute and join us, if you can do 10 minutes, we'd be really pleased.
Yeah, I will try to cut my presentation down. Do I share my screen because I have a PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to see that?
We are.
All right, so as she said, my presentation is Labor Holds the Key, the ICU and its historical impact. And before I want to go on, I just want to clarify. When I say the ICU, I'm not talking about the intensive care unit. I'm talking about the Industrial and Commercial Workers Union of Africa. And it's a really understudied part of South African history because whenever we talk about the history of anti-racism in South Africa, usually what we think of is anti-apartheid groups, but this was not actually an anti-apartheid group because it emerged before apartheid was even a thing. This was in the 1920s. And most of the research, because Americans, when we think of South Africa, we usually think of apartheid. Things that don't have to deal with that often don't get that research, and the ICU is one of those things. But as I'm going to discuss, it really did have a massive impact on the later anti-apartheid organizing that people are more familiar with. So here's my abstract. I'm not going to read it out because I'm constrained on time, but basically what I say here is what I just said, that this organization is pretty obscure and that it only existed for a short time, but the tactics that it used really influenced later groups such as the ANC. And these are some of the sources I used. The big one is the top one. When you ill-treat the African people, I see you. A Brief History of South Africa's Industrial and Commercial Workers Union. And this is from sort of an obscure South African group called the Tricontinental Research Institute, but it's a really great source on this issue. If I was going to tell you to read one thing to really understand the ICU, well, I would tell you to read my paper. But the second thing that I would tell you to read would be this. It's just a really great source overall. And then I have a few other sources that are more narrow, that are about specific issues the ICU faced that I'm going to get into a little bit later. And then there's The Decline and Fall of the ICU, which was a contemporary account from a Western leftist who was basically reflecting on what happened with this group, why did it collapse, and what can we learn from it? And that was something really helpful to get a contemporary view. So also before we talk about the ICU, we have to talk about the context that it emerged from, which is the early 1900s in South Africa. So the first big event was the South African War, which is also known as the Boer War. And that was ended by the Treaty of Vereeniging, which was a victory for the British government over the Dutch settlers, who were also known as the Boers. And the British had really been supported by the African population, and they expected to get something from their support, but they really didn't. So that really upset a lot of the African population. And then when the Union of South Africa was formed in 1910, that just increased the problem even more. Africans were really not getting the representation they wanted. But the real issue was the Natives Land Act of 1913. You can see on this map on the right, these are the lands that were allocated to Black farmers. This was the only area they were allowed to farm. The dark black areas were what they were initially given. And first of all, this land is very broken up, but it's also some of the worst land in South Africa. The area in the north is all deserts. The area in the south is all jungles. It's just miserable land to try to farm. So the Black population was really, they were really hurt by this legislation. And contemporary Black advocacy groups were really unable to stop it. So a lot of people were turning to a more radical alternative. And that alternative was the ICU. Now, the ICU was founded by a man named Clement Skadali. He was born not in South Africa, he was born in Malawi. And he got a missionary education, which was very rare for Africans at the time. And by the late 1900s, he had a clerk job in Cape Town. And he met up with a white British trade unionist, and they decided they were going to try to unionize the majority Black dock workers in the Cape. And this was successful. They had a successful strike. And then the union began to expand beyond dock workers. By 1927, it had 150 to 250,000 members, which was a massive amount for South Africa, especially considering it was the first ever union controlled by Black people. So it had two big ideological influences. Because it was controlled by dock workers, they heard a lot of ideas from foreigners, from Americans, from the British, and they brought a lot of those ideas into the ICU. One of them was Garveyism, which was basically Black separatism. It was the idea by Marcus Garvey, who's the man on the right, that Black people should split off from the white population until they were educated and able to engage with white people on even footing. And the other big idea was syndicalism, which was, it was a radical socialist idea that was essentially all workers should get together into one big union, as they called it, and fight back against capitalism that way. And that one big union in America was the IWW. But in South Africa, the ICU was attempting to take on that role. Now, the ICU was really beginning to have a lot of problems by the mid-1900s, even as it was reaching its peak. In 1926, Clement Skadali expelled the communists from the group. Now, there's debate on why he decided to do this. He claimed that it was because he believed no man could serve two masters, and that if you're serving the South African Communist Party, you can't be serving the ICU as well. But really, it seems like a more accurate reason was that Kadali was afraid because the communists were criticizing him, and he was worried they would overthrow his leadership. And he also had issues with a lot of local leaders. For instance, the Durban branch of the party. Durban is a major city in South Africa. And that branch was led by a man named A.W.G. Champion. And he was expelled from the group. He was accused of a lot of financial irregularities. And he basically took the entire very large Durban branch with him. So the combination of those two factors meant that the ICU basically had nobody left who could actually organize any sort of strike. They struggled initially to begin with because the people running it had never run a union before, because it was the first Black union in South Africa. But they especially struggled whenever a lot of the most energetic members who were communists left the group, and it really couldn't organize anything beyond that point. By the 1930s, there were at least a half a dozen groups that were all claiming to be the legitimate ICU, but really the group was essentially dead, and there was basically nothing left of it by that point. Despite its collapse, there is a lot to be learned from the ICU, and a lot that was given to later anti-apartheid organizers. The first was that it reintroduced the idea of militant resistance, because a lot of the groups that were protesting at the time, they attempted to use quote unquote respectable tactics to try to get the respect of white people in South Africa. So what they would do is they would sign petitions, they would go and speak before the legislature, that sort of thing, and it got them nowhere. And a lot of Black people saw, well, the ICU is doing more militant organizing, and it's actually getting them somewhere. So maybe we could do that too. Another thing that did was that it brought in unions as a way to bring about social change. Like I said, it was the first Black union in South Africa, and Black people saw its success, and they also reasoned that unions can do something for us. And a lot of anti-apartheid organizing, especially in the ANC, was done through unions. And the union movement is still very powerful in South Africa today. But the biggest thing I think that it did was that it transcended tribal and ethnic divisions. Now, South Africa is a very ethnically divided place. There are more than a dozen different major ethnicities in the country. And a lot of anti-apartheid groups just tried to cater to one of those groups. But the really successful groups were the ones that managed to cut across both class lines and tribal and ethnic lines, and even racial lines, and managed to bring everyone in South Africa onto the common goal of change. And that was, I think, what the biggest thing that could be learned from the ICU. So that's all I have. I hope that I used a good amount of time. Yeah, it looks like I got it about exactly. So thank you.
Seth, you did a commendable job in making this fit the time that you had. If anybody's got questions, we could field one or two. I know that Megan Reed is here and they've got this slot next, so we will try to be brief, but if there are questions for Seth, I think your topic, Seth, is really an interesting one, and I'd personally like to know how you came across it.
Well, I was taking a class on South African history. I'm at Westminster College and I was taking a class there. And it was sort of something that the professor had just brought up sort of in passing, like she told one sentence about it. And it was just something that caught my attention for that second there. And so I decided to look more into it. And this was my class paper for that class. So it was something that really caught my eye.
I mean, I have the advantage that I get to read the whole paper, and I thought you did a really commendable job. And I'd like to give others an opportunity if they've got anything really quickly. Anybody out there? Well, how about we say that, Seth, why don't you type your email into the chat real quick? And that way, if someone has a question that they're reluctant to ask because we're running up on time, they can email it and ask you. Okay, so anybody who'd like to take advantage of that, please do. I'm sure Seth would like the feedback.
Yeah, I'd be happy to hear from anyone who has a question or something to say.
I do have a couple of things, so I'm going to take advantage of that. So if there are no further questions, I am going to turn this over or back to Kayla and to Jonathan and to Megan Reed for our next session, which is actually a grant writing workshop. And I do recommend that anybody interested in research projects and looking for external funding, stay with her and listen. So thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Palanti. Megan, whenever you are ready, you can go right ahead. You have screen sharing capabilities, but if you need anything from me or Jonathan, just let us know.
Awesome. Thank you, Kayla. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Can someone just confirm for me that you can see the shared screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Let me just turn off the sound on my computer so you don't hear that dinging noise. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Megan Reed. I am currently the director of the Trumbull County Historical Society. And today we are going to be talking about grant writing. And this is a topic that I spend a lot of time on as a public historian and a small museum professional. As the director of TCHS, I would estimate that about 50% of my time in terms of building capacity for smaller organizations is focused on grant writing. And most of my experience is going to come from increasing revenues in terms of programmatic capacity and operational capacity for smaller institutions. And when I talk about small museums, we're really looking at organizations with budgets of about $1 million or less. So that's what I'll be focusing on today. However, if you have questions about specifically grant writing for either all volunteer organizations that you may be associated with, a part of, or if you have questions about fundraising, grant writing for larger institutions, please ask those questions at the end and I'll do my best to answer. I've structured this workshop into 3 sections. The first section will be kind of a case study on the Trumbull County Historical Society and some of the successful grants and the successful grant projects that we have worked on. The second part of the presentation is going to be kind of a grants 101. And I've tried to structure this so that it's helpful for people who do have some experience with grant writing and also for people who have never written a grant before in their lives. And then the third section of the workshop will actually be a workshop where I'll stop talking and there are a few questions that I'd like to go through, like a very mini grant writing workshop to give you all the chance to come up with your own projects and then answer some potential grant questions for those projects. Get your wheels turning. So a couple of years ago, I saw this image and it is so true. I think a lot of people think of grant writing as this, like you have to be a perfect writer or you really have to be able to word things absolutely perfectly in order to get a grant. And to some extent, you need to be able to convey the message that you want to, of course. But for the most part, this really is about grant writing is about just conventions, technical formatting, and word count. I can't tell you how many times I have sat in front of my computer at a grant and just highlighted paragraphs of a grant narrative and checked for word count. Almost all grant applications require some sort of very specific word count. And sometimes that really does feel like what it is all about. Program staff, I think that can be very true too, depending on the organization that you work for. A lot of organizations that bring in a lot of grant funding can be seen as, you know, having money grow on trees when of course that's not true. And then the other thing, I am very blessed that 2 of the most amazing grant writers currently sit on our board and fully understand the importance of grant writing. But I do think some boards can underutilize or undervalue grant writing as a whole across the organization. So if you have any specific questions about that, I'd also be more than happy to answer those at the end of the presentation. So jumping into how I got started with grant writing, up until 5 years ago, I had never written a grant in my life. I was hired at the Trumbull County Historical Society in 2015 as the very first employee ever. So they were an all volunteer organization before I started, which is a very unique situation. And at that point, I was hired at 9 hours a week at $9 an hour. And I knew at that point that I wanted to stay in Warren, that I wanted to be able to grow this organization. But in terms of developing capacity, they hired me as their director when I was 24 years old. I was fresh out of grad school. I graduated in 2014 from the University of North Carolina at Greensboro. And I had written a successful grant application with my cohort there. And then I had also proofread some grants for my supervisor at a historic house museum I was working at the time. But that was it. That was really the extent of my grant writing experience when I stepped into this role. So I very quickly had to learn and adjust to different funding streams, different ways of growing our operating budget. And grant writing was one of the most important things I would very easily say that we have done over the past 5 years. Grant writing is incredibly important to pilot a project that you want to find more stable funding for. So for instance, if there's a position you want to hire for, if there's an education program that you want to start, finding a grant that can be a pilot project, first of all, to see if, just test run it, see if it's something that you want to do long term, but then also as sort of like a phase so that you can find more stable funding for the future. So if there's a way that you can get a grant to fund a project for a year or two while you grow your membership campaign or grow an annual appeal or increase your fundraising, then by the end of year 2 or 3, then you'll be able to more stably fund that particular event more long term. And of course, grants are also really helpful for one-off projects, whether that's putting a mural into a particular space, or we're doing a project now where we're installing window clings for businesses in downtown Warren, or we just installed a series of historic signs a couple of years ago. That was a grant project. Grants can be great for one-off projects like that too. But the biggest thing that we have used grants for is building capacity. And these are 2 photos just to show you back in 2015 what we were working with. This is one of our programs on the left here from 2015. Not very engaging, a very specific, not very broad audience. At that point, the Historical Society was very much more of a membership club than it was a community organization for all the people. And then this image that you see on the right was part of our exhibits. And this, I could show you 10 or 15 images of different displays like this one. Tons of stuff. We have a collection of over 20,000 items. A lot of it's really amazing stuff, really significant work, but all jammed into a very cramped, not environmentally controlled basement. So growing capacity was one of the things that we really looked at. We struggled with space constraints, the size of our staff, and of course, developing inclusive and exciting programs and reaching wider audiences. I think this is something that most institutions, most nonprofit institutions talk about a lot today. You can see the building on the left here is the John Stark Edwards House. It's about a 1,300 square foot building where up until today, all of our programming exists. And then this picture is of me on the right, little baby Megan, before I had written any grants. This was actually my very first media interview when I first started. So I say that with the hope that everybody will try grant writing at some point. Like I said, I didn't really get into this until about 5 years ago. And it does take some mental stamina and just some exercising of that muscle, so to speak. Once you write a couple of grants and really get into the kind of language to use and the different topics that you need to address in a grant application, it does get easier over time. And then we went through a phase of strategic planning. So back in 2017, we held a series of 5 meetings within our community, 5 open to the public meetings, where we asked people to give us their honest input about what should our values be, what should our main programs be, what should we stop doing, what should we grow. And strategic planning, and we're going to talk about this in a little bit later too with Grants 101, is one of the most important pieces of grant writing. Especially federal grants will require that you have a strategic plan. And it's an incredibly important process internally as well for you and the board and your community, any other nonprofit groups that you're partnering with for a particular application, that everybody's on the same page when it comes to what your goals are and what you're trying to accomplish. And this is one of the graphs that we put together back then that we still submit with some of our grant applications, even though it's changed quite a bit. But looking at your strategic priorities, Preservation's, of course, one of ours, the John Stark Edwards House, our education programs, the Trumbull County Museum. Keepers of the Flame is what we call our local, state, and federal advocacy efforts. So really looking at all that you do, all of your programming in one map and seeing which projects could connect to different avenues there. So at the end of the day, what did we end up fundraising for? Number one was my salary. Again, when we started this process, I was part-time. Today, because of grants that we have received, we have 2 full-time staff, a part-time staff member, and we also benefit from having a full-time History Service Corps member, AmeriCorps History Service Corps member on our site as well. We wanted to fundraise for increased programming, collections equipment, and environmentally controlled collection storage facility. And then our expansion, and this is the big one. Back in 2019, the Trumbull County Historical Society purchased the building that you see on the right here, the Owen Morgan House, which is currently in the process of being renovated into the Morgan History Center. We needed to fund the equipment for that space, and most importantly, it had been vacant for 7 years, and we needed to fund the restoration of the building. So that was also a big grant funded project that we'll talk about in a minute as well. So these are the projects, some of the projects, this isn't a complete list of some of the projects that we have successfully funded through grants over the past few years. The Morgan House restoration was a state Appalachian Regional Commission grant, mostly for the construction phase of the building. If anybody ever wants to talk about legal qualifications and requirements for how you write grants for bid specs, I am totally there. It's been basically my life for 6 months now. The Wien Foundation, which is a local federal or a local private foundation here in Warren, funded both our Look Here project, which is modeled on a project that Over the Rhine did in Cincinnati, where we did 10 historic sign stands around Warren, and then also an accompanying exhibit to that project, a Warren Then and Now exhibit. Ohio Humanities, Wien, and the Community Foundation of the Mahoning Valley funded the Voices Oral History Project, which is an oral history project that TCHS launched focused on elders within Warren's Black community. The National Endowment for the Humanities funded a project for us last year that focuses on planning for the semi-sesquicentennial of the United States, the 250th anniversary of our nation in 2026, which seems super far away, but for a lot of funding organizations, it's right around the corner. So we applied to do collections assessments with 10 volunteer-run local organizations throughout Trumbull County to get a better inventory, a better sense of what was in those collections, but then also identify 2 objects for inclusion in a Trumbull County-wide traveling exhibit for 2026. And then the last one here is the biggest. So IMLS, for those of you who are unaware, stands for the Institute of Museum and Library Services. And IMLS has a bunch of grant programs. I would highly recommend that you just go to the Institute of Museum and Library Services website and look at the different grant programs that they offer and see if any of them fit your work. They fund a whole range of projects from collections and archives to private research phases to museum collections and educations and interpretive projects. Back in 2019, we received our first IMLS grant. We received $50,000 from them to catalog, inventory, rehouse our 5,000 high priority archives. And then last year, we received our biggest grant to date, a $202,000 grant from IMLS's Museums for America program, which is funding, essentially using the same methodology from that first phase, but expanding that to our entire collection. And we're in that process now of inventory and cataloging and putting into an online collections management software 20,000 of our collections items, and also purchasing the collections equipment to properly house them. So let's shift gears to just basic grant writing 101. And the very first thing that I always stress is planning. you really cannot plan enough. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of grants require you, particularly IMLS federal grants, require you to have a strategic plan when you apply. And there's a lot of really important reasons why they do that. You can't write a grant in a bubble. I can't just sit on this end of my computer and write a grant application that the federal government is going to approve when they don't think that, or they don't know that our board is involved, that the community has been involved in that planning, that the other staff are on board. And they really need to know where your organization wants to go. Are we all on the same page? Staff, board, community. And how are you going to prove that? How are you going to show that in a plan? So even, so when you're writing grants, definitely think through, if you have a plan, how your project is going to fit into the plan. And if you don't, then I would just kind of pause there and actually go through the strategic planning process before you dive into at least federal grants. You'll need to know what funds you need and if the project is feasible. And then you'll also need to know what the timeline is that you're working with, particularly when it comes to matching funds. The majority of grants out there are matching grants, whether it's a 50-50 split or it's a 60-40 split or a 30-70 split. Those are the three most common ones you'll see. Most are 50-50 or 60-40. And most grants will allow you to use volunteer time, which is valued at $27.20 an hour right now, which fills up quickly. But you do need, for the majority of grants, 90% of grants, you will need a match. So what timeline is your project going to occur, and how does that match up with the match that you are able to contribute, whether that's cash or volunteer time or funds from another grant potentially. Step 2 is going to be to identify your goals. And these are pretty broad. I think they apply to a lot of different organizations. Sustaining full-time staff, being more accessible to our community, both in terms of diverse audiences and physical accessibility, increasing visibility to the community, meeting museum standards with collections and education projects. Within your strategic plan, you'll need to identify which goals you want to move forward with within the course of that plan. Okay, so you've written your strategic plan, you know what project you want to write about, you found a good grant that matches with your project. Please start early. This is one of the things that I had to learn the hard way. Grant writing is not the kind of thing where you are finishing a term paper or you're writing a term paper and you can do it the night beforehand because it's really just you with words in a Word document, you know? Grant writing requires community involvement. It requires community input. It requires partnerships to build before you turn in your application. It requires letters of commitment that you need to get from those community partners. I would highly recommend that you start a month early. If you look at a grant application, my kind of standard is starting a month early. If you have to do, 2 or 3 weeks, that's pretty feasible. You could do that, but try to start a month early and create a timeline. So when are you reaching out to your community partners for letters of support? When do you want to get the first draft of the narrative done? When do you want to have the final budget done? Are there quotes that you need to get to include in the grant application? Because it takes some companies a while for them to get quotes together for you to submit with your application. Start early, create a timeline. And if you're going to take away anything from this presentation today, I would say that please take away this third point. And that's that you need to link whatever project you are applying for to pertinent community-wide goals. Grant writing is not an organization talking about what they want for themselves. I don't write grants talking about what I want for the Trumbull County Historical Society or what the Trumbull County Historical Society wants internally. We write grants about what the Trumbull County Historical Society can contribute to community-wide goals. And that means that you need to know what those goals are. You also need to effectively communicate how you came to identify those community goals. That's a huge piece of this. So try to find what you can buy into. For instance, when we applied for the Appalachian Regional Commission grant to fund the restoration of the Morgan History Center, we built into the fact that the building was vacant. The community-wide blight and economic downturn in Warren is incredibly palpable and reaches many, if not arguably all, residents. And we were taking a building on Warren's Mahoning Avenue on our what they call Millionaires Row and renovating it and restoring it to productive use for the community. That is a very palpable thing to write into a grant application. We were also doing this as a tourism initiative. So we're located right across the street from the Tourism Bureau. We are going to have exhibit spaces that are open to the public. That's inspiring tourism, getting more people in town that will then go to different restaurants and walk around downtown, hopefully in a not COVID world. So trying to find what your community wants, what those community-wide goals are, and then how your project addresses those, how your project buys into those is super important. And then you use those goals to build relationships. So then once you know what your goals are, you can call the library and say, hey, we want to do this project. How would you feel about X, Y, Z? Or, hey, I'm going to call my local community development corporation and see what they can give to a particular project. We used our local community development corporation when it came to renovations of the Morgan House and just having their expertise in terms of partnerships. All of those things are super important in building those relationships in your community. And partner. I don't think I've ever written a grant application that is not a partnership of some kind with another organization in town. It's really, really important to prove to grant funders, local funders, state funders, and federal funders that you're not alone, that you're doing this together, that you are rallying the troops, and that you are not the only one who's saying this is a good project, that this is a good idea for your community. And finding more people with skill sets that could add to your project, the better. So that's definitely finding organizations that match your goals is a really important piece of grant writing as well. So let's take a minute, and I really am going to hammer out here the difference between how you write a government grant versus local grants. They're very different. And for local foundations, they're generally looking for specific outcomes and goals related to their specific funding priorities. Every local private foundation that is giving out money has an agenda, and you need to figure out what that agenda is. The most important thing for you, though, when writing the grant is that for local foundations, the reviewers are 9 times out of 10 not going to be in your field. So for instance, the people of the Community Foundation of the Mahoning Valley, the people of the Raymond John Ween Foundation who give out grants in the Mahoning Valley, they are not museum professionals. They are not public historians. They're not historians of any kind. They're looking at this from a completely outside viewpoint. So some things you're going to have to explain more than others. We don't use as many acronyms when talking in local foundation grant applications. You really need to spell things out a bit more. And then, of course, your local reputation plays a huge role into local foundations and what they fund as well. For state and federal grants, they're generally making sure that you are following best practices and that you have community input in your process. So the reviewers are in your field. They are going to be, for instance, Ohio Humanities. They are going to be historians, public historians, people who are published. For the Ohio History Fund grants, they are going to be historic preservationists. They're going to be public historians. For federal grants, I sit on the Federal Grant Review Board for IMLS. I serve as part of the process reviewing grants for IMLS every year. And we are all people that are in this field, people who are working in museums and dealing with this work day to day. These are generally going to be people who have done projects similar to yours and know what works and what doesn't work. So having some kind of peer reviewer as part of a process for a state or a federal grant, whether that's a colleague that you trust, or if it's a conservator that you trust who can review your work, that's going to be super important for state and federal grants as well. Just to answer all those questions that you don't even think of when you're writing out your project. So our path to federal grants, you can just go ahead and submit a federal grant in a vacuum. I would not recommend that. For federal grants, you have to prove that you have professionals backing up your decisions, and you have to prove that you've done your homework. So there's certain ways that you can do this and write this into federal grant applications. But the biggest thing is making sure that other professionals in the field that you're working with approve of your work. So for us, and you don't have to do these in this order, this is just how we went about this process. But at first we completed a MAP assessment, a museum assessment program assessment through the American Alliance of Museums in organizational development. And then we also did one in community and audience engagement. So the peer reviewer that did our assessments for those, we can attach those assessments as an addendum, addendum to our grant application, so that the peer reviewer knows that there are other outside professionals that are looking at the work and approving of our methodology there. Then we passed our first strategic plan, and then we completed a CAP assessment. And for us, our CAP was a huge game changer. For those of you who are unaware, the CAP is a collections assessment for preservation, and it's essentially an assessment for collections. And the CAP gives you two assessors. One completes an assessment on your collection, your museum collection. The other assessor does a facilities assessment, so the buildings that you have on your campus. And it was through our CAP that we were connected with a conservator out of Phoenix, Arizona, Terry Schindel, and we have worked with her on all of our collections related grants since then. She's been providing training services to our volunteers as part of those grant applications. She's been training our staff. She's been reviewing the methodologies and helping us put together. She's kind of like that rubber stamp, so to speak, as a professional conservator, that our collections work is shipshape and doing the right things in terms of meeting best practices. So if anybody has questions about finding a good match for a potential project like that, please send that in as a question. We can talk about that later. Federal grants, there are a lot of moving parts, so give yourself enough time. Again, I would not recommend writing these in a vacuum by yourself. For collections projects, bring in a conservator and help them write them into the budget. That is a huge part. Please don't ask a conservator unless they offer it to do this for free. Write them in a stipend or just an hourly rate for their time, their travel, their per diem into your grant budget, so they're compensated accordingly. They will, I for sure guarantee you, appreciate that and be more willing to work with you in the future. And for education projects, bring in an educator. And again, write them into the budget. So we've worked with Warren City Schools for this. They've written letters of support for grant applications. Or if there's a particular teacher that you have worked with in the past and have a good relationship with, that would also work as well. And then here is a short list, a very short list of some federal grants to consider applying for. The Institute of Museum and Library Services. The two programs that I recommend looking into are Inspire grants for small museums and Museums for America. Museums for America funds collections projects, education projects, interpretive projects. But again, the Institute of Museum and Library Services has a variety of grant programs. So please check out their website and just scroll through. There's a zillion different programs for a variety of topics for things that you could apply for. The National Endowment for the Humanities, they do preservation assistance grants for smaller institutions. Those grants are usually between 10 and 15 grand. And then they also do larger sustaining cultural heritage grants. And then the National Park Service. Save America's Treasures is historic preservation projects, both for buildings. It's one of the only grants that are out there for bricks and mortar construction work on historic buildings. And they also do collections projects as well, like artifacts, photographs, documents, objects. With Save America's Treasures, if you're going to put in an application for historic preservation of a building, that building does have to either be on the National Register or be a contributing building as part of a nationally registered historic district. And then they also do they started this a couple years ago, an African American civil rights program that they're pushing a lot of money into. So if you're looking at a particular project that you think would play into African American civil rights, I would definitely recommend looking into that one as well. And again, same as IMLS, the National Endowment for Humanities and the National Park Service have many more programs than this. So please check out their websites and review those different programs before you would apply. All right, local grants. So these are the big hitters for us locally here. The Raymond John Ween Foundation, they're located out of Warren. The Community Foundation of the Mahoning Valley and the Youngstown Foundation are both located in Youngstown. The Community Foundation and the Ween Foundation fund projects in both Trumbull and Mahoning counties. The Youngstown Foundation really focuses specifically on Youngstown. And then I also included the Community Foundation of Western PA and Eastern Ohio here because I think they're pretty often overlooked, but they are another granting organization, usually smaller projects like under $5,000. If there's a small community outreach or education project that you would want to fund, they'd be a good one to check into. And the big thing for local grants is understanding the funder's goals. And the best example of this that I can give is the Raymond John Ween Foundation. We have received funding from them every year for 4 years. However, every single time I talk to one of their program staff, without fail, every single time, they specifically say they don't fund museums. They don't fund museums, they don't fund preservation, they don't fund historical societies. However, they have funded us for the past 4 years, and that's because of the different programs that they've funded. So you really need to understand what the funder is willing to give money for. So for instance, for the Raymond John Ween Foundation, these are their 4 strategic priorities: community revitalization, economic opportunity, educational opportunity, and public sector leadership. Most of the applications that we put in for them fall under this community revitalization aspect, but they all do have an educational bent to them. So the Ween Foundation isn't going to give us money for collection storage cabinets. That's just not going to happen. However, they funded the Voices Oral History Project as a community revitalization and equity initiative. They funded the Look Here project for promoting the historic nature of Warren's downtown as a community revitalization project. Same with the Warren Then and Now exhibit. And they also funded a museum in a box program that we did in partnership with the Sutliff Museum back in 2016. So just because a funder doesn't necessarily fund museums or history, there's generally ways that you can plug into that. And I would definitely highly recommend that you check that out and call them and have a conversation with them before you make those sort of, just pass it on kind of decision. It is really important that you call funders. That's something I don't think people are aware of enough and just don't do enough. If there's a particular project and you're like, I don't know, it doesn't really seem like it could fit. Or if you're just like, man, I don't know if this particular bent to this project is something that they would consider, call them. I have cold called, especially the first time we apply for grants, multiple organizations, Ween Foundation, Ohio Humanities, History Fund, and just said, hey, we have this project we want to fund. Do you mind talking through with me to see if it would be an eligible project for your grant program? And 10 times out of 10, somebody will say, yeah, absolutely. They definitely want to diversify the types of programs that they do. They have their specific niche, but most funders very much encourage new applicants to come in if there's a really good project that you want to do, and just talk it through with them. And most of the time they'll say, that's a really awesome project, but there's this and that about it that you'll need to change in order to be eligible for our program. Or, this isn't necessarily a good fit for this program, but it could be a good fit for that program. And just having those initial conversations and hashing some of that out is super helpful. Okay, so before we move on to the actual workshop part of the project, I was hoping to pull up here we go. I do want to share a grant application that we submitted that was successful for a couple of reasons. So this grant application that we're looking at now was an Institute of Museum and Library Services Museums for America grant. This one was funded in 2020. It was a successful grant application. And there's a couple things that I'd like to point out just in going through this narrative. So this is just the narrative document, but everything that you see highlighted in yellow is going to be a supporting doc. And again, one of the things that you really need to do when applying for a grant is read the instructions, understand how you're uploading all of the documents, make sure that you understand and give yourself enough time to upload your documents in case there's some kind of computer glitch at 11:59 p.m. But uploading supporting docs and creating supporting docs is a huge part of grant writing that I don't think people talk about enough. So you write your narrative. For this one, it's a 7-page limit. And within this narrative, they give you specific questions to answer. So when you write a grant narrative, don't just look over their questions and then write blocks of your narrative without singling out those questions. So you'll see throughout this narrative, the question, the exact word for word question they asked is in bold. The next one, bold. This is the exact question they're asking. Next one, bold. So they know very right off the bat that you are following the rules, that you're following their guidelines, that you are giving them direct responses to the questions that they want to know. And I don't submit this with the supporting docs highlighted in yellow, but I do this for myself so that I can upload them in order when I'm submitting everything at the end. And I do want to go through and just point out the supporting docs to give you a sense of what kinds of supporting materials you may want to include with a grant application. So for instance, this one is our strategic plan.
Hey, Megan, sorry.
The next one is going to be the pilot project
Can you hear me?
outcomes for this particular program. For this particular project, we did a pilot project with the 5,000 high priority archives before we applied to mainstream this project with all 20,000 items in our collection. So we did a supporting doc with all of the outcomes that came out of that pilot project so that the funder knew exactly how successful and that the methodology that we were using works. Next supporting doc, as we scroll down, is going to be our move plan. No collections project will pass that we are moving 20,000 objects from one building to another building. No peer reviewer is going to fund a project like that if you don't have a plan for moving everything. So you make sure that nothing gets lost or damaged in the way. So the move plan included how we were going to label everything when we packed it, how we were going to pack and crate everything, our deboxing, our rehousing at the new space, our plan for that, and then also the movers that we were hiring as well. For federal grants, most of them ask about your project maturity level, especially for the Institute of Museum and Library Services. They want to know if this is an exploratory, a piloting, a scaling, or mainstreaming project. So I would highly recommend, as you're even just starting to think through, even not for IMLS, I think this is just a really good practice to think through in your head which of those phases, which maturity level in your project as a whole are you starting to think through for that particular project. Our collaborative partners, so you can see a list of them here. We wrote a supporting doc for this grant with a list of all of our collaborative partners and how they would either be a part of or benefit from the project. The curriculum. This particular grant had our conservator training our volunteers and our staff on collections move protocols. So she included her curriculum for that training as a supporting doc. Furniture storage and supply list, that's just what we're buying. The Owen Morgan House layout, that's the layout of the actual building so that the peer reviewer could see in what room the collection storage was going. The storage layout, the layout of the actual collections room was another supporting doc. And I think there's just one more. Yeah, letters of commitment was the last one. And you want to upload these in order. That's why, again, they're highlighted in yellow so that as a peer reviewer is reading your grant application, they can scroll through and pull these up in order as they read through the application. All right, so at this point, let's switch gears and talk about you guys coming up with your own project. So let's take just maybe 5 or 7 minutes and just pause things. And while all of this information, I know it's a lot to throw at you at once, is rumbling around in your brain, let's just give you all a second to stop and really think through how everything we've talked about is practically accomplished. So think about a project that you would want to fund. What is the project's maturity level? And whenever we're talking about what project you want to fund, don't make it overly complicated, just a sentence or two, just write it on a piece of paper. What's the project's maturity level? Start thinking through, is it exploratory, pilot, scaling, or is it a mainstreaming project? Who are your consulting professionals, whether that's an educator or collections manager or conservator or a published author? Who are your community partners? And how will you manage your project's results? And think about that in numbers, like what quantitatively, not just qualitatively, but quantitatively. And this can get tricky for projects that are really more like changing hearts and minds projects. It can get really hard to measure your project's results, and finding ways of getting community feedback or sending a survey to get community feedback. Thinking through that and how you want to measure your project's results and prove success can be tricky, but it's important. Okay, so I'm going to start timer for about 5 minutes. Let's all just kind of pause, and I'll give you some time to think and write your responses.
Hi, Megan. I didn't want to take the group away from this topic, but since it seems fairly quiet, I wondered if you could tell us a little bit about your grant work recently and your new projects at the Trumbull Historical Society.
Martha, I'm thinking maybe Megan can't hear because for some reason, because I tried to interrupt her earlier because her screen wasn't showing what she was saying.
Yeah.
It seems like there's a disconnect. I'm messaging her.
Okay.
I messaged earlier. And,
I'm here. Sorry. I just saw that my headphones weren't like quite in all the way, and I don't think I could hear you. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. It's a little off topic, but it's more a direct application of the things you were talking about.
Sure.
I know that recently Trumbull County or the Trumbull Historical Society has been expanding.
Mm-hmm.
And could you talk a little bit about what role grant work played in that?
Yeah.
As sort of a direct application of what you're speaking about.
For sure. So in expanding, Martha, do you mean like sort of physical campus, or do you mean like resources with staff?
Both.
Okay, yeah. So let me tackle one and then the other. So expanding for building our actual campus, the size of our campus in terms of operations, let me say that there is pretty like almost zero funding out there for bricks and mortar grants, especially if it's not a historic preservation project, specific project. So let's say like a museum wants to buy a building that was built in 1970 and there's no historic relevance to it. It's very almost impossible to get funding for projects like that. We were very lucky that there is an Appalachian Regional Commission grant that does cover Trumbull and Mahoning counties, and they do fund bricks and mortar projects for tourism and education related projects. So we were able to get $58,000 from them. And then we had a bequest of $50,000 from a longtime member who had passed that we were able to combine to match that grant. And that's the money that is paying for the restoration of the Morgan History Center. So grants were incredibly important there, but we were in a very lucky position where we were able to match those funds. So in terms of capacity, like actual space building, that's my best example for that. For staff support, that's a completely other, very more manageable animal. So my salary is about 50% funded through grants because we write in funding for my oversight, my supervision of the projects that we do. Our other full-time person is fully grant funded through the Institute of Museum and Library Services. Our part-time special projects associate is funded through a grant from the Institute of Museum and Library Services. And even our full-time AmeriCorps, she's stationed with us full-time, but she spends 50% of her time with us, 50% with other sites.
Like Kayla.
Yes, like Kayla. She is also, that's a grant application. Filling out to be a host site is a grant application. So all of our staff are, but besides some of my time, but I will say that because we've been able to have our staff be grant funded, that's allowed us to open up those funds in our operating budget for other projects. It's also given us more staff support to develop outreach initiatives and help with our membership drives so that when that funding becomes one that's gone in 2 years, we have the time now to plan for that, right? So my hope, my goal, and I think we will meet this, is to be able to sustain our staffing levels even after those grant projects are done. It's almost like a placeholder for right now so that we can grow our capacity to meet that need.
Very good. Very, very good. Trumbull County, at least it seems to me, is somewhat unique in that you've managed to maintain the level of service and staffing through COVID.
Yes.
How much are you guys eligible at all for state help? And can you take advantage of any of the CARES Act stuff?
Yes. So we didn't get that much through PPP. We got, I think, like just a little under $4,000 from PPP. And then we did apply and receive an Ohio Humanities CARES grant. So that was a little over 9,000, I believe, just under 10. And so that was super helpful for us last year because we weren't able to do our biggest fundraiser every year, which is we do an Oktoberfest in downtown Warren, which brings in close to 20 grand. So that CARES funding was able to offset that loss a bit. But I, again, would say that we have been able to sustain our staffing levels because of our grant funding. That does not in any way change because of COVID. Although I will say that we have had to suspend our volunteer program. And because of that, I had to go back to our grant funders, especially our federal funders, who a lot of our match for those grant applications is volunteer time.
Right.
So we had to go back to them and say, hey, we've had to suspend our volunteer program. Is there a way that we could rework our budget so that, that's accurately reflected? And 10 times out of 10, they were like, oh yeah, we absolutely understand that,
this is not the time they're going to argue about that, I don't think.
Yes,
So-
exactly. Exactly. But yeah, it's been tricky. The only other thing I would say there is that I still don't know going into this year. We just launched our membership campaign last week. We haven't done our annual appeal yet this year. Last year, our levels, like our membership drive went out last January, so that was pre-COVID. I don't know sitting here how that is going to be impacted by COVID, and how like I would hope that our membership sees that, you know, we're still doing programs, that we're still very active in the community. Part of that's because of our partnerships with local government. We do a lot to support Warren City Schools and the Trumbull County Commissioners. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how this year goes now that we're, a lot of our fundraising it would impact individual people's giving more. Does anybody have any other questions for me?
I have more if they don't.
There's nothing on the live stream yet.
Okay.
One of the things I thought was really important in your presentation, and I don't think you can emphasize it enough, is that you have to write the grant that the funders want.
Oh, yeah.
Not the grant that you want.
Yep. Yes.
And that when they say 200 words in outline form, they really do want an outline and less than 200 words. And if you give them a 500 word narrative, bye.
Yes, that is one thing I will say as a reviewer, I'm very particular about too. Like if you can't follow the instructions, then you're pretty much out, because it's at that point really nickel and diming, you know? That's one of those big things. One of my favorite examples of that is IMLS makes you submit your schedule of completion in a very specific graph. It's like a map that you have to fill out, and they give you like an example of it, and they tell you that you can complete it, you can make it in Word, but they don't give you any instructions on how you're supposed to make this like timeline graph in Word. And the first time I did it, it took me a really long time to get it to look exactly how it should have looked. But yeah, there's things like that where it's just following instructions, making sure that you are submitting the content in the form that they want it. And that you're writing for them. You know, we can think that a project is the best project in the world and it's going to, you know, move hearts and minds. And if it doesn't match their funding priorities and what they're looking, what the priorities they're looking at, then it really doesn't matter.
Just out of curiosity, have you ever applied to the History Fund through
Yes.
OHC?
We successfully applied to the History Fund back in 2018 for a textile preservation project. We inventoried and documented over 700 textiles and like costumes as part of that project. And then we actually applied this year too, and we're waiting to hear back, which should be literally any day now. They said February 15th, and I'm holding my breath. But that would be for a project to create actually, it's one of my favorite projects we've ever applied for a grant. It's called Warren Raised, which is a project that will create a map of all of the buildings in Warren that have been torn down. So through urban renewal. So it's urban renewal archives from the 60s, 70s, 80s. And it's also a partnership with our local land bank. So looking at the demolitions that have occurred through the land bank and putting all of those images of all of the buildings that aren't here anymore on a map with oral histories of those stories for those buildings. So
that's cool.
Fingers crossed, you know, it's one of those things where the History Fund's tough because it's so competitive. They only fund, you know, I think less than a quarter of the applications they get. So
and none of them are fully funded. Unfortunately, none. I mean, I've done the grant review there a couple times. And and I guess that's something else I'd add is that often you have to read between the lines. And if there's a provision in the grant that basically says, you know, we may do partial funding, they have to be able to tell from the application as the reviewers are reading it, that you don't actually need the whole amount, that it could be, you know, partially funded and still complete a sizable chunk of what you're asking for.
Yeah.
And that's one of those things that you have to read between the lines on the grant and make sure that it's included.
Pad your grant applications. Thank you, Martha. Always pad your grant application. So if they give you 50% of the money, you can still do it. My favorite example of this is just a few months ago, we applied for CDBG grant through the City of Warren. It's Community Development Block Grant. So I think Mahoning County does them too. It's a city.
They do.
Federally appointed funds that then the city disperses in grants to nonprofit groups for low to moderate income projects. And so we applied for a series of education projects throughout the year. We applied for $32,000 and we got $5 grand. It's like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do with $5 grand in this like whole scheme of the project? So we're just picking one, like a very small piece of the project. But yeah, definitely pad your applications, because if you only get half of the funding or a quarter of the funding, then you know you need to be able to shift gears and be flexible, because turning away funding like that, unless it's like a very severe situation, is just really bad. I do not recommend turning down funding unless it's like a weird situation and you don't plan on going back to them again.
Yeah. Well, and speaking of going back, making sure that you do the post-grant work is also really important. I mean, they're really not joking about it. They do want a final report.
And they want to see that you give them credit throughout the grant process. So if you do a social media post about, your progress on something, at the end, just a quick, like, this grant is funded by XYZ. Most grant funders, especially local funders, will require you to submit all of your marketing for the project at the end of the grant phase as well.
Well, I noticed now we're out of time.
Yep.
Thank you all. Any more questions from anybody? Megan, do you have a contact? Are they able to reach out to? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, this is my email. Please feel free to follow up with me or ask questions about anything that we've talked about, or whatever. I'm always available. And thank you so much, Martha and Kayla, for the opportunity to do this today.
Of course.
Thank you for agreeing to do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anytime.
Well, with that, thank you, Megan. We are going to have a recess for lunch. The next session that will be happening is at 1 o'clock, which is going to be led by me. It's going to be the AmeriCorps Ohio History Service Corps Postgrad Service and Career Development. So we will be taking a recess before that. I'm going to play a few videos that were created by the Youngstown Historical Center of Industry and Labor interns. They have multiple interns with them every semester working on various projects. So they created a few different videos to share with everybody on the live stream of what they've been working on this semester and previous semesters as well. So feel free, I'm just going to let those play for a bit over the break. Feel free to watch if you'd like, or feel free just to rejoin us at 1 o'clock.
Good afternoon and welcome to Archives at the Youngstown Historical Center of Industry and Labor. I'm Martha and I'm happy to take you on a little walkthrough and tour of our Archives library. Come on in. Okay. As you can see, the building was designed for the museum by Michael Graves, and he used as his framework the various silhouettes and images one might find in a steel mill. We are standing here in the rotunda, which is Michael Graves' memorialization of a blast furnace. Excuse me. So you have the sense of the height and the size of those iconic blast furnaces. The table here was handmade by a local stonemason, marble worker back in the early 60s. And if we have time later, I'll share the story. Okay, here we have our microfilm area. We have an extensive collection of microfilm, including early newspapers, local county records, the Ohio death certificates, and federal census records, to name the largest. The newspapers cover the mid to late 1800s and the early to mid 1900s. Census records from the beginning to 1930, and Ohio death certificates, the early collection. This is a self-service collection. We show you how to find what you're looking for, and then you take your microfilm to the opposite alcove where the reader and printer machines are located, and you can search, copy to your flash drive, or print whatever it is you find that you want to have. Perfect. Behind me here is the Center for Working Class Studies library collection. This was donated a few years ago by Dr. Russo and Dr. Lincoln from Youngstown State University. Small library setup. Our collection focus in the reading room centers on the topics of labor, industry, Okay, in here we have our reading room. As you can see, this is a small library setup. Our collection focus in the reading room centers on the topics of labor, industry, local history, genealogy, and the sociology as it relates to industry and labor. We cover those topics from the very broad historical to the very specific local in different ways. Sociology topics include such things as wages, leisure time, immigration, ethnic groups, economics, management styles. We have a small section of writing by and about workers, as well as the genealogy, local history, early maps, and reference section with industry directories, for example, the American Iron Institute directories, the genealogy guides, the encyclopedias of labor, industry, and reference, those types of topics. You'll see also we are a member of the Ohio History Connection Network of historic sites and archaeology sites throughout the state. You will find our holdings catalog in the online catalog at ohiohistory.org. And now let's take a brief walk behind the scenes where the manuscript collections and larger materials are stored in stacks. Okay, in here we have our Okay, welcome to the stacks area. This is where employees will come or staff members will come to get the items that a researcher requests. You'll see we have a number of oversized cabinets. These are very helpful for things like industrial drawings and blueprints. There are a number of collections from the various steel mills of the blueprints that give us insight into not only what they did, but how the furnaces were constructed, how the mills were laid out. In addition, there are things like oversized photos or large coasters, items that are too big to put in a box. Here we have the stacks area where manuscript collections are stored. You'll see a variety of sizes of boxes to accommodate the various materials. But our manuscript collections, whether they come from a steel mill or an individual, a labor union, a small company, they are accessioned, they are preserved, cared for, organized, stored in acid-free folders and boxes, and numbered and named so that we can quickly find items that are requested. Patrons are able to access the finding aids, which are a description of the contents of all of the collections and boxes, and find what they want to look at. We have some storage for periodicals. A lot of the periodicals came from the Sheet and Tube Research Library at the Mills, technical journals, conference reports, annual reports, company publications, employee magazines, union newsletters, Steel Labor, the newspaper for the CIO unions, variety of materials, pamphlet collection includes contracts, benefits books, safety materials, training manuals, all types of materials produced in connection with one of the companies or one of their services, their product catalogs. Down here we have local government records. We are a repository for a 6-county region that includes Trumbull, Mahoning, Columbiana, Carroll, Harrison, and Jefferson counties. A variety of local government records are here. Varies by county what they have sent to us, but it could be mortgage and deed records, could be early court records, back into the early 1800s in some cases, county commissioners' journals, the auditor's records of tax collections, tax assessments, and a variety of other items that they kept record of. In some cases, it's an enumeration of sheep. In some cases, it's the quadrennial census or school records. It's an interesting variety. That information also can be found in the catalogs on the website, or always you can call or email us with questions, and we're happy to do our best to find what you're looking for. Okay, here we are in our audio-visual storage area. This is where we would find photographs boxed in folders and neatly labeled. Things like framed art or framed photographs that were hung in the various offices of the mills. Film strips, different types of videotapes. Also, we have training films and safety films from the mills in the canisters here. Some of these are film strips that was made available to the schools for education in the schools. Historic photographs, many from the mills, others that people have donated. And some of the materials also from the steelworkers in their training and convention films and meetings. Okay, thank you for visiting Archives Library today. We invite you to learn more about us on our website at youngstownohiosteelmuseum.org. You can follow us on Facebook, and you can access the online catalog for library holdings at ohiohistory.org.
We will be getting here ready here shortly for our next panel session at 1 o'clock. AmeriCorps Ohio History Service Corps, Postgrad Service and Career Development here in a couple minutes. Still waiting on one of the panelists to join the meeting. We'll be getting here right here shortly for our next. Hello, everyone. You are in the panel, AmeriCorps Ohio History Service Corps, Postgrad Service and Career Development. We are going to get started here. I'm going to take a few minutes to go through a short introductory presentation on AmeriCorps and the Ohio History Service Corps, and then we will be switching to a panel discussion after that. My name is Kayla Metzger. I am a local history member in Region 4, hosted at Youngstown State University in the Ohio History Service Corps, and I will be the panel moderator today. So let me get my screen shared here. Can someone let me know if they can see my screen?
Yep, we got it.
Thanks. Okay. So this panel, like I said, is called Ohio History Service Corps, Postgrad Service and Career Development. But what exactly is AmeriCorps and what is the Ohio History Service Corps? So the Ohio History Service Corps is an AmeriCorps state national program administered through Serve Ohio. The program is funded by Ohio History Connection with a matching grant from Serve Ohio, who is the Ohio's governor-appointed commission on service and volunteerism. Their mission is to strengthen Ohio communities through volunteer engagement by supporting and funding programs and initiatives that engage thousands of Ohioans of all ages. The Ohio History Service Corps, in particular, it provides service and training in the categories of historic site survey, collections digitization, capacity building for local history organizations, and more. The latter includes initiatives like volunteer recruitment and management, event planning, cultivating partnerships, K-12 educational outreach, and more. Ohio History Service Corps members, like myself and the panelists that you will see today, work with local history organizations and communities in each of Ohio Local History Alliance's 10 regions throughout the state. So like I said, I am currently serving in Region 4, which is encompassing Northeast Ohio at Youngstown State University. They provide coaching, assistance, and training in completing activities suggested by the American Association of State and Local History, or AASLH, Standards of Excellence program to help organizations become more effective and sustainable and help communities take the first step in historic preservation. Through member-facilitated assistance, organizations gain an increased knowledge of the public history field standards and best practices and/or the creation of new programs, policies, procedures that meet those standards. So a little bit more about AmeriCorps, the parent organization in general. We'll see if the video has good sound through here.
So you have questions about AmeriCorps? Well, you've come to the right place because we're...
Can everyone hear the video okay?
Yes.
Yeah, you're good.
Thanks.
So you have questions about AmeriCorps? Well, you've come to the right place because we're here to help. First off, let's clear up one thing right away. You might be wondering how to say or spell AmeriCorps. Sometimes people pronounce the P, but don't make that same mistake. AmeriCorps is alive and well, just spelled with a silent P. So think of Apple Core or Core of the Earth. Now that we have that clear, what exactly is AmeriCorps anyways? AmeriCorps is simply Americans of all ages and backgrounds dedicating their time and skills to get things done. There we go. So how does AmeriCorps get things done? More than 80,000 Americans across the country join AmeriCorps each year, and all of them are tackling different problems in different ways. For example, AmeriCorps members help families attain affordable homes. They mentor students so that they stay in school. Perhaps there is a tornado, a flood, a forest fire, or a hurricane. AmeriCorps members also help communities recover from disasters. There's so many more things that AmeriCorps members do, but if we said it all, we'd be here all day. Why do we call them members, you ask? AmeriCorps members spend anywhere from 3 months to a year dedicating their time and skills to serve. They can volunteer with nonprofits, schools, public agencies, and community and faith-based organizations. And in case you were wondering, there are a few perks AmeriCorps members get, including money to pay for college, student loan deferment, training, living allowance, health benefits, and job opportunities with leading employers. Not too bad, right? All right. What's the purpose of AmeriCorps? Like the military or the Peace Corps, AmeriCorps is a way to serve your country. AmeriCorps members make Americans safer, stronger, and healthier, and they strengthen our communities. But above all, AmeriCorps members get things done. That's it. That's what AmeriCorps is. Learn more about AmeriCorps at AmeriCorps.gov. So you have questions.
Okay. So as Ohio History Service Corps members, there are 2 different opportunities to serve within the program. One is being a local history member, and one is being a community surveyor. Local history members are the ones who will spend about 50% of their time at their host site. For example, I'm hosted at Youngstown State University History Department, and 50% of their other time working with local organizations, particularly local heritage organizations, providing assistance with various projects like I said about earlier, like collections management, programming, collections assessments, things like that. Community surveyors are the ones who help communities take the first step in historic preservation. Surveyors complete research and document the built environment within the communities across the state to complete Ohio historic inventory forms of structures and places, particularly representing underrepresented populations, historical events and buildings constructed between 1945 and 1970. So the panelists that we will be introducing here in a moment are all 3 had participated as a local history member in the Ohio History Service Corps. If anyone wants to learn more, you can head to these links, ohiohistory.org/preserve/local history services/AmeriCorps. That is on the Ohio History Connection website. And you can also go directly to AmeriCorps if you're interested in other opportunities besides the Ohio History Service Corps at americorps.gov/serve. And these are just some images over the years of AmeriCorps members currently serving and some of our panelists who will be on the meeting today. And I will introduce our panelists. The first is Brianna Trelevin. She's the Executive Director at Shaker Historical Society. Brianna is an alumna of the Ohio History Service Corps 2018-2019 program year. She served as a local history member also at Youngstown State University in the history program. Brianna entered the Ohio History Service Corps after obtaining a Master of Library and Information Science degree with a focus in archives, special collections, and museum studies from Kent State University. She obtained a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in Fine Art Photography from the Rochester Institute of Technology. Brianna began her role as the Executive Director of Shaker Historical Society following her service in January 2020, where she oversees the operation of the Society's museum. In her free time, she enjoys the pandemic-appropriate activities of hiking, completing jigsaw puzzles, and playing video games. Carmela Carusale is the Marketing Manager at Innovative Medical Equipment, LLC. She is an alumna of the Ohio History Service Corps program from 2016 to 2018, also serving as a local history member in the history program at Youngstown State University. Carmela entered the Ohio History Service Corps after obtaining a Master's in History and Applied History certificate from Youngstown State University. She received her Bachelor's in History and Museum Studies from Walsh University before that. Carmela currently serves as the Marketing Manager for the Innovative Medical Equipment, LLC, where she leads and develops the company's various initiatives in marketing, sales, and partnership outreach for their diverse line of medical devices, such as Thermazone. Carmela continues to be an advocate of public history and currently serves in the advisory board of the International Women's Air and Space Museum. In her spare time, and prior to COVID, Carmela likes to travel and enjoys going on hikes with her fiance and their dog, Harley. Our final panelist is Caitlin Donaldson, the curator at Lorain Historical Society. Caitlin is an alumna of the Ohio History Service Corps 2014-2015 program, serving as a local history member at the Oberlin Heritage Center in Lorain County. Caitlin entered the Ohio History Service Corps after obtaining her Master's in History with a public history focus, as well as Bachelor's in Anthropology from Wright State University. She currently serves as curator at the Lorain Historical Society, where she curates exhibits, manages the collections and archives, and develops programs and tours. Okay, if Caitlin, Brianna, and Carmela would like to turn on their cameras if they can, we can start the questions. Thank you all for being here and taking time out of your very busy schedules, I'm sure.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Very exciting.
So I'm just gonna throw the questions out there for whoever wants to start. I'm not gonna choose a particular person to start, but feel free, if you guys kind of get off track and start, having conversations with each other, that's great. It doesn't have to follow, a smooth path. We want it to be very conversational. So the first question is, how did you learn about the Ohio History Service Corps and what motivated you to apply to the program?
I can go first. I first heard about the program when I was volunteering the summer after grad school. And so I was applying for jobs, and the museum, the National Afro-American Museum in Wilberforce, I was volunteering there. And they were going to have an AmeriCorps position, so I applied for that. And then while I was applying, I applied for a few other openings, and I ended up landing the position at the Oberlin Heritage Center.
I'll go next. So I actually don't remember how I heard about it, but I do remember the first time I heard about the position. I didn't end up applying because I couldn't afford it. Because the reality is that AmeriCorps, like, I owe the program everything for this job, but it does not pay well. That's not what AmeriCorps is known for. And so when I first heard about it, I actually, it took about a year or 2 years in between first hearing about it and then actually applying, where I was in a better position financially to support myself while going through the program on the AmeriCorps stipend. But I think, yeah, it's done a lot for me, but it is something to be mindful of, is that it is kind of a privilege to be able to do the program financially.
Well, for me, much like Brianna, I've always been aware of the program because I graduated from YSU's history department for my master's degree. So I've always been aware of it because of the various activities that I was a part of, and I actually was one of the first students that participated in HAF. So I'm really excited to be a part of this. So I'm always aware of AmeriCorps as a program as a whole. And much like Brianna, it's basically placed me where I am today, which I know is very different to both Caitlin and Brianna and what they're doing. But I give a lot of props to AmeriCorps for basically catapulting my career.
Yeah, and I have to agree with Brianna about everything that she said as well. And I actually, just throwing in an anecdote here for myself, I actually learned about the program through Brianna as I was actually interning through one of her outreach projects. They had created an exhibit at the North Canton Heritage Society that funded a researcher. So that's actually how I had found out about the program.
And Carmela was previous director there. So
I was like, NCHS?
Yeah, so it's kind of a
Brianna,
fun
you did
connection.
A lot of good steps there. I'm so excited.
Yeah, and you would find with the Ohio History Service Corps, there's actually a lot of connections like that. So it's really interesting, and how, you know, all three of us have served at YSU as well. The second question I'm going to go into, so what was your primary role as a local history member, if you wanted to go into it a little bit, at your host site and in the community, and what were kind of your primary projects? What were you involved in as a local history member?
I can go first this time. I don't want to interrupt. I'm in meetings like this all day. But for my role, for this specific region, both Region 4 and Region 5, I served both regions when I was in AmeriCorps, mainly because there was no one in Region 5, and I really wanted to make sure that I was able to expand my reach, because I had a plan basically when I was in AmeriCorps. It was a stepping stone for me before PhD, and it was this whole entire thing. But of course, plans change. But as a member, my main goals and my main projects were a lot of coordinating History Day. I supported HAF, but also at the same time, I led a lot of workshops for local historical societies. As Brianna and Caitlin will probably know, all these societies are volunteer run, and thank goodness for them. They have members such as you, such as us, who have been trained in AmeriCorps, who have been given this practical experience to help their volunteers know more about the actual methods of either preserving an artifact or proper methods of archiving or having an actual database. So those were the things that I did. I led a lot of workshops throughout Region 4 and also Region 5, and also assisted and supported some exhibits within the region as well, such as the McKinley Presidential Library in Canton. So it was a little bit of everywhere, but a lot of coordination and workshop-led programs.
Go ahead, Brianna.
So because I served in the same position that Carmela did, I kind of echo everything she said, but another big thing is just kind of facilitating connections. So a lot of the times there'd be an organization that would say, I don't know how to achieve X goal. And, you know, the nice thing about being in AmeriCorps is because we're talking to so many different people and we have resources at the Ohio History Connection. We're in the perfect position to say like, oh, you need help with that. Well, we know someone here who can help you with that and help you reach your goals or find funding or something like that. So I think beyond kind of just the specific projects, as I said, kind of facilitating connections is like the overall kind of thing that I think all of us did during our time in AmeriCorps.
Yeah, similar where I was at, a little different. I helped develop like a support group for the STEPS workbook and organizations wanting to go through one of the sections. So I brought in speakers that would help with that. It was the audience section, but I brought in speakers and we met a few times. And so I coordinated that. I also worked on a tablet tour for my host site. I helped advise on a collections management policy. I helped advise on a collections inventory. So there are a lot of different projects that were ultimately a lot of fun to work on.
I want to point out, because you kept saying like advising on, and that was a big distinction, is that we aren't really supposed to do the day-to-day work. So it is kind of more of like an advisory capacity. It isn't like we're the ones who are just sitting there inputting stuff all day. And yeah, that was kind of that was like an adjustment for some organizations, is because they'd be like, oh, great, you can help us input this information. And I'm like, no, I can teach you how to,
Yes.
but I can't actually just sit there and do it. Yeah.
Big changes in a resource and just another intern or body being placed there.
Right. The main purpose, not to act as a new volunteer or a new member, but to help facilitate trainings and, workshops and things like that for the organizations who, and, maybe even help them, make a recruitment plan for new members to carry that on, because we're only in a year position. And once we're gone, if we're doing all the work ourselves, once we're gone, they don't have that, expertise and information to carry that on. And while, I know Carmela and Brianna and myself as well were at the same site, but even Caitlin, we're all kind of connected, even with being at different sites and having different projects. Everybody is connected through kind of that advisory role and kind of getting the ASLH STEPS or Standards of Excellence program out to these organizations and working with them to kind of, know about the best practices that are out there. So that kind of connects everybody across the regions. So what was your experience serving in your community? Were you already acclimated, or were you new to the area that you had been serving in?
For me, I was completely new to the area. I moved 3 hours away to live in Oberlin, which is a small college town. So it was easy to adjust to that environment. I mean, it was a fun town to live in. And then where I was at, the AmeriCorps position had been there for like 5 years, I think, at that point. And so there were already a lot of built-in connections and just understandings in my region of what the AmeriCorps role was. So I was able to follow up on a lot of previous relationships that the other AmeriCorps members before me had established. So it was a pretty smooth transition for me.
So for me, I had previously, when I was in grad school, I interned in Trumbull County, actually with Megan Reed, who presented earlier today. And so I was somewhat familiar with Warren, but I had actually never been to Youngstown. And I was living in Akron during my time. So I was commuting from Akron, also kind of helping in Region 5 as Carmela did, just because of my proximity to it. But it's interesting, it's fun getting to know a new area. But I didn't really know many people there. I wasn't really familiar with a lot of the organizations. As Caitlin mentioned, having members who have served before you helps, because they can kind of help you with those connections and give you contact information and everything. But I think there is, at least for me, there was kind of a period of just kind of figuring out like who these organizations were, who the people were, where these cities were, minor things of like even how to pronounce some cities' names, like Campbell, Ohio is actually pronounced camel, like the animal. Like that was something. Yeah, like I remember meeting with someone and they were like, oh, we actually pronounce it like the animal. And I'm like, okay, good to know. But it's just one of those like minor things, but that's what's fun about it for me, is just learning new things, learning a whole new kind of local history that I wasn't familiar with before.
I was a bit of an opposite because like I did graduate from YSU, and I was very much aware of the organizations around me. But it was a bit of, I mean, it was a good thing because I kind of hit the ground running. I started, and next thing you know, I knew who the right contacts were, who to connect with them. But gave me more appreciation of their pain points, but also at the same time, build a better bond and bridge between the university, the resources that they have locally. Because even though like Poland Historical Society has been around forever, but they don't realize that they have access to the resources that they have literally just 10-15 minutes away from them. So in that sense, that was very helpful. But yeah, I guess the 2 years that I was at YSU prior to my service really helped because I volunteered everywhere anyway. So it helped basically starting the connections I already had.
Yeah, Brianna, I also had a similar experience working with the Mantua Historical Society, which is spelled Mantua, like Mantua. And they say that it's named after a city in Italy, but I think they actually pronounce it in Italy, Mantua. I could be wrong about that, but it's really just a local thing that only the locals really know that it's pronounced Mantua. And you almost feel kind of like a sense of connection when you start working with them, and you feel kind of a part of the community when you're like, yeah, you can tell other people, oh, it's actually pronounced Mantua, not Mantua. But besides that, what would you say is one of the most difficult things that you had to overcome when being in your role and starting to acclimate? Well, I know for Carmela, you were a little bit more familiar, but to acclimate to this community and to start reaching out to potentially new organizations that you hadn't worked with before, what was maybe one of the more difficult aspects of doing that?
I mean, I think despite the fact that I was already there, people are, and you'll see this in any field that you work in, or people that you work with, people are creatures of habits. And despite the fact that I've already built relationships with people, it's really hard to get them to either A, change their mind, or B, introduce them to us. It's this is how you're supposed to be doing A, B, and C. But introducing that to them and training them to these proper methodologies are a little bit difficult, especially when they're volunteers. They're not getting paid to do what they're doing. They're doing it out of their love for the community, out of their love for the historical society or museum. So those were the things that I really had to overcome, is giving them the best why, as to why you should do it this way, why the steps are important, and why minuscule things like proper database management is important in ensuring success of your organization. So that was, for me, was the most difficult thing, because you want to be careful in terms of creating that relationship, right? Because Brianna was right after me, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you want to be careful with that, because you don't want to give them, you want to build the trust between you as a service member, people in the community, and then the actual institution or organization such as YSU that you are representing.
Yeah, absolutely. Building trust was very important. I mean, I am young, but I refuse to be old. But, you're a young person at a grad school and you go and advise 70 and 80-year-old volunteers on how to change their collections policy, or change something else, or advise, like, you could do it this way, and you have to go in really willing to listen and learn and build that trust and respect the work that they have done to get where they're at. And then it's very carefully introduce new ideas and share your knowledge with them. So that was
an interesting, when you go to attend a board meeting and you present the collections policy that you created for them, and then the board members just peg you with questions, and you just have to, it was a big learning curve.
They can be a bit dismissive, these board members.
Yeah.
It's a big fat no a lot.
Yeah, I just echo what they said, like trust really is the biggest thing, especially for me, because I wasn't from the community. It was like, not only is this person coming in and telling us we've been doing things wrong, but they aren't even from here. Like, what's going on? So, so it definitely is a lot of listening and just patience. But there also, admittedly, like there were some organizations that when I started, we were in touch, and I realized that they were never going to listen to best practices. And so we just kind of parted ways. Like, that happens sometimes. But yeah, it takes time, and it's hard when you can serve, more than a year. I only served for a year. But when you are only there for a year, there is kind of this feeling of like, just trust me, because I don't have a lot of time to spend with you. But you do have to take the time to build up the trust. And as they said, just, also acknowledging the work that they've put in before you've shown up. Because in many cases, these organizations have been caring for these things for decades, and you don't want to dismiss that, because they do care.
And just coming out of that, Brianna, like I love that you said it takes time, because that's one thing I found very difficult for me, at least, because I'm such a results and outcome oriented person. And after my first year, because I did 2 years, after my first year, when I did not find the results that I wanted, that my numbers were not where I want them to be, I felt like I was not heard, or that I'm not making the change that I really want. I felt like I can do this for them, for the societies, and the organizations that I serve, the projects that I did. But then our team program state coordinator or state manager at that time reminded me that it takes a couple of years of constant perseverance to make change, and that just completely evolve my outlook of the whole thing, because it can get frustrating, because you want to help, you feel like you want an impact of what it is that you're doing, because like you guys said, a stipend is not a lot, and it's a work of passion, right? You're doing something for your community, you're serving that community, and you want to make sure that you're providing impact. So that was something that was very that I had to really wrap my mind around.
Yeah, as someone who is still in the program, and in my second year now, I had done a year previously at YSU, I could definitely echo all of that, and especially what Brianna said about taking time. You start the program year in September, and the way that the program works, it is in quarters, just the way that we track our progress and things like that. So when I started, I had a similar outlook as Carmela, very, goal and outcome oriented. Then you hit the winter and you kind of realize that some of these all volunteer organizations are snowbirds, and maybe their president goes to Florida for a couple months until the winter is over. So definitely it takes a lot of perseverance and communication to kind of keep projects moving forward, and to reach those outcomes. But to know that, like we said, you only have a year, or maybe 2 or 3. 3 is the cap for this program. You can only serve 3 terms in the program, but yeah, I definitely have experienced all that as well. Any other thoughts on that topic before we kind of switch gears a little bit? So I also wanted to talk about professional development in the program. So what type of professional development opportunities were you able to take advantage of and found most advantageous throughout your year or 2 that you served?
For me, I attended the Ohio Museum Association Conference, the Ohio Local History Alliance Conference, and having like just constant at my fingertips access to like any number of webinars. It was kind of fun, because I was fresh out of grad school and everything I had done previously was forced upon me. And so to just be able to pick and choose what interests me and kind of find out what I liked myself outside of the grind of grad school, it was very rewarding. I learned a lot. I got to sample a lot of things. So it was a good experience.
Yeah, I agree. Being able to attend conferences, I mean, the fact that you have to do professional development and training, it definitely, like, at some points I'd be like, well, I need these hours, so I'll sign up for this webinar, and then it actually ended up being really useful and informative. So it got me to sit in on things that maybe I wouldn't have in the past. But just based on my education and my past experiences, like I'm a very collections focused person. And so when I was in AmeriCorps, kind of my weaknesses were like, well, how do we deal with like membership and volunteers and that kind of stuff? And so I did a lot of webinars and went to like conference programs that were focused on those areas that I felt I was weak in, so I could help the organizations that I was serving. And that clearly helped me now in my job as a director, when you kind of do a little bit of everything. So I think the professional development, the fact that almost anything counts, you're just like, oh, can I count this conference? They're like, yeah, sure. And I'm like, okay, cool, because I wanted to go anyways. So it was really nice, the varied options there were. And the fact that the program coordinator, when I was there, was also really good at helping you find stuff. So if I said like, I want to learn more about this topic, she was really great at being like, okay, well, these are some webinars I found. This is a conference I found. Here you go.
I guess for me, I did enjoy the conferences and the trainings a lot, because it was part of my plan A. But I think what really helped me, especially with my position now, was when my program coordinator at that time invited resume building and really emphasized the idea of transitional skills. Because of course, I was applying for all these positions that were within the field of public history, but a lot of them were part-time. We all know that a lot of that tends to be part-time or contractual, etc. And it was hard for me to say, I want to be able to do something full-time, but how do I have access to it? But it really opened the doors for me in terms of like my skills, the skills that I was trained in as a public historian, someone that came out of the AmeriCorps program. I have skills that can transition in other fields, skills that other businesses look for. Like right now, I'm in a medical device industry. That's so confounding to many people. I go to meetings and they ask for my background and I say, oh, I'm a historian. And they're like, what are you doing here? Where did you come from? So to me, being able, especially on my second year, we did this resume building practice my second year. I was very afraid, right? You have that fear of like, where am I going? I'm in this program. It's my second year. What in the world what am I doing? Am I going to go and really do this PhD program? Is my heart in it? Am I going to go find a job? Everything I'm finding is either super, there's a lot of other people that are trained like us, and we're all vying for the same jobs. So being able to understand that my skills can be utilized in other fields was very helpful for me. And obviously it makes sense until somebody tells you, and trains you like, hey, doing A, B, and C, you can do this here as well as here. You just need to be able to sell yourself for it. So that to me was very eye-opening and really helped out.
Sorry, I was muted. Carmela, I was particularly curious because, all of us have a humanities background, whether it's in history, anthropology, museum studies, art, fine art. So I know you talked a little bit about it, but how did you kind of leverage those translatable skills, transitionable skills, and kind of find your way to the STEM field from your history master's degree and the Ohio History Service Corps program? What kind of first steps did you take to branch out into another field?
Actually, believe it or not, I utilize LinkedIn a lot, and just keywords. It was something super simple. I did History Day at YSU, And I love History Day. I love putting it together. I love the access to the students. I love being able to me, it was just like, these are future historians. And to me, that was the coolest thing ever. And I think one day, I won't forget it because I think I just put in conferences on LinkedIn, like conference coordinator or whatever. And things came up, and then I just started getting emails. I said, you know how LinkedIn and Indeed, you can start getting pings for certain keywords that you put in. So I just put conference coordinator. It wasn't even anything big because I did speak to some of the individuals that would coordinate out the statewide museum, like OMA or whatever, yearly. And I said, that's an actual job. Somebody's doing that for a living. I'm like, is that a thing? So I started looking it up, and surprise, surprise, every single field from, doctors of different specialties have a congress annually, sometimes quarterly. So I said, oh, cool, that's a thing. So I started applying for those and really leveraging the fact that I coordinated Ohio History Day for Region 4. And whenever they would ask, how does that work? And they would literally ask me, like, how did I coordinate Ohio History Day? How did I do that? And I would just explain it to them. And it's literally the same exact thing, except I'm moving, instead of fifth graders, I'm coordinating doctors, and I'll be coordinating, nurses and putting them in their own little panels. I mean, it was basically the same thing as this half conference that I had experience in. So I was really able to just leverage those experience and kind of remind them that, yes, it was in the humanities, but I can literally do the same exact thing in just a different, in a different format. And it kind of snowballed from there. I mean, the Ohio History Day is very regional, but I went from doing that in a small region to doing national and international conferences. And then it kind of just evolved into a marketing position, because that's what I was doing. I was doing a lot of partnership collaborations already, but instead of it being a different company, it was just different schools. So it was kind of that. I kind of formulated it that way. Took myself out of this very limiting bubble that I put myself in, because I was so concentrated on the fact that I'm a historian. I'm in the humanities, and I took myself out of that and said, I coordinated this, I managed this, and I looked at Ohio History Day as a project instead of just it's what I do as part of AmeriCorps. I put together mini historians or future historians and have them do exhibits. So I kind of just broke it apart into bits and pieces and built my resume and built basically my portfolio from there. And it's really worked out. And I mean, it took me a year and a half in AmeriCorps to figure it out. But I mean, it was really that one training day that I was like, okay, I see it, I get it. Let me test it out on Indeed and LinkedIn. And it kind of just worked out. But I'm a big advocate for transitional skills. I can go all day about it.
Maybe I will drop a hint to our program coordinators now to reach out to you about doing a potential training for our current class on transitional skills.
I would love to help. I would love to be able to do that for you guys.
Definitely. And then for Brianna and Caitlin, I know that you two had kind of stayed in the path of history and heritage. What did your kind of transition from the Ohio History Service Corps to either your current career now that you're in, or kind of what you were working on right after to reach to where you are now? What was that path kind of like, and what transitional or translational skills did you take away from the program and kind of incorporate into that work that you were doing?
So for me, I think, so as I said, most of my background and education, everything focused on collections. So like archives, collections management, that kind of stuff. The Ohio History Service Corps program made me realize like it was completely possible for me to be a director. Like before that, if somebody would have said that, I'd be like, no, I'm not experienced enough. I don't have the skills. And then I literally spent a year like telling directors how to fix things. And I'm like, I could do this. Like I could totally do that. So it really helped build my confidence in myself and my skills, my background, my knowledge, like everything. I'm like the kind of person, I think a lot of people identify with this, where I just like constantly doubt myself. Like I look at a job and I'm like, well, it wants 5 years experience, but I only have 4, so I'm not going to apply. Like that's the kind of
imposter
person.
syndrome.
Yeah. So that's like, I totally had that. And so I think AmeriCorps, as I said, really boosted my confidence in myself. And so when I saw this position for executive director, I'm like, well, it's in Cleveland. I love Cleveland. I'm from outside of Cleveland, so I know the area. And it's at a small historical society. That's what most of my like internships and stuff had been in. That's what I just spent a year doing. I'm like, this is perfect for me. And the interviews were like really tough. But as Carmela said, like, you know, it's a lot of that transferable skills. Like they're like, well, what is your experience with planning a big fundraiser? I'm like, well, I haven't coordinated a fundraiser, but I did History Day. And so like, I know how to coordinate large events. And so it really was like, you know, admitting like, yeah, there were some areas I was weak in, but so much of what goes into kind of my day-to-day job, I did in AmeriCorps. So it's just, you know, it's funny because it's like I have director in the title, but it also feels like I'm not really doing anything different from what I did during AmeriCorps. So yeah, it definitely helped prepare me for this.
I agree 100%. Everyone's always like, you are in a medical device industry. It's like, listen, putting together History Day at YSU, you take the same exact steps as putting together a Congress in Paris, France. Literally the same exact steps, except you have to deal with shipping and handling internationally. Besides that, it's literally the same exact thing.
Yeah, for me, Brianna, I second everything that you said as well. Like, I had I suffered from a lack of confidence out of grad school. I mean, I knew how to function in grad school. I knew how to get things done, but I just had this like gap. I just couldn't jump to like, how am I going to function in an office 9 to 5? Can I do that? I'm used to waiting to the last minute. I'm really good at writing papers. Can I do anything else? So I had a serious issues with public speaking. I was terrified of being a docent and leading tours. And so I put in my application that those were things I wanted to work on: public speaking and giving tours and just getting more comfortable. I don't know where my doubts really came from. I think it was just imposter syndrome. I had 10 years of customer service experience. I was just nervous. So I really, that was the big transition for me in this program, was that, you know, I asked for those things and I did them. So how I got into my current job is it was towards the end of my year, and I had been working with the Lorraine Historical Society pretty much the whole time with their collections management policy. And after one of their curator meetings, the executive director was just saying to another colleague how they had gotten this grant, and the person who was going to do it, you know, had become ill. So now they didn't know who was going to do the role. And it wasn't anything that I really specialized in college. It was a digital consultant for their photograph collection, but I just said, I can do that. And that is how I got my first internship there. And then it turned into a part-time job. And now I'm a full-time curator. And it was really just, this program just gives you a lot of opportunities to meet people where you can even say that type of thing or encounter that type of experience. But that I was also ready to, you know, just like jump in and say, oh, I can learn how to become a digital consultant, because I've practiced learning all new sorts of things all year long in the AmeriCorps program. So that was a really huge transformative experience for me.
I think that the other, we've kind of touched on it a couple of times, but the other big thing that is a huge transferable skill is just making connections. So, you know, when people would ask, like, again, in the interview, if there were questions about like gaining new members or fundraising and all of that stuff, I'm like, I just spent a year forging connections with people I didn't know before this, you know, and like reaching out to new community members and new organizations and everything. And that's transferable to literally any field, you know? So, and it's really, I mean, I agree with what Caitlin said, where I think one of my big things was public speaking and like kind of being nervous about approaching people and stuff. And in AmeriCorps, you just have to do it. So you get over it pretty quickly.
You either say something or you can't get it done, and that's literally what we need to do is get things done.
Yeah, jumping off of that, I know you have mentioned this before, Brianna, but even just being in this role, you make all those connections, and those connections can pop up later, or you can leverage them in your job search. I've had someone before that I've met in my previous year in the program reach out and tell me that this job was available, and that they would serve as a reference for me if I wanted. So, really leveraging those connections in that way, not just that you've helped coordinate these things, and, you worked with all these different people who did these kind of things that you're kind of lacking in, but leveraging those connections for people to, they think about you moving forward. They want to know how you're doing. You make these great connections with people and communities, and they want to see you succeed afterwards. So, they'll be on your side as you're transitioning in your career and things like that.
AmeriCorps alumni is unlike anything. It's unlike absolutely anything. I know with my position with North Canton Heritage Society was through an alumni. My volunteer work here in Cleveland are all through alumni. So I'm like Sarah Fisher. That's how I acquired my volunteer position, and also my advisory board position. So it's all, networking is always so important, and I'm still 100% friends with every single person that I went through my program with, and it's really amazing how those small connections can lead to big things.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Sarah too, because she looked over my resume for this job a bunch of times and gave me feedback. And so I fully give her credit for helping me get this job.
She would love, I'm going to text her right now.
Yeah, Sarah and I went to the same program at Wright State. So I also love Sarah, huge fan.
Everybody loves Sarah. Yeah, not even just the people that you meet in the communities, but yeah, your own program kind of co-workers, co-members in a sense, or your program coordinators. They're always going to be there for you and be a contact to reach out to. And we're going to shift gears a little bit here. So how has your perception of service changed through your participation in a service program, a year or 2 year long program in the Ohio History Service Corps? What did you kind of go into thinking about service, and how did you kind of, did your perceptions change at all as you've gone through a long-term service commitment?
I think for me, it definitely, I keep referencing this, but because I was such a collections-minded person, I think prior to my service, I kept thinking of museums as like the collections, and it really has shifted my perspective to no, museums exist for the community. They exist to serve their communities. And so as a director, everything that I do is really focused on are we reaching and serving the community the way that we should be? And if we're not, how do we address those issues? And so it really just, like I said, it shifted my perspective as a leader and as someone in the museum field.
Yeah, and for me, similar feelings, Brianna, and I learned a lot more how much of a community role the museum plays. So building community partners, how local politics affect things, and that, I experienced so often. I would reach out to someone while I was in the AmeriCorps, and I would just say, hey, how do I do this? And they would just give me so much information. So many museums, especially small museums in Ohio, are just, you approach them, hey, I really like this event you've done. Can you give me a little feedback on how you did it? And then they're so willing to share. And I just have continued to carry that with me beyond. So if another person, college student, someone reaches out and asks, oh my gosh, I give them so much, as much as I can, because so many have done it for me over the years.
Yeah, no, definitely the same way with Caitlin and Brianna. And just, I guess for me, it's really defining. It defines my character as a human being. In all my interviews, I always talk about, they ask you, what is important to you? What makes you, I had this current position, they asked me, what makes you happy? And I said, I need to do a work of impact. I went to Welsh University and they talk about being service leaders. I went through AmeriCorps and it's all about a work of impact. It's about being service minded. And that to me is always super vital in what I do. And in my last company, before, I've only been in here for almost 90 days, but in my last company, we were able to, because I was like, what are we doing in the community? We're existing as a medical device, but what are we doing in the community as a whole? And that company called Bulk Optical, and they work with optometrists and ophthalmologists. And through us, we were able to lead 8,000 surgeries in Ghana in the year 2019. And that, to me, I need that as part of just the background that I built in. And doing that, being a part of that, and actually introducing that to the company, to me was just 100% defining, because AmeriCorps helped me become that person, right? Like, I could be in any field, but I need to be doing a work that is impactful to the community and my surroundings. I need to know that I'm leaving a footprint, because it's more than just, existing to me. So I'm just, the idea of being a person of service, I think is going to be something that's like for the rest of my life. And that's all because of like how AmeriCorps kind of just built you to do that.
Yeah, I know we talked earlier about how, what we do as service members, it's kind of a leading through passion, where we're doing this because of our passions, and, not to stipend and not to just put things on our resume, but because we actually, care about engaging and connecting with our communities, and trying to make sure that, our heritage organizations are going to be sustainable and still here years and decades from now. Especially with COVID hitting this past year. I feel like, a lot of these organizations need our help more than they ever did before. And just a final question here that kind of goes off of what we just talked about. Would you recommend incorporating some aspect of service or service component as a student or early career professional, whether it's like a short-term or long-term commitment? Would you recommend that to others who are kind of just early on in their career, starting out, whether it's committing to something like an AmeriCorps program or just volunteering in their community?
Yeah, I would. Brianna, you kind of said it at the very beginning, that it is to serve in the AmeriCorps, it is a little bit of privilege that you're able to take that pay and survive and be safe throughout your journey in the AmeriCorps. But if you are able to, that's just kind of the nature of the museum field, unfortunately, to have volunteer experience when you can. Any opportunity, if it fits into your schedule, if you're able to, is always a good thing to get on your resume, and just to get that experience built up and those connections developed.
And it really shows you get a new appreciation of not just the community that you're in, or even the community you're going to serve, right? Not only do you get to serve whatever organization or touch the lives of the people you're volunteering with, but it really does provide an impact on you, and it provides gives you insight, right, to perspectives that's not really your own. So that to me is always something that I highly recommend. And it doesn't even have to be AmeriCorps. It could be something as simple as just like volunteering during the holidays, or just anything super simple. I honestly think that putting that extra time of exploring something outside of your limited zone is super important.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I think, yeah, we've already talked about, like, AmeriCorps is privilege on some level, like being able to do it. Even having the time to volunteer and being able to provide your time for free is a privilege. But I think if you have the skills or the time to do that, like, that is definitely something that not only helps you as a person, but also helps your resume and, helps just again, build up your skills or improve skills that maybe are weaker. I also think, you know, doing a volunteer opportunity, like even outside of a field that you might be interested in is going back to, once again, like making those connections. Like you never really know how you're going to be making connections in your field. Like right now in my current job, it's like we are connecting with like a local storytelling group, and that's not related to history at all, but that's a group that we're working with, or like local food banks and stuff like that. So having that kind, as Carmela said, like that varied experience and perspectives outside of your own is helpful regardless.
Yeah, I think kind of a common theme that we've heard, you know, throughout this panel is, you know, we all kind of came, myself included, came into our service a little bit more narrow-minded than we came out, you know, through the connections that we made and experiences that we had. So yeah, I definitely agree that I know, like we said, it is a privilege to most of the time to be able to volunteer or have a service commitment, but if you're able to with the time and capacity, I would definitely recommend it as well. Well, thank you all. That's all the questions that I had for you, and we're about at time now. We have a couple minutes for questions if anybody has any. I don't see any on the live stream right now, but there's about a 20 to 30 second lag in that. So if anyone has any questions, just leave them for us, or anybody in the meeting now, if you'd like to ask anything of our panelists. Dr. Palanti in the comments says, thank you all for your service.
Hi, Dr. Palanti.
Hello. Hey, I do have just one general comment question for all of you, sort of real quick, including you, Kayla. I've got two monitors, which looks like I'm staring off into the distance, and I'm really not. I'm looking at the monitor. I've always thought that AmeriCorps provides, one of you said safe space for students who aren't quite sure what they want to do. And my question to you, to the four of you, is how do you think it allowed you to refocus or to adjust your focus about what you wanted to do? How did it help define that?
I think for me, as I said, I never saw myself as a leader, and it really opened my eyes to the fact that I could lead. Like I could actually be an effective leader, which was kind of a mind-blowing realization for me. It was, because before that I was like the person who was perfectly content to like sit alone in a room with my collections objects, like cataloging them. Like that's the person I was. I still love collections. I still love cataloging. But I think it was very much a way for me to explore my interests in the museum field and go beyond just collections. As I said, like I hadn't interacted with members, I hadn't interacted with volunteers before. And so I got the opportunity. And that's when I realized that overall, like my skills were much more well-rounded than I had even realized. And that's what made me be an effective leader, makes me be an effective leader, is because of that. But I think even beyond like Ohio History Service Corps, like I have friends who served in other AmeriCorps programs who again, it's service, you're serving your community in some way. And that led them into either being like librarians or community organizers and they're very service oriented positions. But it is very much a way to kind of explore your interests and step out of your comfort zone.
And I'm just going to go ahead and mirror that, because I love that last sentence of stepping out of your comfort zone, because I'm literally not where I thought I would be. Dr. Palanti knows me from my YSU program, and she knows that when I have a plan, I am going to get there no matter what. But my original plan, I did not make it there. But somehow, some way, I made it work. And AmeriCorps has really given me the skills and the experience to be comfortable and be content and be proud of where I did ended up. It's not exactly what I thought I would be doing, but I'm really proud of how I was able to take those skills, take those experiences, take those projects and place them in a whole different setting that I did not expect at all whatsoever. And AmeriCorps taught me that I'm not limited, right? I may have a plan, I may think that I may be going somewhere, and but my talents and my skills can fit anywhere I want them to be.
Yeah, exactly. And then you just get the experience to come to the conclusion that you've learned that. Because in the beginning, I don't think any of us really knew what we were capable of. But by the end, we have a much better idea of those transferable skills and confidence and, adaptability and flexibility. And like, it was just kind of like a whole reset of my mind a little bit.
Yeah, I just want to jump in when you said flexibility. I honestly feel like I would not have survived. Like the pandemic hit 2 months after I started my job as a director. And AmeriCorps, I think, is what helped me survive this year, because I was like, okay, new plan. Like, I'm used to this. I'm used to pivoting.
100%. The idea of being resourceful with the limited, resource or even funds that you may have just working with historical societies or different projects that you need to do. I mean, just the idea that everything had to go virtual for my position, I was like, okay, let me just do the research on this. Give me one full day. I'm going to figure this all out. I'm going to move this entire project virtually. I'll do it. I mean, it's just that idea of being able to turn and pivot just as quickly as possible was something that AmeriCorps definitely helped me pull through.
Thank you.
Well, thank you everybody for joining us today. It was really insightful, and it's time to get started with the next panel, which will be revisiting local history. Thank you all for tuning in to the AmeriCorps Ohio History Service Corps Postgrad Service and Career Development panel. And Dr. de Blasio will be our moderator today whenever she would like to get started.
I'm ready. I know Ethan and Jasmine are here. They're ready to participate, I believe. So if you folks would, thank you. Hello. Hi. Welcome.
Hello.
This is great. Let's, okay, let me. Okay. Today we have a really interesting session on local history. And since I do, quote unquote, do local history, I was pleased to see this and to be able to moderate this session. And to me, doing local history, what you have usually is a microcosm of the bigger picture, only we're looking at certain places or events in those places and the context for that. So we have two panelists today on this session. And I believe you each have about 20 minutes, and then we'll allow 10 minutes for questions, 20, 25 minutes, add a little bit for questions. So is it okay if we do this in order that you're listed? Okay. I'll just go ahead and introduce you both, and we'll do questions after. Also, if you are doing this from the live stream and you want to submit a question, you can. You can also email to history@ysu.edu, and I'll put that in the chat box. Okay, so our first we will hear from Ethan Wagner, who's an undergraduate student at Mercyhurst University. And he will be presenting his paper on Pittsburgh's Explosive Mystery, a new holistic study of the Allegheny Arsenal tragedy. And then we will have Jasmine Przenkowski, did I pronounce that correctly? Thank you. Who's a graduate student at Cleveland State University. And she will be talking about Wade Park Manor, which was a residential hotel in Cleveland, academic paper to public story. So, Ethan.
Alrighty, thank you. Let me share my screen here real quick.
Oops.
Is that viewable?
Yes.
Alrighty. So, all right, hi. So as was just introduced, my name is Ethan Wagner. I'm a senior history major at Mercyhurst University, and I would like to present my findings of my research I did here for a senior seminar paper, and it is entitled Pittsburgh's Explosive Mystery, a New Holistic Study of the Allegheny Arsenal Tragedy. So I think it's important when we first get into this discussion to kind of give some background, because I'm guessing a lot of people know the date, September 17th, 1862, but probably don't know it in the context that I'm trying to explore it here. So many people, whether you're a history, kind of studied history formally or just kind of a history buff, you may know September 17th as the Battle of Antietam. Certainly, of course, a very well-known, what would later become a kind of high point of the Civil War and the bloodiest single day in American history. However, what I wanted to kind of look at here and what my research really tended to focus on was not what was happening on the battlefield in Antietam, but rather what was happening miles and miles away in the small neighborhood Lawrenceville section of the city of Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. Here is where we had what ended up becoming the worst civilian disaster of the entire Civil War, which happened at the explosions, a series of explosions at the Allegheny Arsenal Federal Munitions Laboratory. So in first kind of looking into the historiographical context of this event, my research kind of really focused from the very beginning on two major investigations that took place in the aftermath of these explosions. The one was the coroner's investigation and coroner's inquest that took place almost immediately, just as not several days after the actual explosions took place. And then the second of which was a more formalized, I guess you can call it, military inquiry. So in the way of just kind of brief background of what exactly the explosions were, they were kind of steeped in controversy from the very beginning, which I'll kind of get into here in just a few moments. But from the very onset, basically there was this large munitions laboratory operating in Lawrenceville that supplied cartridges that supplied the Union forces throughout the Civil War. One day there was a series of explosions and it was really very deadly. I think there was something along the lines of 80 some people were killed, and it was kind of a big deal in a small town of Lawrenceville. So in their attempt to try to kind of get to the bottom of it, that's where we see these two investigations that came out in the aftermath. Like I said, the first of which, the coroner's inquest, was kind of a local sort of advisory panel of jurors from Lawrenceville citizens. And they ultimately came to the conclusion after hearing a lot of eyewitness testimony, various other kind of key witnesses. They came to the conclusion of really a split jury. The majority ended up blaming the commanding colonel, Colonel John Symington, who was in charge of the arsenal at the time, as well as several other associates, but they kind of, the majority decision placed chief blame on him for negligence and various other kind of missteps. Whereas there were, I write in the paper, of arguably maybe greater significance, there were two jurors that dissented from that majority opinion that actually said, we kind of see maybe that Symington may have had a little bit something to do with it, or if not directly to do with it, is a little bit more at fault than what the majority opinion was willing to say. So there was kind of that dissent there, which kind of started the idea of maybe there's something else going on here. And especially when, like I said, it was the worst civilian disaster of the entire Civil War, that kind of warrants a further investigation. And that's exactly what we saw in the military inquiry, which was called shortly after this coroner's investigation was concluded. So this military inquiry was called actually at the behest of Colonel Symington himself, very much likely the result of him being dissatisfied with the findings that did not entirely rule him out as being even remotely involved. So he kind of called this, what I would kind of describe in the paper as more of a formalized, certainly above the local prosecution level and more of the federal investigation level. Ultimately, this actually looked a little bit more favorably on Symington, said that he, as far as the record shows, he did everything properly. There was nothing to suspect he was doing anything out of malice, sabotage they rolled out. But ultimately, they did kind of fall short of completely clearing him of blame. And in the end, they ultimately said that they could not come to a definitive explanation, but all the evidence suggested that he was likely not directly involved. And so that's kind of where the current consensus has kind of jockeyed between those two outcomes. The current consensus seems to be that largely an accident, but still there's some degree of mystery. Was there reasons to suspect that sabotage may have been involved, especially at the height, you're starting to get to the height of the Civil War, and for reasons I'll explain here in just a few minutes of why Pittsburgh in particular was an important consideration as to think maybe sabotage was kind of something to consider. But again, the current consensus immediately dismisses the idea of sabotage, and that's kind of where my research kind of intervenes in this. So as far as, again, referencing back to what current scholarship already exists, the current focus of the events tend to look at only what happened on the day of the explosions and onward, whereas I would like to look back at not only the day of the explosions onwards, but also what happened in the days and weeks and years really preceding up to those explosions that I think deserves a more proper and holistic, as I say in this title, study to understand and kind of grasp the entire meaning of the controversy. And so in doing that, my key considerations are an established record of Confederate sabotage that existed prior to and throughout the Civil War that kind of would make, I think, skeptics shake their head and think that maybe there would be something sabotage related in this. Also, I look at local political tensions in and around the Pittsburgh area at the time that could have fueled this sabotage theory. And as I just referenced just a few moments ago, the strategic significance of Pittsburgh, the place. All of these factors, I think, collate to really make us wonder, okay, is sabotage really that far-fetched? I think there is some plausibility to it, and I think that's something that has been very wrongfully let out of the discourse on this event up until this time. And ultimately, I argue that kind of while we have to look at sabotage, again, holistically examine this issue that hasn't been completely looked at, ultimately, I think blame must be placed on the DuPont Powder Company, who was the munitions supplier supplying powder to this arsenal, which I'll get into. So as I first said, the first consideration that I kind of thought was interesting and I think deserves further study is the known record of Confederate sabotage throughout the war that would give people reason to believe that this could be something that was happening here. So it's kind of interesting from the very beginning, the Union superiority in manufacturing depots and the fact that the war, at least at the beginning, really wasn't taken to the North so much. They were a lot stronger, both in terms of infrastructure and kind of resources. So I argued that I think, at least from the very beginning, the Confederacy kind of had to resort to desperate measures. It was kind of their way to make up the ground that they had lost just by their own natural deficiencies. And I also have, there's record of a secret Confederate session of Congress that was held. This authorized actually money payments for saboteurs on behalf of the Confederate government. And not only did it authorize payments, but it authorized those payments in accordance with the damage that people caused on behalf of the Confederacy. So if you were a saboteur, you could actually not only get the whatever kind of satisfaction you got for helping your Confederacy and hurting the Union, but you would also be actually paid in accordance with the damage that you caused, of which, as I kind of just sort of alluded to, the importance of Allegheny Arsenal was enormous in supplying literally the weapons of war for the Union. That would be a very attractive target that if you can take that out, that's certainly a very high prized priority for the Confederacy. And if you're getting paid, all the better. And then I kind of examined in on another instance of sabotage, more specifically in kind of a case study format of what was happening in St. Louis in Missouri, a large kind of pocket of activity, which was referenced as the boat burners in river cities. There were multiple river cities, but primarily what I looked at was St. Louis. Essentially, there was a whole slew of evidence suggesting that different acts of sabotage were undertaken at boats that were carrying, whether it be munitions, supplies, infrastructure for war, soldiers, that basically they were being blown up and sunk. And that was directly traced back to sabotage efforts, not only suspected, but actually those that were actually captured were admitted to doing so. So that's very much known. And ultimately those who did, many of whom confess, their assignments they claimed were traced all the way back to Jefferson Davis himself. So this was kind of a systemic thing that was put into place, not just kind of lone wolf attacks, but not only was the Confederate president kind of advocating for these types of attacks, but he was also willing to supply money if you did engage in these sort of attacks, which I think is something very significant once we get into what was happening at Allegheny Arsenal. And like I said, kind of one of the other major considerations that I think needs to be taken into account is what was happening locally, local political tensions. So this really all began in Pittsburgh with Lincoln's 1860 presidential campaign. There was very much a split in coverage at the time between the Pittsburgh Gazette and the Pittsburgh Post. The Gazette tended to be far more leaning toward a Republican, pro-Union, pro-Lincoln ideology, versus the Post kind of scoffed at everything that happened as far as Lincoln's visit as part of his presidential campaign. And that was really obvious in the way they covered stories and in the way they kind of lobbied for their preferred candidate or the other. And I think this really served significant because it showed that Pittsburgh was not at all a united partisan front, even at the time of 1860, before the Arsenal exploded. There was kind of that powder keg brewing of people that didn't get along politically far before the Arsenal exploded. And I think that's something that could have kind of simmered in the background, that when the disaster did occur, there's something there that I think needs to be considered. And then I also talk about the significance of the groups, the wide awakes, that were positioned in Pittsburgh. So you kind of have these two sides that were fighting each other, jockeying over who should kind of have the bigger partisan say within the city of Pittsburgh. And there was also the political wide awakes here that I talk about that were sort of a quasi-military group that were there on behalf of the Gazette, these pro-Lincoln supporters, that their entire purpose was kind of to basically be the bodyguards. If something went wrong and violence broke out, they were kind of there to put it down. So I think that's significant because it serves not only as kind of a very present, very obvious force there, but it also shows that at least one side was willing to go to the lengths to actually bring in people that could kind of quell the drama if anything did occur. So I think that's very significant. And also the prevalence of the Copperheads in nearby Washington County, Pennsylvania, which, if you're not aware, Washington County is one of the counties just adjacent to Allegheny County and Pittsburgh. So there emerged kind of a real hotbed of Copperhead activity right around that area, particularly in the Burgettstown area of Washington County. And for various reasons, but largely what I think is significant to this story, there was great outrage over the use of Lincoln's wartime powers. A lot of what he did was probably going to be controversial anyway, but especially in the context of there being a war, of there being, like I said, this partisan disconnect nearby, I think it made it all the more real and all the more willing or able to erupt into problems. And I talk about this in the paper. This Washington County, at least at the time, maybe not as much today, but definitely at the time, was very rural. The citizens of Washington could not fathom the idea of being told by the federal government that they needed to take up arms when a conscription time came and go fight in the Civil War for an issue that they saw as affecting them very little, if at all. So that was clearly a big problem, and I would suggest the one that could have very easily been something that they would have been willing to fight for. And I also, as far as kind of my last big area of significance that I think I need to discuss, was the idea of the strategic significance of Pittsburgh. Why exactly it made sense for them to want to potentially attack an important stronghold of the Union in the Pittsburgh area. So I discussed early recognition of potential threat. It was not like this is kind of the first time I'm saying this, and I'm the first one that's ever said Pittsburgh was important and it was in threat. The local Pittsburgh government, in what they impaneled and called the Local Committee of Public Safety in 1861, just 1 year prior to the Allegheny Arsenal explosions, actually released a statement for all citizens of Pittsburgh and said, keep a sharp eye out for traitors. So that's pretty much them admitting that we believe that there's reason to suspect, reasonable suspicion that we could be in danger, and all citizens should kind of be vigilant and keep alert because who knows what's going to be happening. And there was also a case of extreme vulnerability. So take into account, one, you have the Committee of Public Safety who's saying, we feel that there could be an issue here. And at the time, the War Department actually went on record to kind of release a statement or definitely say their suspicions that they believe that Pittsburgh could have been a target, not only because of where it was located close to the border between what was traditionally thought of the Mason-Dixon line, but also the fact that there was not a lot of soldiers defending Pittsburgh. The War Department was far more, probably rightfully so, interested in trying to fight the war in Antietam that was happening that same day, and also trying to keep Washington, D.C. protected, that left Pittsburgh almost entirely unguarded. They had a very, very small force of people, but it might as well not have been there, which seems odd, especially given that we have this major, important Allegheny Arsenal operating right there. So it's kind of almost seemed like an inevitability more than anything. And that's kind of why I talk about in the paper that I suggest Pittsburgh may have been actually what I would call a border city, very significant, very strategically important, and one that I don't think was given enough protection at the time. And also the importance of manufacturing. So Pittsburgh, I think most people know today, is the river city. A lot of ability for barges to go up and down the river, transportation, the city of bridges, things like that. A lot of it was the same right back then. Pittsburgh was very much a hub for munitions production at the Allegheny Arsenal. At the down the road, the Fort Pitt Foundry was very much responsible for producing a lot of the weapons of war that were used on the Union side. And they also produced kind of smaller accoutrements for war, for instance, clothing. There was some food, I think, that was produced there, leather goods, things like that. But probably the most significant statistic that I think is incredibly important to this case is that it was somewhere around 10% of all Union munitions cartridges, basically, were produced at Allegheny Arsenal. Well, if you're producing 10% of the entire war effort for the Union at this city, I would think it would make far more sense for a Confederate group to want to attack this city that you know you already have the Copperhead base that would support your effort nearby. You have very little guards in place, and you have this strategic area. So it kind of all comes together to make a lot of sense that ultimately this is the idea of sabotage in Pittsburgh at the Allegheny Arsenal was not unrealistic and needs to be discussed. And then also superior physical geography. So you're making all these things, you have all this great percentages that you're feeding basically the Union war effort. How are you getting it to places? Well, again, the rivers. It's just kind of, if you look at a map and you look at where everything goes, it seems pretty easy to understand that all the train stations, all the major riverways kind of converge in one way or another to varying degrees in the Pittsburgh terminals. It was kind of a perfect little supply hub and kind of an intermediary between what was happening in the West and what was happening in the East. So you kind of have this great little kind of convergence of where everything comes together. That is a significant spot strategically. If you can take that out or at least limit what's happening there, then you are well on your way to, I think, very much hurting the Union ability to fight the war. Now, ultimately, I came to the conclusion in this paper that there's a lot of counter evidence to say that Symington was actually quite innocent. Treasonous mastermind, I don't think. He actually asked for a retirement just prior to taking the job at Allegheny Arsenal. He was in his 60s, extraordinarily long time to be serving in the military at the time. He was very much looking for a way out, not looking for a way to continue a sabotage work. Also, I looked at the gun incident. So I didn't know about this before, but apparently just before Symington took over at Allegheny Arsenal, he was actually responsible for what was supposed to be an attempt at the behest of Secretary of War John Floyd for the Union to send Union munitions at the time to what was eventually going to become the South, which if a lot of people say that he was responsible for allowing that to happen, but it seems the evidence suggests that he was just following orders at that time. So it does make him look bad, but that really is not his fault, I don't believe. And also an idea of zero tolerance. He had a long-standing record of workforce turnover. He saw that anytime workers were behaving inappropriately, using matches around gunpowder for obviously wrong reasons, he actually had no problem with firing the entire workforce and bringing new ones in. So he showed that he was willing to take safety measures. And in the explosion's aftermath, Alexander McBride, who was the civilian superintendent of the Allegheny Arsenal, actually gave Symington his vote of confidence. Keeping in mind, McBride's own daughter actually died in the explosion. He had everything to gain and nothing to lose by pointing the finger at Symington, who, if you're a father, you want to tell someone, you have no problem pointing the finger at the person who may have killed your daughter or been responsible for it. He declined to do that, which I think is incredibly significant for his innocence. And so ultimately, I determine and I argue that the DuPont company is what needs to be given the primary blame for what happened at the Allegheny Arsenal. Investigations seem to be more interested in blaming an individual, for instance, Symington, McBride, others, rather than wanting to scold the DuPont company. And they have, and I talk about this as probably pretty understandable given that they were supplying so much of the gunpowder used by the Union Army. Would any Union person really want to get on their bad side? So that kind of makes sense. As awful as it is, it does make sense. But I talk about ultimately, I found a series of dangerous shipping practices that the DuPont company was engaging in that they need to be held accountable for. Eyewitness testimony at the time talked extensively how they were using reusable barrels. They were shipping powder in these wooden barrels and then reusing them and sending them back at the behest of the DuPont company, which as you're using a wooden barrel, over time it becomes warped. They were opening up and slits in the wooden barrel was causing powder to fall onto the roadways, which they ultimately believe is what caused a kind of a chain reaction of a spark and ultimately an explosion. And also there was a known record of financial kickbacks that were being received for every wooden barrel that was returned. So I suggest that maybe money had kind of a bigger influence over it than safety practices. And finally, I will conclude kind of my idea that I think DuPont should get more principal blame with the idea that there was explosions that happened elsewhere at DuPont supplied munitions laboratories, which just showed that there was the volatility of gunpowder was there. They knew it. And I think that their inability to account for it is what ultimately caused them to be the main people that should be blamed for this disaster. So that's what I have.
We'll do questions after.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very good. Very interesting. All right, Jasmine, would you like to proceed, please?
Absolutely. Let me share my screen real quick. All right, can we see that? Okay. So I'm going, over the past 6 months, I have been working on transforming academic research on local historical sites in Cleveland into stories that anyone could read. I'm going to share one of those stories, Wade Park Manor. On September 15th, 1921, a Martin Dolly used a silver spade to break ground near East 107th Street, signifying the start of construction on Wade Park Manor, a high-end residential hotel. The announcement of plans for the hotel were made a year earlier by Dolly, George Schneider, and Edwin Henn. Projected to cost $4 million and contain 150 suites and 500 rooms, the hotel, its promoters predicted, would be the, quote, the last word in family hotel construction, equipment, and service, end quote. Residential hotels were built to serve the same purpose as a home or apartment, but with the addition of different amenities and a community. Unlike transient hotels, they were meant for semi-permanent or permanent stays. The first floor had public spaces and included a dining area for residents and visitors. Residential hotels were occupied by singles, widows and widowers, or young couples, more so than families, due to the room sizing. Wade Park Manor followed this same pattern, catering to the middle and upper classes. Headed by Dolly, Henn, and Schneider, the Wade Park Manor Company commissioned George B. Post & Sons to design the hotel and John Gill & Sons as building contractors. Post & Sons was a well-known architecture firm that had designed the New York Stock Exchange, College of the City of New York, and the Cleveland Trust Company. They had their hand in the creation of other Cleveland hotels, including the Hotel Statler and Fenway Hall. The lead architect, Sidney Wagner, designed the building in a Georgian revival style. The exterior was built of red brick in a U shape that helped maximize lighting through the building. The lobby, made of stone and marble, was in a small vestibule that projected from the curve of the U at the center of the building. Attached at the back of the hotel was a 3-story garage. Wade Park Manor boasted a variety of public spaces, including a ballroom, dining room, library lounge, sun parlor, porches, and an enclosed heated sunroom on the roof. The interior was as well thought out as the exterior, with the winning contract for furnishing going to Albert Pick & Company at over $500,000. Albert Pick & Company, once the third largest hotel chain in the United States, had since become a hotel equipment supplier. The furnishings for Wade Park Manor were designed in the English style, best exemplified by the grand fireplace and paneled walls found in the first floor library lounge. Some of the rooms were outfitted with small kitchenettes, including a sink, storage space, an outlet for appliances, and an electrical cabinet. Residential hotels provided dining services, so it was expected that most residents would eat food made by hotel staff, but Schneider recommended the small kitchens for cases when the hotel food was insufficient. Wade Park Manor opened on January 4th, 1923, welcoming residents and visitors alike. Not only was it home to many Clevelanders, but the first floor acted as a social gathering place accessible to the public. Wade Park Manor soon became the exclusive luxury place to be. There were conventions, weddings, small group meetings, and women's events hosted at the manor over the years. The hotel hosted some well-known guests, including former President Dwight D. Eisenhower, Walt Disney, and entertainer Jack Benny. With its proximity to Severance Hall, Wade Park Manor also often housed several Cleveland orchestra musicians. Outside famous individuals and large events, many people from the surrounding area came and enjoyed dining at Wade Park Manor. The Lincoln Room, which opened at Wade Park Manor in 1942, was marketed as the ultimate in dining facilities and often the go-to spot for wedding anniversaries and celebrations. Others recount visiting Wade Park Manor for Sunday breakfast. Although seen as the go-to place, there were some issues and questions of discrimination when it came to events being held at Wade Park Manor in the late 1940s and early 1950s. In 1947, there were claims that the management at Wade Park Manor had asked the Jewish Children's Bureau not to hold events at the manor because of Black teachers in attendance. A second incident occurred in 1951, where the Delta Sigma Theta sorority was asked to call off their plans to host a dance at Wade Park Manor after the manor discovered that they were a group of African American women. After these two events, a third article published in 1952 announced that, quote, Wade Park Manor quits Jim Crow for Booley meat, end quote, and declared the approval of the application for the Booley Fair, a black men's fraternity meeting, was the end to discrimination from the hotel. Wade Park Manor remained a residential hotel for the upper and upper middle classes until June 1964, when it was purchased by the Christian Residence Foundation. After purchasing the manor, the Christian Residence Foundation renovated and transformed the hotel into a full-service apartment housing for single and married retired persons. Wade Park Manor, having lost its residential hotel status, lost part of its name in 1984 when Judson took ownership of the manor in 1983 from the Christian Residence Foundation. Newly named Judson Manor, the building underwent $7.3 million in renovations that were completed in 1985. The change to Judson Manor was the last change for Wade Park Manor, and is how the building stands today. That was the history of Wade Park Manor, or at least a portion of it. In reality, that was just a small story exhibiting part of the history of Wade Park Manor. The entire project was part of a public history course I took. We started the story process with writing a more extensive traditional academic research paper. Then we were tasked with cutting it down, picking out details, and transforming it into a piece for a public story that I just read. After completing the academic paper, I thought that the creation of the story was going to be a breeze, easy to do, something simple. In reality, it was more challenging than that, and a lot more than I expected. But it helped me understand the difference between public history and academic writing in a sense. The first challenge I faced was shortening the writing. My story was to be posted on Cleveland Historical, which is a website and app created and run by the Center for Public History and Digital Humanities at Cleveland State. I have kind of pulled it up here on the side. The website has a variety of stories about people and places in Cleveland, and it's created by professors. There's volunteers, graduate assistants, and then undergraduate and graduate students can contribute as well. The front page here at the top, is it showing the front page? I just want to make sure I can't see it.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's the front page. But
Okay, I think so. Okay, so there's a tab at the top called Stories, and then Tours that you can click at, and then the main portion here is this map at the top. The website's place-based stories, so you can click a location, it zooms in, and there's different stories based in that location. And then as well, there are recent stories that were published that you can look at, followed by feature stories. So the stories for Cleveland Historical, all of these that are kind of listed here, are typically around 1,000 words in length at the most. They try to keep them around there. Whereas my academic paper in research started at 3,000 words. So trimming the story down meant being selective about what I thought was worth sharing or what I thought was most important or should be shared about Wade Park Manor. And while this needs to be done for academic writing as well, it's pushed to an extreme extent when it comes to writing these public stories. For my story, it meant leaving out contextual background information about residential hotels that I thought was really important, but not necessarily for the average reader. And I left out a lot of the history of hotels about hotels in Cleveland. Along with cutting out details, and the writing had to be rearranged and reconstructed. The goal was to create a story that flowed. We wanted to start with a hook, build up to a climax of sorts, and then kind of fizzle it out in the end, like any other story would. I chose that the peak of the hotel, which was a discussion of its opulence, famous visitors, and the mention of discrimination as my climax, and then I kind of worked backwards and looked at the construction and opening as my introduction, with special emphasis on that silver spade as the hook, because I thought that was particularly interesting, and then kind of fizzling it out to discuss it turning into a retirement home and where it stands today. The final challenge that I faced in creating these stories was adding images and other media. Each story on Cleveland Historical has pictures to support the writing and provide more details about the location through the captions for the pictures that might not necessarily have been able to be put in the story itself. There's also the option to add sound clips. I was unable to find any sound clips for my story that I found substantial, but there are a lot of others that include bits and pieces from interviews that we've done at Cleveland State. The goal was to add a minimum of 6 images, both historical and modern, but finding images of quality was difficult and time-consuming. I looked through the Cleveland Memory Project, which is an archive that we have at the Cleveland State Library that holds a lot of images, but we also went to places like Flickr, open sourcing websites, anywhere to try to find images. And it was quite difficult. And a lot of them you had to ask for permission. And I couldn't just drive up to Cleveland because we're in the middle of a pandemic. So it made it hard. These are the images that I ended up choosing. I had 6 historical images and 1 modern image that I was able to access. This first image is, I don't know if you can see it. I can't see it on my screen. No, okay, I'll just go from here. This first image is a postcard, and the first image is the image that shows at the top of the story as well here. And this postcard was printed in circa somewhere around the 1920s, and it shows the manor as well as Wade Lagoon and the green space that's in front of it. This second image is a picture that parallels the postcard, but it actually shows the black and white image of the hotel. And in this image, I explained that this green space, this park in front, was renamed the Virginia Havens Park. This was done recently, and it was to commemorate one of the residents of the hotel who was an advocate for green space in University Circle and in Wade Park. The third image is the entrance lobby, and I put that there in order to kind of show the interior design and the English style that they had. This fourth image is the infamous Lincoln Room. It was opened in 1942, and it was a popular place to dine for residents and the public, and it was often used for special occasions and celebrations. And this room was the topic of most of the interviews that I listened to in order to gain information. Citizens around Cleveland really like to talk about the great experience they had at the Lincoln Hotel for both breakfast and for big celebrations they had with their families. This other image here, this is an image of the Palm Room, which was another room that was accessible to the public. And this was advertised in the 1920s as a defining feature of the hotel. This last historical image is the front of the hotel, the entrance, that vestibule that I talked about in the story earlier. And it's hard to see because the image is so small, but the top of it here is lower than the rest of the building, and they used it as a porch. That was one of the porches that I also talked about. And then finally, I don't think I can blow it up, but this is a modern image. It was taken in 2011 by one of the professors that works for Cleveland Historical as well. And it shows the manor as it is today as Judson Manor. And when you blow it up, there's not much that's changed. The name has changed, but the building itself has essentially stayed the same. So even though I was faced with more challenges than I expected while transforming my research into this public story, I'm really thrilled with the result. I was more surprised with what it turned out to be than I didn't think I could achieve anything like that. I'm really happy that I'm able to share something that I was so interested in with anyone else that wants to read it. So thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Oh, these are both really interesting presentations and really great examples of, looking at one aspect of local history, and it's very relevant. And I just kind of amusing myself with the fact that we had Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and Youngstown's right in the middle. So I won't. My friends can tell you my sports sympathies. Okay, so do we have any questions for either Jasmine or Ethan? It's a quiet group.
Nothing in the live stream yet, but it's a little delayed. So we'll see if anything comes in.
Okay.
May I ask something?
Martha.
Yes. Okay. So both of you have taken what are really sort of long-term landmarks in communities and talked about their historical importance in the communities they're embedded in. Talk to me a little bit about how they fit into the heritage narrative for your communities, rather than, just history. How do people remember them? What part do they play in memory? Either one of you can start.
I'm going to go back to the oral interviews that I listened to when I was kind of digging into this. They didn't have a lot of substance when it came to the history of the building itself, but they had some really great stories of students from Case Western Reserve who would go in the Wade Lagoon outside of the hotel, or they'd be waving at the widows. And I think one of the presidents of the university made a snide remark about the students, hey, wave at those widows so we can get some donations, because the hotel was known for holding such wealthy members in it. And I think that just kind of signifies part of the heritage of the hotel and how it's made a lasting impact on the minds. Another thing would be that a lot of the people that talked about the hotel and those oral histories live there in the retirement home now. So they went there as a kid for breakfast, and they ended up living there later on after all of its renovations, and it kind of breathed a second life into it.
Thank you, Jasmine. Ethan?
So I think that's kind of interesting because my situation is the exact opposite of that. I've lived in Pittsburgh all my life, and this is actually not that far from where I live, and I'd never heard of it before I started on this project. The original site is still there, and it is actually a park today, but there is really only a handful, maybe one or two remaining original structures, and one of the original structures has actually been turned into a public restroom. So it's actually kind of the exact opposite, whereas it seems that the other project, they seem to kind of memorialize it and kind of thank the community for it. It is very much the opposite of where I am. And where I actually plan to go with this research is I'm going into education. So I'm actually hoping to turn this into curriculum, this paper that I'm doing, and it's kind of a piece of local history to try to sort of start to kind of revamp the understanding and the memory of this place, though.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Ah.
Hey, hi,
Hey.
this is Michaela Adams.
Michaela,
These are great papers. I really enjoyed both of them. My question is for Ethan, and this might be an unfair question, but it's just something that I thought about as you gave your presentation. But what I was really interested in is these kind of competing or different narratives of, who's to blame for an accident occurring or a tragedy occurring. And this, on the one hand, could it be, are there villains, or on the other hand, is it incompetence or sort of people overlooking their duties and just by accident happening. And I was wondering, I mean, this makes me think a lot about, of course, our current situation with COVID-19 and sort of political discussions, who's to blame for this current crisis. And I was just wondering if you could notice any, or if you do notice any parallels with how people continue to react to moments of crisis or moments of disaster in the modern world versus more than 100 years ago.
To tell you the truth, I think there's a certain degree that's part of the human condition that once something bad happens, you automatically look to start pointing the finger. We can argue whether that's a good thing or a bad thing or it's right or wrong, but I think to some degree that's part of just kind of a natural inclination. And I think you're starting to see that. I think there's multiple issues throughout history that you can point to doing that, not excluding what's happening right now. But I think that's what's kind of interesting about the project that I did was really at the very beginning, there was no hard evidence to suggest that anybody was really to blame, but that's kind of where everybody automatically went. And I think to some degree, there's probably the same thing nowadays with COVID.
Great questions. Actually, I have a question for both of you. See, I want to state this. It seems to me, just from listening to both of you, that not a whole lot of work, academic and then now public work, has been done on either one of your topics. So could you both speak to why you got interested in it and what you really learned from doing this research? It's not been overdone at all, obviously. So either one of you could go. I don't care.
So,
oh, sorry.
Mine kind of started from, I chose to take a public history course, and it was a requirement of that course, as well as I'm a graduate assistant who works in the center itself. So I also do this as part of my job. And so this isn't the only story I wrote, but it was one of the stories in a collection that, because there's collections in Cleveland Historical based around similar ideas. And one of those ideas was to start looking at hotels in general. The professor was interested in that. And so I kind of went through the list, and then I found out about this residential hotel, and I'd never heard of a residential hotel in my entire life. But I had been familiar with a couple of the hotels in Cleveland. So I found this and I picked it out as the one that I wanted to research. And then a couple other kids in the class did other hotels in Cleveland. And Fenway Hall that I discussed was actually done by the professor in charge. His name's Dr. Souther. So it was part of a whole group and a collective effort to try to cover this part of history that hadn't been mentioned before. And it all stemmed from the professor who kind of has a better knowledge of the things that are discussed or aren't discussed in Cleveland history.
Okay, Ethan?
So to your point where you said there's not a lot written on this, you're very right, because when I first started to think about it, the first place I went was Google, which I think a lot of people do, and Google books on the Allegheny Arsenal. Well, if you Google books on Antietam, 1,000 books come up. When you Google books on Allegheny Arsenal, none come up. So that made it a little bit more difficult. Honestly, I stumbled on mine by accident. I did mine as part of a senior seminar in history project last semester. And I knew I wanted to do something local to Pittsburgh because I knew I wanted to incorporate it into, like I said, education curriculum. And I just happened to be kind of looking through some different ideas of at the Heinz History Center in Pittsburgh and some different kind of articles and things. And I ended up just stumbling upon an article that talked about how, or indicated, suggested that there might be some sort of a mystery there and there hasn't been total consensus. And it was actually written by an individual who actually still lives in Lawrenceville. He's a community member. And I ended up reaching out to him, and I was able to get a lot of the early research done by asking him and kind of picking his brain, because he's, as far as I can tell, the only person that's ever actually written on this. Okay. So I guess as far as I figured out what I wanted to do here and how this came to life, it was pretty much entirely by accident. And then to answer your last question of what exactly I learned, I think it's probably something that goes along with the entire premise of not only public history, but kind of local history, is that there's incredibly significant things that may be overshadowed by other historical events that may have even happened in your backyard that you don't know about. For something as so significant as the largest civilian disaster, not in Pittsburgh, but of the entire Civil War, and I had never heard of it before, seems like there's something inherently wrong there. So I'm glad I stumbled on it. I think that's the fact that it even exists is probably what I learned the most.
And I found both of these presentations really interesting. And I mean, it also goes back to what Dr. Palani asked about heritage and history, you know, balancing that and you know, if particularly the Wade Hotel, there's people around who still remember that. And obviously there shouldn't be anybody around who would have remembered that, but maybe some of those stories got handed down through time too, but maybe not. I mean, but you would have thought, because that's a pretty big deal to say the least. And, you know, and it takes a lot to get overshadowed by America's bloodiest day, but, you know, so, but I thought this was really fascinating, and, two fabulous topics and two great presentations. Are there any other questions out there? Okay, well, there'll be another panel after this at 3 in this particular spot, and it looks very interesting as well. Oh,
yeah, I think we have 2 of the panelists ready here now, but I think we're waiting on a third and also the moderator to hop on.
We have a very nice comment from Benjamin Schaff, who's wanted to congratulate both of you. Job well done. So
thank you.
So we can keep talking about it. That's fine by me. I just think it's really cool. Having come as both an academic and a public historian, I really appreciate particularly Jasmine's take on taking academic, where it's harder than you would think to do that. We can all tell you, anybody who's done an exhibit knows you write at the 7th grade level, since it's the average reading, the level of the average American adult, which is kind of frightening actually. So, but maybe they needed a 9/11 style commission to find out what actually happened at the arsenal. But I thought you made a great case for DuPont. I really did. I thought when I read your paper, I'm going, I wonder who really did it. Sabotage, ooh, you know, and I had the geography in my head going, well, there, you know, was still Virginia at the time, so they bordered and it's right there, and I could see where that could have happened too. But DuPont did it for them. So it, you know, they are from Delaware, so maybe there's an issue. Oh, they were in the Union, to be fair. Okay. I think.
Looks like everyone may be on now. I mean, we can take a you know, 2-3 minute break if you'd like. We'll just start right on so that we don't start too early. We'll start right at 3 o'clock. I believe, Crystalline, you're the moderator for this panel. So you can, anytime at 3, you can go ahead and start when you'd like. We'll just take a couple minutes here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Of course, you know, the popo decides to go down the road as soon as I start talking. Welcome to our session. I'm Dr. Crystalline Shufflin. I'm at the University of Southern Indiana in Evansville, and I'm proud to moderate this panel this afternoon where we're going to be looking at a myriad of issues involving Florida and memory and the way in which we construct the past. So I want to go ahead and do the bios and introductions first, since we have a limited amount of time, and I would love for there to be ability to have a robust discussion if possible. So our first presenter is Dr. Christine Reese, who is an assistant professor of history at Broward College in Davie, Florida. She earned her PhD in American history from the University of Mississippi in 2019, and her dissertation explored the intersection of mobility and settler colonialism in Florida in the 19th century. The manuscript based off of her doctoral project is currently under an advanced contract with the University Press of Florida. Second is Dr. Evan Noe, part-time instructor of American Studies at UNC Charlotte and a part-time instructor of history at Central Piedmont Community College. He is published in Ethnohistory, the Journal of Florida Studies, and the Southern Quarterly, and his current manuscript in development is titled Aggression and Suffering, The Coalescence of the Old South with the University of Alabama Press series, Indians and Southern History, examining Native and Southern history of settler violence and Southern identity. He also has an interesting forthcoming publication with the Journal of Tourism History, Bonafide Bites, the Concentric Authenticity of Boatwright's Dining Hall. And finally, Dr. Natalie Inman, who's at Cumberland University and has been there since 2010. Her research is on the intercultural interaction of American Indians and Anglo-Americans in the early Republic, with particular attention to the roles of kinship networks in early America. She is the author of the fantastic Brothers and Friends, Kinship in Early America at the University of Georgia Press. She has published articles in Tennessee Historical Quarterly, the Journal of East Tennessee History, and she also teaches a really innovative course that she's going to talk to us about today, American History and Culture Through the Eyes of Disney, which is the subject of her talk. Thank you. Let's go ahead and welcome Dr. Christine Reese.
Hi, thanks so much, Crystalline, for that introduction. First of all, thanks to Evan for really coordinating this panel and putting us all together. I can't wait to hear everybody else's research, especially on Disney. Thanks as well to the Department of History at Youngstown State University, and especially Dr. Amy Fluker for putting together this amazing virtual conference. So I will launch into my paper, which is titled, quote, Some Back Cottage in the Pine Woods, the Marginalization of Black and Native Peoples in Post-Civil War Florida. In her groundbreaking 1987 work, Feminist Theory from Margin to Center, feminist theorist Bell Hooks explored Black women's existence on the margins of American society and within the mounting feminist movement of the mid-20th century. According to Hooks, Black women's, quote, special vantage point on both the physical and social margins provided them with a unique opportunity to offer incisive critiques of the, quote, racist, classist, sexist hegemony and how to potentially dismantle it. In addition to being an essential piece of Black feminist theory, Hooks's work also provided a profound exegesis on space and the relationship between margin and center. In spatializing Black identities and knowledges, Hooks cemented the importance of the margin as a place of resistance and power. The margin essentially being spaces and social statuses which exist independent of and sometimes in spite of white hegemony. Hooks's theories also informed the work of historians, particularly Black women and those who study enslaved or colonized peoples. Scholars such as Stephanie Camp, Tara Hunter, and Danielle McGuire, for instance, centered Black women's experience in both slavery and freedom, thus generating new insights into how marginalized peoples are able to exercise power on the margins of white supremacist spaces and societies. Spatial understandings of power are also vital to the work of scholars of colonialism, as the oversight of the metropole, or center, was necessary for the full control and incorporation of the colony, or margin, into the larger empire. Colonizers also ascribed different meanings to the movement and existence of people on the physical and social margins in colonized spaces in order to prop up and enforce the colonial system. Essentially, as colonizers claimed more and more space uncolonized space became framed as still part of the unincorporated margin and thus demanded increased scrutiny. In the 19th century, the United States was one such colonizing power, relying especially on white settlers to expand the boundaries of the nation and dispossess Native peoples of their land through violence and theft. This process of settler colonialism also included the importation of enslaved African and African American people into Western and Southern territories. In the early 19th century, the United States set its sights on the Spanish colony of Florida as an ideal location in which to expand. Though the peninsula already had a long and diverse European colonial past, the American settler colonization of the territory proved far more rapacious than either the Spanish or British tenures. Native and Black peoples in Florida thus became victims of settler policies that aimed to diminish their claims on land and resources. In attempting to institute these policies and fully colonize the future state, settlers especially targeted non-white movement and existence on the margins, these spaces that existed outside of white hegemony. Both groups, Native and Black Floridians, inhabited and moved in space and social status beyond the hegemony of white settler society. The meanings that white settlers ascribed to Black and Native mobility, however, underwent subtle changes over the course of the 19th century. By the 1890s, white Floridians began to view Black and Indigenous communities on the margins as a sign of the complete Americanization of the state, rather than an existential threat to settler colonization. Prior to the Civil War, Black and Native existence on the margins in Florida connoted lawlessness and a threat to the territory's growing slave society in the minds of white Americans. Indeed, for most of the 17th and 18th centuries, Spanish Florida was a haven for enslaved Africans fleeing bondage in the southern British colonies. Escaped enslaved people could either become free in Spanish society via militia service and Catholic conversion, or they could integrate into the indigenous settlements that dotted the Florida landscape. The peninsula remained a beacon of Black freedom after American independence, causing white observers to threaten that such a state of affairs on the margins of the nation would introduce, quote, the horrors of San Domingo, end quote, into the American southern slaveholding states. After the cession of Florida to the United States in 1821, Florida's politicians and officials crafted a political economy devoted to Black enslavement and Native dispossession. The goal of this political economy was to firmly colonize the peninsula and create a white settler society that could eventually enter the United States as a full-fledged state. Reining in the racial minorities of the territory demanded vigilance and a policing of non-white movement on the margins, especially as rumors of Black escape to indigenous land continued unabated. Native land indeed represented the extreme margins of Florida's settler society, both physically and socially, and white settlers obsessed over the prospect of Black and Native interaction. While speaking to American officials in 1826, Native leader John Hicks tried to insulate the Florida Indians from allegations that their settlements were hiding escaped enslaved people, knowing that such reports could motivate white settlers to use violence against indigenous communities. Hicks stated that his people, quote, do not like the story that our people hide the runaway Negroes from their masters. It is not a true talk, end quote. White settlers nonetheless used reports of Black existence on the margins to justify settler violence against Native communities and the removal of the Florida Indians from the territory. After the Third Seminole War, however, which ended in 1858, white depictions of Black and Native movement on the margins shifted in response to the changing process of colonization in Florida. After 1858, Seminole communities retreated further and further into the isolation of the Everglades, disavowing all but the most essential interactions with whites. According to writer Minnie Moore Wilson, the Seminoles of Florida had a common saying, justifying why they eschewed involvement with white Floridians. The saying translated to, quote, white man no good, lie too much, end quote. Warfare and removal also vastly diminished the indigenous population of the state, leaving only about 200 Indians in these intrepid settlements. Seminole clans continued the settlement pattern that served indigenous communities well during the Second and Third Seminole Wars. According to Wilson, Camps were still made, quote, in some secluded spot where the white man would least expect to find his habitation, end quote. Though indigenous communities still lived in seclusion and removed from the center of settler society, white Americans no longer necessarily viewed the Florida Indians as a dire threat skulking around the outskirts of white settlements. Indeed, historian Michaela Adams traced the changing white representations of the Florida Indians in her article entitled Savage Foes, Noble Warriors, and Frail Remnants. As Adams demonstrates, the white obsession with Seminole violence faded by the turn of the 20th century, especially as Everglades drainage, railroad construction, and tourism came to dominate the state's political economy. White observers in Florida viewed Seminole peoples on the margins as, quote, a noble yet pitiful people. Doing so allowed white observers to signal that colonization of the state was fully complete, effectively disempowering Native peoples and erasing their agency on the landscape. The Civil War, Emancipation, and Reconstruction also vastly changed the labor regime in Florida and the need to fear slave insurrection. No longer could white settlers compel Black Floridians to labor, but no longer did whites need to fear vast conspiracies of enslaved men and women overthrowing their bondage. White Southerners during this period, however, still felt the need to impose racial order in the absence of bondage and slave patrols. Increasingly, Southern whites enforced customs of racial segregation in the 1870s and enshrined such customs into law over the course of the 1880s and 1890s, this of course being the Jim Crow era. In these changing racial and labor dynamics, white observers in Florida began to view Black Floridians on the margins as their ordained place in society and representative of their second-class status. Florida historian Robert Casanello explores these intersections between space, race, and power in his work To Render Invisible. Casanello uses Jürgen Habermas's concept of the public sphere to analyze how Black residents of Jacksonville were able to occupy central public space and rights after the Civil War, and how these democratized spaces increasingly diminished over the course of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. White Floridians not only moved Black people to the margins of society, but also ascribed new meanings to this forced physical separation. Black Floridians' occupation of peripheral space cemented and justified their second-class status in the eyes of white observers. Though Casanello identifies Northern missionaries as important players in creating democratized space after the Civil War, Northern whites were also invested in maintaining the physical marginalization of Black people in 1870s Florida. Writer Harriet Beecher Stowe, for instance, used her Florida writings as a way to reinforce racial hierarchy in the state. Yes, the woman who wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin. In her 1873 work, Palmetto Leaves, Stowe could not help but mention her, quote, handmaiden, a pretty young mulattress, who provided Stowe with flowers and fruit from, quote, some back cottage in the pine woods, end quote. Stowe also remarked on the Black families living on the outskirts of her Mandarin home, who seemed destined by nature to labor, comparing them to livestock like mules. Stowe's work ultimately reinforces the white supremacist view that racial separation and Black labor on behalf of white settlers was a natural and desirable state for both peoples. Northern bookkeeper and friend of Walt Whitman, Abraham Paul Leach, likewise disparaged Black Floridians in his correspondence to his youngest son, John, from 1873 to 1874. Leach sent his son letters and drawings detailing life in Northern Florida, some of which sympathetically depict the racist treatment of Black Floridians in post-Civil War Palatka. In one poem, Leach describes the arrest of a Black man from out of town who came to Palatka to steal food and clothing. In the accompanying drawing, Leach depicts a procession of townsfolk literally emerging out of the margins of the paper, following the sheriff and his charge toward the town jail. By asserting that the suspect came from out of town on the outskirts of what Leach views as respectable white civilization, Leach falls in line with the all too common refrain from the era that Black Floridians were prone to criminality, which justified the increasing marginalization of Black people from public space. On the whole, These depictions demonstrate that white observers in Florida used the physical marginalization of Black and Native people in order to strengthen white settler supremacy and policy. Though the meanings ascribed to non-white existence on the margins subtly changed over time, the ultimate goal was consistent. White settlers in Florida aimed to diminish non-white claims to the landscape and resources of the state. Later in the 20th century, as the other papers on this panel will demonstrate, settler memory likewise attempted to further marginalize Native and Black experiences of American colonization and erase the violence at the heart of that process. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to try and set up a screen share here. All right. So, opened in 1992, Disney's Dixie Landing Resort at Walt Disney World in Central Florida offered tourists a nostalgic Moonlight and Magnolias recreation of the 19th century South. Drawing inspiration from New Orleans and Lower Louisiana, the resort presents an immersive space chronicling the transformation of a fictional riverport settlement into a modern-day tourist destination, complete with a fictional past, recreated historic architecture, and regional foodways. As a Southern-inspired 19th century settlement, Dixie Landings paralleled a colonial settler narrative prioritizing white founders, erasing the region's Native presence, and marginalizing Black contributions to the Southern past in a romanticized touristic experience. Though completely fabricated, the Southern past presented at Disney's Dixie Landing Resort paralleled how plantations across the South in the 1990s characterized the antebellum South as a golden age of harmony and prosperity to tourists. The development of Disney's Dixie Landings Resort coincided with a construction boom for Walt Disney World in the second half of the 1980s. Historian Gary Cross notes the Disney company opened a string of moderate-priced destinations, including Dixie Landings, to entice middle or upper middle-class consumers. Disney's development of a resort in Central Florida, inspired by the history, culture, and setting of the American South, is consistent with a long-standing record of utilizing Southern locales for consumer entertainment and capitalizes on the appeal of New Orleans as a popular middle-class tourist destination in the late 1980s. Welcoming guests in 1992, Dixie Landings, along with the nearby New Orleans-themed Port Orleans Hotel, offered 3,000 rooms on 325 wooded acres connected by a walkway and man-made canal. The Disney company advertised Dixie Landings as a world of contrast where stately plantations overlook sleepy bayou villages. Guest room blocks were organized into either Magnolia Bend, featuring room blocks inspired by plantation homes of the antebellum South, or the Alligator Bayou, which utilized a rustic riverfront cabin aesthetic. Dixie Landing's fictional past recounts the story of a riverside dock town's transformation from a fur trading outpost into a bustling riverport community during the 19th century. The hotel conveyed the fictional history of the resort to visitors through the Disney-created newspaper, the Pascagoula Times, which featured historical vignettes alongside practical information about the hotel. According to the paper, Dixie Landings began with Jonathan and Everett Colby. The brothers grew up in nearby Port Orleans in the early 1800s, and in 1835, Everett traveled up the Pascagoula River, where he built a cabin on a river island. Not long after, Jonathan and his wife Millie moved upriver as well. Arriving at Magnolia Bend, opposite the Alligator Bayou, Jonathan established a riverside cotton mill in 1850 and a stately mansion in 1852. For the next half century, Dixie Landings enjoyed prosperity and expansion. A steamboat company appeared in 1853. George Fulton and his wife Amelia opened a general store in 1855. By 1860, 3 additional families established expansive estates along the Pascagoula waterfront. In 1877, Henry Leigh Marin opened a boatwright workshop. And the final recorded event in the settlement's fictional past celebrated the 1889 completion of the Oak Manor Bridge, connecting all the areas and residents of Dixie Landings. Now, in crafting a fictional landscape originating in the antebellum South, the Disney Company must contend with numerous burdens of Southern history, but largely does so through a process of programming out the negative attributes and essentializing positive elements of the Southern past. As a result, Dixie Landing's themed space and fictional past facilitate the erasure of unappealing reality of Southern history and perpetuates a nostalgic depiction of the 19th century South. In programming out the burdens of Southern history, Dixie Landings presented tourists in the 1990s with a romanticized South that erased Indigenous claims to the region, displaced the historic presence of Black Southerners, and perpetuated myths of New South boosterism. Dixie Landing's most prominent feature demonstrating the erasure of an Indigenous past and presence at the resort is the man-made canal designated the Sascagoula River. The canal bisects Dixie Landings and provided guests with a means of transportation and a fictional representation of the Mississippi River. The utilization of the name Sascagoula engages a long-standing repurposing of Indigenous space and represents a transcendence of a real physical landscape being recreated from a potentially fabricated narrative originating in the early 1700s. As explained by the Disney Company, Sascagoula was the Indian word for Mississippi. The use of Sascagoula as a name for the resort's canal builds on a centuries-long attribution of native place names to sites of colonial conquest, erasing Indigenous ethnicities into a single identity. While linguists and historians can tie the name Mississippi to the Ojibwe people, there is substantial ambiguity regarding the origin of the name Sascagoula. Most accounts of the Mississippi River that reference Sascagoula suggest it is from an indigenous group that inhabited the Gulf Coast circa the 1700s, but fail to provide specific attribution to a people. A close examination of the limited utilization of the name Sascagoula casts doubt over the reference's place-based and Native American origins. The earliest published English language appearance of Sascagoula appears in Daniel Cox's 1722, A Description of the English Province of Carolina. And since publication, Cox's work has garnered criticism regarding its accuracy. Attempts to corroborate the information led to 19th century historians to doubt all Dr. Cox's statements relative to English travelers upon the Mississippi. 21st century historian Stephen C. Hahn characterized Cox's work as a curious medley of fact and fable. And while the accuracy of Cox's work is potentially dubious, it produces a paradox of colonial memory and modern theming. The doubt surrounding Cox's accuracy and lack of corroborating evidence opens the possibility that the 1722 reference to the Mississippi River as the Sascagoula is a fictionalization itself. As historian James Taylor Carson has pointed out in an examination of ethnic cleansing, memory, and the formation of the Old South, the physical and conceptual erasure of Native Southerners was a hallmark of 19th century cotton plantation expansion. Both Central Florida, the real location of the resort, and Lower Louisiana, the inspirational setting for the resort, are sites of colonial violence against Native peoples and forced removal that made the Old South possible. Neither the physical hotel nor the resort's fictional narrative can exist without the violence, removal, and erasure of the South's native inhabitants. The settlement of Dixie Landings presents a racially homogeneous 19th century South, avoiding a Black presence in the real and Disney-imagined past of the region. Based on graphics and contextual descriptions of Dixie Landing's citizens in the Sascagoula Times, the residents appear to be exclusively white, with the only ethnic diversity derived from tangential claims of French ancestry. Descriptions of the four founding families connect them with characteristics of Louisiana's antebellum planter class engaged in cotton cultivation, land speculation, and steamboat operation. By limiting a fictional past to the benefactors of the antebellum South's plantation economy, Dixie Landings presented a plantation South without slaves. According to the Sascagoula Times, Dixie Landings was on the cutting edge of the South's booming cotton business in the antebellum South, but there is no mention of the labor that defined the means of production and made the wealth of the community's founding families possible. As a result, Dixie Landings' past is portrayed through a nostalgia for the Old South, where the enslavement and existence of Black Southerners is rendered invisible. Dixie Landing's fictional past parallels the historic and modern obfuscation of Black contributions to the plantation South. Historically, the plantation landscape of the antebellum South reflected the ordered and hierarchical machinations of white slaveholders desiring to control, segregate, and conceal Black presence. Architectural historian Del Upton notes that starting in the 17th century, dwellings for slaves were carefully ordered in rows, or planters hid them from the eye altogether. By the start of the 18th century, spaces of labor, such as the kitchen, were moved outside the big house, physically separating the enslaved from those being served. And in the 19th century, the addition of enclosed walkways between spaces of work and leisure further concealed the Black presence on the plantation landscape. As plantations turned to tourism after the Civil War, operators drew in white audiences by appealing to tourists' desire to seek out a picturesque golden age defined by white luxury and racial harmony. In the late 1990s, plantation tourism sites perpetuated moonlight and magnolia depiction of the 19th century South. In Louisiana, plantation tours consistently focused on appealing to white consumers and erased enslaved Blacks and slavery from the touristic experience. In 1997, Stephen Small categorized Louisiana's Nottoway plantation as symbolically annihilating and suppressing the antebellum presence and hardships of the hundreds of enslaved Blacks. Tour guides referred to slaves as servants, and an informational video at the tour's conclusion presented a stereotypical image of a happy slave working in a historic reenactment. Whereas Disney's Dixie Landings does not engage in an active redirection or specific presentation of a Black experience in the 19th century South, the resort's fictional heritage of omission places it alongside numerous plantation tourist attractions across Georgia, Virginia, and Louisiana in the late 1990s. Now, in representing the second half of the 19th century South, Dixie Landings repackages myths of New South boosterism and prosperity. As written in the Pascagoula Times, the hotel's main restaurant, Boatwright's Dining Hall, was originally opened as a workshop by boatwright Henry Leigh Marin in 1877. The timing forges a link to the commercial and industrial transformation of the South and a turn away from the single crop agriculture and labor systems of the Old South. The Pascagoula Times explains La Marine's aptitude for shipbuilding, lured Louisiana's most skilled artisans and craftsmen, and fueled Dixie Landing's transition into a commercial hub. For tourists in the 1990s, the eatery's fictional backstory highlighted the industriousness of the boatwright and the commercial notoriety that his workshop brought the fictional Riverport town. For tourists, the interior is adorned with shipbuilding schematics and tools, flooring made to look like wood chips, and an unfinished lugger suspended on a frame over the main dining space. But by positioning Boatwright's as a site of post-Reconstruction industry, the restaurant perpetuates the mythology of New South prosperity, putting aside the realities of Jim Crow laws, Black political disenfranchisement, and the widespread impoverishment of sharecroppers. Specific to the region's foodways, New South boosters of the late 19th century attempted to obscure the region's intersecting challenges of poverty and food insecurity as the pellagra epidemic struck the region through the first half of the 20th century. As more than 100,000 impoverished Southerners died due to the malnutrition-induced disease, New South boosters put forth contradictory explanations of the epidemic to obscure the region's economic foundation on low-wage manual labor and cotton agriculture. As a result, Disney's fabricated past of Dixie Landings parallels the myth-making of New South promoters who attempted to edit out the shortcomings of the region to present a more harmonious and tranquil South primed for investment and consumer spending. In 2001, the Walt Disney Company initiated a rebranding of Dixie Landings Resort. In conjunction with an operations merger with the adjacent Port Orleans Hotel, Dixie Landings became Port Orleans Riverside, and the former Port Orleans Hotel became Port Orleans French Quarter. The combined dual resort complex collectively became Disney's Port Orleans Resort and is still in operation today. The theme and architecture remain the same, but the hotel's fictional past and links to Southern romanticism become more inconspicuous. Disney renamed hotel amenities that invoked direct connections to cotton cultivation, and guests no longer received the Pascagoula Times. Still, elements of Dixie Landing's real and fictional past remain. The Magnolia Bend riverfront rooms retain the antebellum architecture. named menu items at Boatwright's Dining Hall memorialize Dixie Landing's founders. And Disney's Saskagula Steamboat Company still transports guests around Walt Disney World along the Saskagula River. And while Disney's 2001 adjustments marginalized the resort's own moonlight and magnolia romanticism, the settler legacies of Dixie Landing's fictional and real past linger for tourists visiting the most magical plantation on Earth. Thank you. I will turn this back over.
That was wonderful. I enjoyed both of those papers. Thank you, guys. I am actually presenting on something I've never presented at a conference before. So this is on a class that I do during the summer. It's a 4-week class. And one of those weeks is actually spent in Walt Disney World. And so this is a chance for me to talk a little bit about that class and a little bit about the kinds of analysis we do in it. And it's just one tiny piece of a much bigger opportunity. So actually, I've shared this with other friends and just kind of talked about it. And some folks have actually taken it up in their own universities and added their own Disney class. So maybe that's something that will be of interest to someone else. I'm going to try and do a screen share. We'll see if this works. All right, are we good? Great, thank you. All right, so I've entitled this paper, Pocahontas to Walt Disney World, Using Disney's Depictions of History Critically in the Classroom. One of my favorite moments from the last time I taught this was actually, I think it was day 2, when I had the students each choose a particular movie or cartoon or something that they had really enjoyed, and it was supposed to be tied to history. And so one of my students got really excited about this, and he picked his favorite, Remember the Titans. And then afterwards, he was just holding his head in his hand. He was like, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I thought it was true. I thought it was real history. I patterned my life after this. I did not intend to destroy childhood dreams. I did not intend to, I don't know, I think he was actually questioning quite a bit of his self-identity at that point. But I did intend to prompt them to take a closer look at what they thought they already knew, to get them to dig into things that they thought they understood completely. And it's an opportunity for students to really move beyond their current level of awareness and into something that looks at the world and says, how is this being presented to me? How am I looking at this? What are the levels below the surface? And how are they manipulating me into looking at the world the way they want me to look at it? How are they changing history? Disney has the fantastic intersection of being both someone or a company that presents history, but also one that makes history. And so this is an opportunity for people to see how popular culture, movies, animation, those kinds of things shape the way the public views history and understands it. I'm hoping that they awaken a wider critical awareness of the world around them and the role that Disney plays in shaping popular understandings of history, but also beyond that into other areas. It was really fun for my students to kind of wake up to what all Disney owns, from ABC to the History Channel to ESPN. And so many things that are shaping the world right now and shaping them is actually owned by Disney. And so this really changes kind of how they understand the world a little bit. So this actually started from my own frustration and the ways that my research clashed with Disney's portrayal of American Indians. I refused to watch Pocahontas until I was definitely into adulthood. I would not watch it. It was not something that appealed to me at all. But I fell in love with the wonderful world of Disney on Wednesday nights showing Davy Crockett. And so that was something that I had as a child that was really influential to me. And it's really fun if you look at this particular kind of, I guess, marketing piece. It describes Davy Crockett, Indian fighter. Well, what stuck with me was not his Indian fighting, but rather his role after the Creek Wars and in the New Orleans, Battle of New Orleans and those kinds of things, where Davy Crockett is allied with the Indians. And what stuck with me from my childhood was the scenes in which he was arguing in Congress against Indian removal. And that, to me, the fact that those were the pieces that stuck was pretty ironic and interesting. And so it gave me an opportunity to get my students to dig into the ways Disney portrays history, but also the way Disney makes history. And so it shaped my understandings of Davy Crockett, but it also has made sure that my students every semester are surprised by the real history of Pocahontas. And so these are moments that give people a chance to dig into the world around them. In particular, seeing the ways Disneyfication happens. I like to talk about the role of the princess effect. What does every girl wanting to be a princess do to concepts of gender and concepts of future action and jobs and things like that? So this was something that I wanted to kind of help people get out of the, I just learned that somewhere, or I just picked it up somewhere, which often means they picked it up from the media somehow. And so to look at this as a historical approach, but also a kind of historiographical approach that is kind of dulled in some ways to work with an undergraduate audience, even to freshmen at times. Looking at Disney's animation, films, documentaries, remakes, placing those creations in the context of a decade in which they were formed and evaluating the way the creations impacted future actions are really interesting ways of getting people out of their own heads and getting them to be critical thinkers. And that's one of the things I know that my fellow faculty have really been frustrated with, is the emphasis on test taking in high schools means that when we get them as freshmen, a lot of students are not as prepared for critical thinking and analysis as we want them to be. So that was actually the main aim for this, is to promote self-awareness, to promote awareness of the world around them. So I looked at settler colonialism as one of the opportunities to kind of explain or show that theme to this conference, and kind of the kinds of analysis that can be done. I also, by the way, when the students are in Walt Disney World, force them to go watch the Muppets version of American history and talk about that afterwards. It's fun. But as I said, Disney was making history, filming all of these World War II propagandas, which is part of actually the park itself. You can find this in one of the restaurants. You find the propaganda all over the place. So starting with Peter Pan in 1953, there are tons of different themes that people can pick up. This is one that always kind of appealed to me. The early Disney films, including Peter Pan, produced in 1953, allows people to look back on it in cringe-worthy moments of American Indians portrayed that reflects, reinforced, and encouraged stereotypes enshrined in the Westerns of the 1950s as well. The Princess Tiger Lily is, again, embodying the concept of an Indian princess that was rather popular in the 1950s and still endures. The song and dance that made me want to crawl under my chair, What Makes the Red Man Red, taught a generation of children that Indians said ugh and how and flapped their hand over their mouth as they yodeled a war cry. And they wore eagle feather headdresses that they could then hand off to anyone that did a good deed to make them Indian too. On the surface, the depictions seem to represent kind of a simplistic imagination. This is just their dream world, right? Imagination of children. But the stereotypes are not simplistic, idealistic, easy. They're something that has continued into the imagination of people today. I have had to call out students for doing that war cry yodel in the classroom and said, you know, this is racist, right? Stop, you can't do this. And so this stuff becomes ingrained in popular culture in ways that are not harmless. And Disney is a part of making that happen. People begin to absorb and perpetuate those stereotypes. Children played cowboy and Indians still. It promoted the sales of Indian costumes, of coonskin caps. The Davy Crockett series definitely promoted those same kinds of ideals, starring Fess Parker and Buddy Epson, to reinforce those representations. The Indian fighter concept, but it adds elements too of the concept of a noble savage and white savior tropes. So you'll see this fella in the background here. Again and again, they will talk about the noble savage and the Indians that fought alongside Jackson and apparently David Crockett and Buddy Epson in the Battle of New Orleans. And this is the image that stood out to me, arguing against Indian removal in that moment. These students are asked to think about what the representations play in modern society, what culture is formulated around these, and they're pointed to go through the Peter Pan ride in Walt Disney World to look for similar depictions in Frontierland, including representations of Indians included as part of the Liberty Square Riverboat and It's a Small World rides, and even the railroad around Walt Disney World. So Disney's Pocahontas animated film provided a great counterpoint example against the 1950s version that is laid out in Davy Crockett and in Peter Pan. And so by contrast, Pocahontas is very romantic and is creating an opportunity for seeing Indians as the heroes in some ways. It is romanticized. It is the noble savage brought to life. And it is the romance of Pocahontas and John Smith, complete with cute animal characters and Grandmother Willow, the tree who provides wisdom to Pocahontas. The song's Colors of the Wind from the film score became popular in its own right, one of the top songs of the decade. And this myth of the romantic relationship between Pocahontas and John Smith continues to influence children and their view of history today. In the 1990s noble savage trope is one that this very much highlights. Within the class, the students then read John Smith's memoirs. They watched a PBS documentary in which archaeologists were talking about what actually happened at Werowocomoco and at Jamestown. And they read a brief account in which representatives of the Pamunkey people recounted their oral history of what really happened with Pocahontas. It was really fun in 2003 when my students went to Disney World and they sought out Pocahontas, the character actress. And after being escorted to her side by a giant raccoon, she was informed quickly by my students that they were studying her history. She said, oh, you are studying the history of that other Pocahontas. And she began to relay the actual story in a very brief version. And so I found that really interesting that she was prepared for something like that to happen. In contrast, we can talk about Pocahontas from that perspective of the Pamunkey people, but also there were really great exhibits in the recent Hearts of Our People exhibit that came to Nashville and was at the Frist Art Museum, in which different women artists engaged with the myth of Pocahontas and really kind of created art that was intended to highlight the intersections of the myth, the Disney world, and their true lived experience. One was a beautiful basket that was actually made in the shape of Pocahontas's dress, and it invoked their real life weaving and living as opposed to the creation in this movie. I do not have a picture of that basket because it was one that they asked you didn't take pictures of. So that was good with me. Indians in Walt Disney World, as they are, the students are moving into that phase of the class, they're asked to look for these kinds of representations. So Walt Disney World itself represents and reflects the romanticization of the frontier world that was held by Walt Disney himself, which is part of why these 1950s films were the way they were. The erasure of Indians in the swampland that we were hearing about from Christine, thank you, is completely different from these teepees and canoes and animatronic people that are created to be in the friendly Indian village, which is in opposition to the unfriendly Indian village. This is actually a map from the 1970s in Disneyland, but Disney World had it too. And they had this. The burning settler's cabin, complete with a burning, oh wait, he's not burning, he is hit with an arrow. Yeah, the settler's cabin that is viewed from the riverboat ride, the Liberty Square riverboat. Apparently it got too expensive to keep the flames going, so eventually they just doused the flames and left it with holes in the roof. But it is still something that is out there. They gave it a refurbishment in Disneyland, but not in Disney World. It just looks really, really bad now. And It's a Small World creates an interesting juxtaposition between the Indian princess and the cowboy. And there are a couple of places that this shows up. They have the cowboy and Indians side by side to highlight the It's a Small World theme of we can all just get along, and that they are part of this. Beyond the anachronistic, stereotypical, and offensive depictions of American Indians in Walt Disney World, they have also tried to incorporate actual, true historical and art-based representations in places like Epcot's American Experience exhibit, which is oriented around American Indian art, or at least was. But it doesn't stop with just the Indians. I think it's important to recognize that this is part of a larger settler colonial ideal, a part of a global concept of European expansion and colonization. Going into Animal Kingdom, you see all kinds of people dressed in khakis with their pith helmets and their hats, and they are intended to invoke this romance around colonization and a colonial gaze. And Avatar is the newest version of that. You can see very clear representations that look native. And it was, when this movie came out, it was criticized by historians as being just another Dances with Wolves or a ripoff of Dances with Wolves. Going through the queue for Avatar and Animal Kingdom is very interesting and has a lot of invoking of Native American symbolism, and it pulls the viewer and the rider into a place of being more in the white savior position. We want to help these noble savages, and we want to make things better for them. Again, coming out of the 1950s into this noble savage concept of the 1990s and into the 2000s as well. So the class is an opportunity to promote historical themes, get people doing research. It attracts people from across the humanities and social sciences because everybody loves Disney and wants to get into it. And then afterwards, they're kind of like, wow, it's problematic. Yeah, it is. But the goal is to create self-awareness and awareness of the influence of popular culture, to show change over time in the productions and in the parks, and get them talking about things like microaggressions and racism in visual culture and those kinds of things. So this is something I've very much enjoyed being a part of, and I'm interested to see what you guys think and if there are any questions.
excellent presentations by everyone. I want to keep this really brief so that we can open it up for questions. I just had a couple comments and to kind of draw a thread between the three papers. All of them are talking about different forms of popular culture. And what's important to note when we take a look at Christine's work is that what's happening with Harriet Beecher Stowe is part of this larger Gilded Age and Progressive Era travel narratives of the South, grand tours of this conquered land and descriptions of its people, for Northerners, for Yankees to come down and to colonize. And so it's what we see then in Evan's paper is a continuation of that, but it's now taken into that, what the author of a great article in The Village is called that Disney realism, that has just enough of authentic fakeness that it sells. And then finally, when we're taking a look at what Natalie's talking about, this is all familiar and it has seeped into our consciousness. It is a part of our everyday vernacular, and we don't even realize how much it has informed how we view the past until we start to pull apart that lens and take those blinders off. But we're all looking at these forms of popular culture, of realism. And then, so my question would be, the role of this authentic fakeness, but also starting to think a little deeper about who the target audiences are. And in some cases, it certainly is for people who are seeking to invest, or it's for white folks who are looking for nostalgia or looking for excuses to be made and to obfuscate the more uncomfortable realities. But I'd ask you all to consider that this is something that is marketed not only to the United States, but is incredibly popular globally. And so that is my question to all three of you, is to comment on how this plays a role, not only within our own communities that we're a little bit more familiar with, but this is a global phenomenon that we have exported as well. So have at it.
The depictions that I find in Walt Disney World are ones that also had images that actually were in Disney World Paris and in other places. So to me, the issues with this authentic fakeness is so easily swaying the students that come to us, and their version of history is a Disney version of history. How much scarier is that when it becomes part of broader popular culture? And I would say it's not just Disney. One of my moments that kind of shocked me, I had a friend who was really into K-pop and was showing me K-pop videos, and one of the K-pop singers comes on with a Confederate hat. And I'm thinking, okay, and I work in Haiti, and I see people using American popular culture in ways that aren't fully understood. And it's pretty amazing to see kind of the ways that American culture is skewed by people who are not immersed in it the way I am. And the kinds of stories it tells about us today. So I'm going to leave it there.
I'll just kind of jump in really quickly. I think it's interesting to think about, right, like the global audience and appeal, especially of settler colonialism, because at least in Florida, that was also going on even as early, I mean, obviously, the earlier colonial period in Florida, but even with, the transition to the American colonization of Florida, some of the main people involved in that process were also Europeans as well. They also, you have Akia Mara, you have the Marquis de Lafayette, who was given a land grant in Florida. You have the Levy family, who end up becoming really prominent, who are actually from Morocco, I believe, from North Africa. So it's also, this that's a the global appeal, I think, of settler colonialism, at least for Europeans, it has been going on, also in American colonization as well. I think that they see it almost as another way to get involved in colonialism, at least I think in the Florida example.
Natalie, I also always use Little Hiawatha as well in my class to discuss these things. And it strikes me that Peter Pan is such an incredible depiction of dreams of empire, and such a fantastic way to venture into these things. I would also ask though, do you often have students examine the era in which the films or the shows were made as well as their contemporary?
Oh, that's actually kind of the core for me, is getting them to go in and look, okay, so what was it about 1955 that inspired this desire to have Westerns and Davy Crockett and the coonskin caps and the kids running around with pop guns, and what is it in that moment, right? And it lets us lead into questions about broader global politics and conflicts and the Cold War and those kinds of threats. The being able to conflate American Indians with people in Korea or Vietnam. And so those kinds of questions, I think, are really useful and are essential. And it's fun for me to watch them do that with the 1980s and 90s as they look at that as, wow, that was forever ago, and get them to kind of question and to dig deeper. So for me, I think that is the kind of historiographical piece that I was talking about. It's less about what historians have written about these things, but more about the time period itself is shaping the Disney creation, and then the Disney creation shapes the next time period. And so that's center.
That's awesome. Evan, obviously Whitney Plantation has, changed the game in terms of how sites remember slavery. And the events of this past summer have really forced a lot of folks to reconsider how we remember the Old South. And obviously Splash Mountain is going to be changed significantly. I'm going to ask you to future forecast, but what do you think sites like Port Orleans how do you think they might respond to these pushbacks?
So it was 2001 that the hotel sort of rebranded, but it didn't necessarily do a full demo and destroy the antebellum architecture that makes up the Magnolia Bend area of the Riverside Hotel. And that's definitely the biggest embodiment of that Old South nostalgia for sure. I think it's just impossible to get away from those grand columns and staircases and recreated, 1830s, 1840s plantation house architecture and not associate it with a plantation. Since COVID, Disney shut down a lot. They have since reopened, but this hotel is not reopened. Part of that is because of attendance numbers, and it is one of their smaller hotels. But I don't know if Disney's in a position right now to do a full-scale redevelopment of that property. And besides, taking away that plantation architecture, I don't know how they can really reinvent that space more than they already have. One of the things that they're doing now that's a little, I don't know, it's questionable. One of the things they're doing now with those plantation architecture rooms are they're turning them into princess themed rooms from Princess and the Frog. So you can go stay in a Tiana themed room inside plantation inspired hotel block. So it's definitely a push towards inclusion of having who is the only African-American princess represented at this resort, but I don't know if it's in the right structure. I definitely think that they should try to find ways to, add her. Maybe towards the French Quarter inspired area of the property would be more appropriate, and not have those conflicting presentations might be a way to do it. So it's definitely one of these properties that doesn't have an easy solution.
Thanks, Evan. Well, we have run out of time. It was a fantastic presentation. I thank everyone for participating. Thank you, Youngstown State, for hosting. And puppy. Take care, everyone.
Okay, it's just about time for the highlight of our program, which is our keynote address. Dr. Palani, would you care to introduce our series? And then I'll be very pleased to introduce our keynote speaker for the HAF conference.
Yes, I've got a guest here. So if she helps me, everybody know that she's more than welcome. Hi, I am, excuse me. I'm going to, I yell at my students for that. Hello, my name is Martha Palani. I am the Charles Darling Endowed Professor of American Social and Cultural History here at Youngstown State University. And on behalf of the Darling Endowment, it is my pleasure this year to initiate a lecture series focusing on issues in the United States that impact the social and cultural fabric of our nation. Our theme this year is, I think quite appropriately, pandemics. I don't know how we could have chosen virtually anything else given what's going on. Our very format here today is reflective of that. I do happen to think that the changes we've made over the past year, when we can look back on them with perhaps an appropriate distance, will have affected our lives permanently rather than just temporarily. And I think that communication of this sort in this kind of format is a really important part of that change, because we've certainly had a much broader, diverse panel of people here today than we've ever had before. And I think that this format makes it possible. It is my real pleasure to have Michaela. I know you pronounce your name differently, and it's not Michaela, it's what is it?
It's Michaela, but I often say Michaela because it's easier for everybody.
Michaela Adams from the University of Mississippi, Ole Miss. And when I first read through her information, I was impressed with how well she fits all of the sort of key issues that we've been discussing here on campus. And having said that and expressed my gratitude for her being there and for all of you participating in this, I'm going to turn over her introduction to Amy Fluker.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of our participants, our panelists today, and also all of those watching from our YouTube live streams. We've had a really great turnout out there, so I'm really pleased that this virtual format appears to be working out this year. And it is a particular and very special pleasure for me to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Michaela M. Adams. Dr. Adams is an associate professor of Native American history at the University of Mississippi, which is my alma mater. In fact, Dr. Adams helped conduct a mock interview for me that helped me prepare for my interview here at YSU. So I owe her many, many thanks. And I wish I could show off Youngstown to you in person, but I'm very glad that you can at least join us for this virtual event. Dr. Adams received her PhD in history from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. She is the author of numerous academic articles, and her first book, Who Belongs? Race, Resources, and Tribal Citizenship in the Native South, appeared with Oxford University Press in 2016. Her research focuses on themes of Indigenous identity, citizenship, and sovereignty in the Jim Crow South. Her keynote lecture this afternoon is entitled "A Veritable Nightmare, Pitiable and Harrowing Beyond Degree, the Influenza Pandemic of 1918-1920 in Indian Country." So thank you again, Dr. Adams.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me here to the Youngstown State University History Across the Humanities Conference. I'm really delighted and I'm really grateful to have this opportunity to share my research with this audience. And in particular, I want to thank Amy because it's been so wonderful how you've organized this fantastic conference and brought so many different people together. And I've really enjoyed attending the sessions today. So thank you so much for all your hard work here. It's really been a pleasure to attend. I have a PowerPoint, so I'm going to try to do the screen share. So hopefully I can work that out if I can figure it out. So screen. And let me know if this works. Oops. Can you guys see that or no? Okay. Well, I will try again. There we go. There, can you see that now? Perfect. Okay, well, I will get my slideshow going. Okay. All right, so my talk today is titled "A Veritable Nightmare, Pitiable and Harrowing Beyond Degree, the Influenza Pandemic of 1918 to 1920 in Indian Country." And I'm going to begin with a story. So in early October of 1918, Albert Reagan, an Indian Service School administrator, arrived at the Western Navajo Agency to take charge of the Marsh Pass boarding school. Now, it was an inopportune moment to begin his tenure, for within just a few weeks, practically every pupil at the Indian school was down with a devastating illness. And before long, the reservation had devolved into an apocalyptic landscape of the dead and dying. Whole families were wiped out, Reagan lamented, leaving their sheep wandering about over the hills to run wild at the mercy of the coyotes. By the time the outbreak ended the following spring, Reagan counted 148 deaths within a 25-mile radius of the school, and many more perished elsewhere on the reservation. The Spanish flu had taken a terrible toll in Navajo country. A deadly new strain of avian influenza that first emerged sometime in the early spring of 1918, the so-called Spanish flu infected global populations with shocking intensity and devastating results. Like seasonal flus, the Spanish influenza was a respiratory disease that provoked fever, body aches, chills, fatigue, coughing, and chest pain in its victims. But Spanish influenza was unusually severe. It resulted in death rates that were 5 to 20 times higher than normal. And in addition, unlike seasonal flus that typically fell the very young and the very old, the Spanish flu killed people in the prime of life. And indeed, it was often the body's extreme immune response to the virus that proved fatal. The Spanish influenza traveled the globe in 4 deadly waves, the worst of which hit in the fall of 1918. By 1920, it had infected a third of the global population and killed at least 50 million people worldwide, including more than 675,000 in the United States alone. Now, the United States population at the time was around 105 million, so a little bit less than a third of the population today. As historian Alfred Crosby noted, nothing else, no infection, no war, no famine has ever killed so many in as short a period.
I'm not recording, but
Now, Indian Country, the area within the United States inhabited by the nation's indigenous peoples, was particularly hard hit. According to a 1919 report, at least 78,000 Native people caught influenza, and 6,632 died out of a population of just 320,000. This indigenous mortality rate of 2.1% was nearly 4 times higher than that of the nation's large cities. My current research project traces the history of influenza and this influenza pandemic in Indian Country. But for the purposes of my talk today, I'm going to focus on the ways in which the economic, cultural, and racial marginalization of Native American people in the early 20th century limited their access to medical care and contributed to their disproportionate mortality rate during the pandemic. And then I'll also briefly outline some of the lessons that we might draw from that experience when we consider the ongoing health needs of marginalized communities today, especially in the midst of the current COVID-19 crisis. So influenza was really an imperial disease. It traveled along the pathways forged by industrializing nations as they endeavored to expand their political and economic influence across the globe. The First World War, which was the culmination of tensions between rival imperial powers, facilitated the virus's spread as soldiers and laborers moved into position and concentrated into unsanitary camps. Native Americans, meanwhile, were a colonized people. In the 40 years that preceded the pandemic, they had undergone tremendous changes that exposed them to new disease environments. The Western Indian Wars, which drew to a close in 1890, forced Indigenous people onto crowded reservations where they could no longer pursue their traditional subsistence practices. Federal allotment policy, implemented first in 1887, then divided that reservation land into individual parcels and sold the so-called surplus land to non-Indians. Within just a few decades, Native people had lost control of approximately 90 million acres of land, which reduced them to shocking poverty. The federal government, meanwhile, ramped up its assimilationist efforts by sending a small army of government agents into Indian country to manage, control, and transform tribal citizens. These agents rounded up Indigenous children and sent them off to distant federal Indian boarding schools. Federal policies thus simultaneously pushed Native people into impossibly poor living conditions while also increasing their exposure to the broader world. And together, these factors left Native Americans vulnerable to a new onslaught of disease. By the early 20th century, disease ran rampant in Indian communities. A 1912 investigation conducted by the US Public Health Service, for example, revealed that, quote, the prevalence of tuberculosis among Indians was very greatly in excess of that among the white race. Out of 42,000 Indians surveyed, more than 16% tested positive for tuberculosis. And some communities experienced especially high infection rates. Among the Jicarilla Apaches of New Mexico, for example, 95.5% of the children over 11 years old had contracted tuberculosis. Trachoma and eye disease also terrorized Indigenous communities, leading to permanent vision loss for many. A plethora of childhood diseases like mumps and measles and scarlet fever and rubella, meanwhile, kept infant mortality rates high, while occasional outbreaks of deadly viruses like smallpox afflicted both young and old alike. Economic marginalization resulting from federal Indian policy meant that Indians already suffered from disproportionately poor health when Spanish influenza infiltrated their communities in 1918. And these pre-existing conditions made it all the more difficult for them to fight off infection. Now, to their credit, the Indian Office and Congress recognized the effects that federal policies had had on Indian health. And in the decade immediately preceding the pandemic, they made some efforts to rectify this situation. Following the US Public Health Service investigation, for example, Congress increased its annual appropriation to relieve Indians in distress and to prevent disease. In 1911, Congress appropriated just $40,000 for this purpose, but by 1914, the annual appropriation had quintupled to $200,000. Commissioner of Indian Affairs Cato Sells, who assumed office in 1913, made health a top priority. With these funds and support, the Indian Office added dozens of doctors and nurses and field matrons to its roster and began constructing hospital facilities at Indian agencies across the country. In addition, the Indian Office launched a variety of health education and sanitary campaigns with the goal of bringing modern medicine to even the remotest reservations. Now, although certainly an improvement over federal inaction in the past, these programs unfortunately were not sufficient to make up for decades of neglect. And part of the problem, of course, was funding. Even in its best years, congressional support for Indigenous health still averaged to less than $1 per year for each Indian individual under federal supervision. The entry of the United States into the First World War, moreover, led to a financial crunch, as well as to a nationwide shortage of medical professionals just in time for the outbreak of influenza. Now, although the Indian office entered into an agreement with the US Public Health Service to hire additional physicians and nurses to work on reservations during this crisis, officials nevertheless often found it difficult to find appropriate personnel to fill these positions. Now, the rural isolation of most Native people in early 20th century America was one of the main factors that delayed or limited their access to medical care in 1918. Now, isolation might seem like a plus during a pandemic, and it's true that some tribal communities were spared the initial onslaught of influenza due to their distance from population centers. The Goshoot people in Utah, for example, escaped the fall 1918 wave of the pandemic due to the fact that they lived in the open and moved their camps from time to time and did not touch very often with population centers. But influenza usually found a way in anyway, whether along trade routes or railroad lines, or even through the movements of agency personnel. By early January of 1919, 88 Goshoots had fallen sick and 9 had died. Once the virus was present, isolation became a liability, since few doctors wanted to take jobs in the middle of nowhere, especially when there was plenty to do in influenza-stricken cities. The low pay offered to Indian service physicians only compounded the problem. As a professor of public health complained shortly after the pandemic, the average physician caring for Indians is paid less by the government than the average street cleaner. The result was that federal agents were often hard-pressed to find physicians willing to serve their indigenous charges. At the Fort Belknap Agency in Montana, for example, just 2 physicians would, quote, condescend to make the mountain trips necessary to reach Gros Ventres and Assiniboines who were sick with influenza. One of these doctors charged $75 per trip, plus a $30 livery hire. The other came at the so-called bargain rate of $50 per trip during bad weather and $35 per trip during good weather, but he demanded an extra $15 per day if he had to stay overnight. Now, although this might not sound like a lot in today's dollars, we have to keep in mind that the average annual household income in the United States in 1918 was just $1,500. So these prices were really, really high. The Fort Belknap superintendent explained that he could not expect the physicians to make these trips for less, however, given the difficulty of the journey. But he did point out that US Public Health Service compensation rates would be wholly insufficient to cover these costs. So faced with this financial reality, the Indian office was sometimes forced to hire people with dubious qualifications and dubious characters, if indeed it could hire anybody at all. In late October of 1918, for example, the superintendent of the Fort McDermott Indian School in Nevada begged the Indian office to allow him to hire a physician who was known to be an alcoholic. If he would stay sober, the superintendent pleaded, this doctor would be the best man we could ever expect to secure for this position. And the Indian office agreed. In other cases, doctors took advantage of the crisis to demand exorbitant fees from the Indian office to care for influenza-stricken Indians. In late October 1918, for example, a contract physician who served the Colville Reservation in Washington state advised the supervisor in charge that he must have a higher rate of compensation or else he would resign immediately. With influenza widespread at Colville and with no other physicians available, the supervisor had little choice but to acquiesce and divert other vital agency funds to the doctor. Similarly, when the 3rd wave of the pandemic broke out in mid-January of 1919 among Paiute Shoshones in California, local white nurses declared that they would not subject themselves to the disease at the compensation offered. They had received $5 to $10 per day for tending to white patients during the fall wave of the pandemic, and they would not accept a penny less to care for Indians that winter. Unfortunately, in that case, the local superintendent lacked sufficient funds to pay the nurses their desired fee, and thus the agency went without nursing care at a time when over 100 Paiute Shoshones were sick with influenza. Now, in the absence of adequate medical professionals, reservations and boarding schools often had to rely on untrained employees and volunteers during the pandemic. Although many of these people did the best they could during the influenza outbreak, they did not have the training to provide superior care. In addition, the taxing work of caring for the sick frequently led to physical and mental breakdowns among caregivers. As agency reports on the pandemic made clear, the outbreak was unlike anything anyone had previously experienced. Even during a time period prior to modern vaccinations and antibiotics, when deadly childhood diseases ran rampant, nothing compared to the flu. Clifford L. Baston, the superintendent of the Uchee boarding school in Oklahoma, recalled the frightfulness and confusion that accompanied influenza at his institution. The few employees and students who remained healthy strained every nerve and expended every energy to care for the sick. But the situation was a veritable nightmare, he said, pitiable and harrowing beyond degree. Similarly, the superintendent of the Mescalo agency in New Mexico reported that his staff were all greatly overworked and depressed and heartsick because of the death of those who have gone. The hospital housekeeper was so affected by the horrors that she witnessed that she became totally unfit for service. And one of the nurses at the Navajo agency in Arizona, meanwhile, became almost a nervous wreck due to the strain of caring for so many sick and dying patients. Broken and depressed, some of these employees quit their jobs and abandoned their posts. A nurse at the Pierre Indian School in South Dakota, for example, fled the school in the middle of the night during the height of the fall wave of the pandemic. In the Nupiat fishing village of Mary's Igloo in Alaska, meanwhile, a government teacher and a local missionary locked themselves into their respective houses in abject terror of the epidemic. Pushed to their physical and mental limits, many caregivers simply could not do more. But their departures came as a terrible blow. As the superintendent of the Pierre Indian School lamented to Commissioner Sells, the agencies and the schools were in crying need of help. Now, despite the fact that the Indian Office was unable to supply Indigenous communities with sufficient medical help during the pandemic, federal officials also refused to accept Native medicine men and women as allies. Now, one of the primary goals of the early 20th century Indian Office was the cultural assimilation of Native peoples. To achieve this goal, officials opened Indian boarding schools across the country to provide Indigenous children with rigid, military-style, English-only educations while separating them from their cultures and communities. Officials also encouraged missionaries to come to reservations to spread Christianity and to free tribal peoples from their so-called superstitions. Since traditional Indigenous understandings of sickness and health were bound up with their spiritual beliefs, medicine men and women typically had a religious function as well as a healing one within Native societies. Treatment of the sick not only included herbal remedies and poultices and steam baths, but also chants and songs and prayers. Navajo healers, for example, held sings for the sick, where they chanted in unison and importuned the spirits for intercession. According to oral tradition, the Ojibwe jingle dress dance came into existence during the influenza pandemic after an Ojibwe father in central Minnesota received a vision about how to cure his influenza-stricken daughter. The girl recovered and the dance soon spread among other Indigenous families in the Great Lakes region. But from the perspective of white officials, these kinds of healing rituals and dances were unacceptable. Native healers, in their view, were nothing more than charlatans who were holding their people back from progress. As Cato Sells remarked at a congressional committee in 1919, he said, "I sometimes say that the passing of the medicine man is the barometer as to the progress of the Indians." Now, this cultural chauvinism on the part of federal officials meant that they were unwilling to work with medicine men and women during the pandemic. And indeed, conflicts often broke out between agency employees, medical personnel, and these healers, which in turn affected the willingness of Native people to submit to allopathic treatment or Western treatment. Volunteer nurses in a Hopi village in Arizona, for example, insulted local medicine men and got the village mad, so that the Indians refused to receive any attention from them or take any medicine administered by them. Similarly, so-called active and troublesome medicine men at the Ute Mountain Agency in Colorado discouraged fellow tribesmen from accepting treatment following several run-ins with the agency nurse. In some cases, federal disapproval and fear of reprisal led Indigenous healers to take their work underground by offering covert treatments to the sick. According to an oral history, for example, a Cheyenne medicine man named Jay Black snuck into the Cantonment Indian boarding school in Oklahoma to bleed some of his young relatives with small cuts on the forehead, which was a traditional Cheyenne treatment for headaches. He did so with the tacit permission of some of the Indian employees at the school who sympathized with his efforts, but knowing full well that the white superintendent would have thrown him out if he were caught. In other cases, Indigenous people hid their influenza-stricken relatives to avoid having them transferred to distant, unfamiliar hospitals far from the reach of their traditional medicine. They felt that no federal care was preferable to care from people who discounted and devalued their beliefs. In such situations, Indigenous healers often served as a convenient scapegoat for agency officials who were overwhelmed by reservation mortality statistics. Horrified by the 25% case fatality rate suffered by Indians under his jurisdiction, for example, the superintendent of the Camp Verde agency in Arizona blamed the outcome on Yavapai Indians who, quote, thought that they knew how to manage the disease better than he did. Yet, had white officials been more tolerant of Indigenous beliefs and cultural practices and worked with rather than against Native healers, they might have enjoyed more success in administering allopathic treatments in ways that were acceptable to Native people. Now, cultural chauvinism also limited the success of agency efforts to halt the spread of influenza. Since very few effective remedies existed in 1918 for viral infections, prevention was key, much like it is now in our current situation with COVID-19. Installing quarantines, banning public gatherings, and limiting interpersonal contacts were some of the most effective medical tools available during the influenza outbreak. When agency officials endeavored to implement these social distancing protocols, however, they often did so with the ulterior motive of disrupting Indigenous cultural practices. In South Dakota, for example, the superintendent of the Rosebud Agency banned funeral feasts for Sioux soldiers killed in the First World War. Now, although this ban had the solid medical goal of preventing large public gatherings that could spread disease, the superintendent couldn't resist telling his Indigenous charges that such feasts were, quote, entirely out of harmony with modern progress and thus inappropriate for people who otherwise were standing so nobly by their government in sending their sons to war. He ordered his agency farmers to make sure that the Sioux respected the ban. Similarly, in mid-October 1918, the superintendent of the Cantonment Agency in Oklahoma complained that a ceremonial gathering of Arapahoes on the reservation was nothing more than a cover for gambling and other vices. Rather than explain the medical danger of this assembly, he framed their gathering as a defiant regression to so-called savagery, and he threatened to call the sheriff if they did not break camp and go to their homes at once. A month later, the same superintendent disparaged a gift dance held by Cheyennes and visiting Ponca Indians. Once again, the superintendent resorted to force to break up the gathering. He asked the county sheriff to round up all visiting Indians and either send them home or, if they refused to go, to put them in jail. Now, Native people viewed efforts to ban gatherings and cancel dances as a continuation of blatant attacks on their cultural identities and religious practices, and thus were often unwilling to accept them as medically necessary during the pandemic, at least initially. In early 1919, for example, Johnson Ironbull, a Sioux from the Pine Ridge Agency in South Dakota, wrote letters to white allies protesting that the government had unjustly stopped his people's dances. He asked to have these restrictions lifted. Similarly, Arapahoes and Cheyennes in Oklahoma were not inclined to cooperate with the authorities, even under the threat of arrest. Northern Paiute and Western Shoshone people in Nevada, meanwhile, were so used to assaults on their cultural practices that they remained unmoved even after their superintendent warned them about the danger of influenza. Instead of immediately disbanding from their assembled annual dance in mid-October 1918, they insisted that they be allowed to continue to dance 2 more nights. Decades of cultural attacks made Native people wary of any effort to suppress their practices during the pandemic, which unfortunately increased their chances of exposure to influenza. Instead of fostering cross-cultural cooperation during the crisis, federal agents had created a hostile environment that bred misunderstanding and resistance. Now, as we've seen in recent months, it's hard enough to convince people to practice social distancing today. So we can imagine how much harder that would be if those orders were coming from a government that had spent the last half century doing everything in its power to stamp out our way of life. Native suspicions of federal motivations become even more understandable when we consider the Indian Office's decisions regarding Indian boarding schools during the pandemic. Although local authorities across the country closed public schools during the worst of the outbreak to stem the spread of the virus, the Indian Office decided that Indigenous children had as good a chance to escape the disease in boarding schools as they had in their reservation homes, and thus refused to close the schools. Federal officials justified this decision on the grounds that boarding schools had better medical facilities than reservations, which they argued meant that children had a better chance for recovery at school than at home. Yet financial incentives lay at the heart of this decision, since Congress funded boarding schools on the basis of average annual attendance. The Indian Office knew that if it sent children home, it risked losing monetary support for its fundamental mission of assimilating Indigenous children. Now, Native parents objected to the risk that the Indian Office took by keeping their children in overcrowded schools during the outbreak. They knew that despite Indian Office assurances, many of these schools did not have the staff or the facilities to care for dozens, if not hundreds, of sick children if disaster struck. Cheyenne River Sioux parents, for example, wrote their superintendent to demand that he discontinue the educational work on account of the influenza. If their children were forced back to school following the Christmas holidays, the Sioux protested, it would cause the parents an extreme cold trip because we love our children as they are of our blood and we must see them during their illness, which will surely spread influenza. On the Nut Lake Indian Reservation in Minnesota, meanwhile, Ojibwe parents begged their superintendent to send their children home from the Vermilion Lake Indian School after learning about the deadly consequences of influenza at other agencies. To make their case as compelling as possible, the parents pledged to return the children to school without any trouble or annoyance once the danger had passed. Now, although the superintendent relayed the request to his superiors, the Indian Office ultimately declined to send the children home. In another tragic case, a desperate father from the Lower Brule Indian Reservation defied Indian Office directives and smuggled his daughter out of the Pierre Indian School in South Dakota after his other two children died there from influenza. Despite parental protests and acts of resistance, the boarding schools, for the most part, stayed open. In some cases, superintendents who were worried about school finances continued to enroll new students even after the disease struck their institutions. Superintendent William E. Thackeray of the Fort Mojave School in Arizona, for example, spent the better part of October 1918 traveling by automobile in southern Nevada and Utah and in northern Arizona, soliciting new pupils for his school. Thackeray was determined to exceed the school's appropriation limit of 150 students in order to demonstrate his own competence to the Indian Office, as well as to secure additional funding for future years. While he was away on his recruitment mission, influenza tore through the Fort Mojave School. More than 100 students sickened and 3 girls died. The superintendent returned with his new recruits in the middle of the crisis. The epidemic raged on until mid-November. Although Thackeray temporarily succeeded in raising the attendance a little above the 150 mark, he admitted to his superiors that deaths and other matters ultimately lowered it again in the following weeks. For some Indian Office employees, the survival of their assimilationist program trumped the survival of actual Indigenous people. Racism also impacted Indigenous access to healthcare during the pandemic. The early 20th century was a low point in American race relations. Jim Crow laws racially segregated the South. The extrajudicial lynching of non-whites for imagined crimes was at an all-time high. And eugenic thinking dominated much of the medical literature of the day. Although the Indian Wars had ended nearly 30 years before, many white Americans still clung to the axiom that the only good Indian is a dead Indian, and thus saw Native people as undeserving of care. And such thinking was particularly prevalent in the American West, where local white communities both resented and feared their supposedly savage Indigenous neighbors. They viewed Indians simultaneously as members of a dying race who were naturally prone to disease, and as harbors of infection who posed a medical threat to local whites. In Greenville, California, for example, white people refused to go among the Indians during the outbreak out of fear of catching influenza from them. Sometimes Indians were abandoned even by those white people with whom they had a prior relationship. When Indigenous families began falling sick near Greenburn and Pitt River in California, for example, even the white people for whom some of the Indians were working would not look after them. As a result, adults suffered alone on their sick beds, while their little children died of starvation and neglect because nobody was taking care of the sick people or the children. In a particularly egregious example, a white doctor from Phoenix, Arizona, outright refused to treat sick Apaches at the San Carlos agency. Although he specifically traveled to the agency to treat white employees, and in particular the agency doctor, all of whom were recovering nicely and not really needing a physician, he refused the superintendent's plea to also examine influenza-stricken Apaches, even though they were the ones who really needed professional attention. According to the superintendent, the doctor remarked with much emphasis that he would not visit the sick Indians in their teepees for $10,000. After administering a few medicines to the white people at the agency, the doctor went back to Phoenix the following morning by train, leaving the Apaches to their fate. Now, some of the most harmful cases of racism came from agency employees themselves. Although it would seem logical to assume that people who entered the Indian service had at least some sympathy for Native people, the reality was that many viewed their employment not as a calling, but simply as a steady and secure, if underpaid, government job. They brought with them all the assumptions and the prejudices of the larger society. At the Tolina boarding school in New Mexico, for example, the principal refused to acknowledge the suffering of Navajo children as they lay on their sick beds in frigid dormitories. He told them to hush up and be quiet or he would punish them, since he believed that they only groaned and complained when someone could hear them. His wife, the matron at the school, displayed a similarly callous attitude. Unwilling to inconvenience herself by tending to the children overnight, she left several of them to die alone in their beds, or perhaps even worse, in beds that they shared with other ill children. Unconvinced that the children who survived their initial attack needed rest, she also forced many of them into the school gardens to dig vegetables before they had fully recovered. She claimed that these children were only pretending to be sick. As a result, several relapsed. And in the end, 10 out of 81 Navajo children at the school died from influenza. But rather than feel any guilt about the part she played in this outcome, the matron told a fellow employee that the children better not fall ill again, for if they did, they would, quote, have to die, as she would not touch them again when sick, because they were too filthy for her to touch when they were sick. Now, these examples of explicit racism are shocking, but more often than not, it was implicit rather than explicit bias that prevented Indigenous people from getting the care that they needed. Imbued with the nationalistic ardor of the Great War, many physicians believed it was their patriotic duty to help their fellow citizens in distress. This feeling, however, did not extend to Indians, who were considered others and not fully part of the American body politic. Despite the fact that nearly 10,000 Indians served in the First World War, white doctors chose to care for white citizens first during the pandemic. As Special Agent L.A. Dorrington reported from the Reno Agency, Nevada, naturally, the white people received the first attention, and the Indians were more or less neglected. Indian service physicians were not immune to this thinking. Many tried to leave their posts to join the U.S. Public Health Service during the pandemic, since they believed they could do more good serving white patients. A doctor stationed at the Sells Indian School in Arizona, for example, telegraphed the Indian office in mid-October 1918 to ask for a 4-month furlough to assist in the civilian health work during this serious national health emergency. Apparently, Indigenous civilians didn't count. These requests became such a problem that the Indian office had to explicitly prohibit furloughs and resignations of its personnel during the pandemic. Nevertheless, local governments sometimes commandeered Indian service medical workers anyway. In late October of 1918, for example, the Indian office planned to transfer one of its physicians from Gettysburg, South Dakota, to Greenville, California, where local Maidu Indians were desperate for medical attention. At the last minute, the Potter County Council of Defense of South Dakota requested that the doctor remain where he was to assist in relief work among the white citizens there. Wishing to preserve a good relationship with local authorities in Gettysburg, the Indian office acquiesced. Commissioner of Indian Affairs Cato Sells promised the superintendent in California that the doctor would come later, but he acknowledged that it would probably be too late for him to render any assistance to influenza-stricken Maidus. From the perspective of white officials, white lives mattered more than Indian ones. Native people also often found themselves denied care because of their muddled legal status in early 20th century America. The 14th Amendment had not automatically granted them US citizenship, and federal allotment policy had promised citizenship only to those who proved themselves to be competent to handle their own financial affairs. Thus, while some Indians had become American citizens by the time of the pandemic, most remained government wards. To add to the confusion, some tribes were recognized by the federal government, while other Indians belonged to unrecognized communities that lacked a federal relationship. The Indian office held that it only owed medical aid to members of recognized tribes who remained federal wards. Citizen Indians, whether from a recognized or an unrecognized tribe, were on their own. Now, in theory, if these citizen Indians could not afford their own medical aid, they were entitled to the same help from state and counties as other indigent Americans. In reality, racial prejudice and confusion over their legal status meant that many Native people were left without care of any kind during the pandemic. Native people living in the segregated South found it particularly hard to get medical care. Most belonged to unrecognized tribes and thus did not qualify for federal aid. Their racial status as Indian, meanwhile, made it difficult for them to access services in biracially segregated facilities. In an oral history, Lumbee Indian Crossie Lowry recalled her struggle to find a physician during the pandemic in Richmond, Virginia. Heavily pregnant and sick with the flu, she pleaded with 3 different doctors before she found one that would come and tend to her. Ultimately, her baby died within just a few hours of birth. Further south, meanwhile, the recently appointed federal agent for the Mississippi Choctaws witnessed firsthand just how difficult it was for Indians to receive care under Jim Crow. No hospital existed in Mississippi for indigent Indians, and white physicians were also reluctant to care for impoverished Choctaws in their homes. Not only did white patients pay better, but they also lived along paved roads or in small towns, whereas the Choctaws lived in remote places, often on the edge of deep and inaccessible swamps. No doctor wanted to travel on horseback through mud and water to reach influenza-stricken Indians. The federal agent lamented the condition he confronted in Mississippi was one not found elsewhere that I know of. Years of racial marginalization and federal neglect had left the Choctaws defenseless in this moment of crisis. Such hardship, however, was not limited to the South. Local authorities in California frequently refused to acknowledge the citizenship status of Indians living in their state and thus denied such individuals care in county institutions. Pomo Indian Robert Parrish, for example, complained to the Secretary of the Interior that officials in Manchester, California, had refused to help his people during the outbreak because they considered them to be federal wards. The federal government, meanwhile, viewed these indigenous Californians as citizens to whom it owed no special obligations through the Indian Office. Can it be possible that Indians are so low, Parrish lamented, that they are not considered a person responsibility for indigent citizen Indians, but not before many had already suffered and died? As the preceding examples illustrate, even when systems are nominally in place to meet medical needs of marginalized communities, a variety of factors, including poverty, isolation, cultural prejudice, racial bias, and discrimination based on citizenship status, can result in substandard care. Despite the existence of a federal agency, the Indian Office, that was charged with safeguarding the well-being of its indigenous wards, influenza tore through Native communities, and ultimately the virus infected more than 78,000 Native people and killed over 6,600, which was more than 2% of the indigenous population in the United States at the time. Now, this deadly result was an embarrassment to the Indian Office, to be sure, but one that was swiftly brushed under the rug as the nation moved on and preferred to remember its victories in the Great War to its defeats in the pandemic. Now, I wish I could say that we've learned from the lessons of the past and that 100 years after the influenza pandemic, we're much better equipped to recognize and address the factors that result in poor health outcomes for marginalized communities. But unfortunately, this has not proved to be the case. Modern medicine has made tremendous strides forward over the past century, but certain groups still cannot access all of these benefits. Ongoing disparities in health become even starker in the face of novel diseases that are not easily prevented or treated. During the H1N1 swine flu pandemic in 2009, for example, American Indians and Alaska Natives still died at a rate 4 times higher than that of other ethnic groups, strikingly similar to the 1918 pandemic. Scholarly studies of the H1N1 outbreak revealed that this excess mortality was not due to any kind of racial or genetic factor, but rather stemmed from the fact that Native people, on average, continue to suffer from a higher prevalence of chronic health conditions that result from their poor living conditions, as well as delayed access to medical care. Unfortunately, our current crisis with COVID-19 has further demonstrated how little progress we've made over the last century to improve health outcomes for the country's indigenous people, who remain impoverished, overlooked, and marginalized. Despite the modern economic successes and casino wealth of a few select tribes, Indians as a whole remain the poorest population in the United States today, which comes as a legacy of the economic devastation wrought in the late 19th and early 20th centuries through federal policies like allotment. Today, around 1 in 4 Native Americans live below the poverty line. Indians living on reservations have incomes that are less than half of those of the general US population. And poverty, of course, means poor living conditions. Some reservations, like the Wind River Reservation in Wyoming, for example, face severe housing crises. And as a result, large multi-generational families crowd together under the same roof, which makes effective social distancing nearly impossible. Other reservations, like the Navajo Reservation in the Four Corners region of the American Southwest, lack the infrastructure to provide all tribal citizens with running water. So it's hard to regularly clean and disinfect your home when you have to haul water from miles away. Meanwhile, although technically the federal government today supports tribal self-determination rather than assimilation and recognizes its continued obligation to tribes, federal services for Indian people remain woefully underfunded. The Indian Health Service, for example, which now exists as a division within the US Department of Health and Human Services, has a fixed budget each year to care for more than 2.2 million Native people, no matter how much care they might need. And that budget, which in 2013 averaged around $2,800 per person, is far below the national average spent per person on healthcare across the nation, which is around $7,700. Indian Health Service facilities are frequently under-equipped and understaffed. In addition, Native people may live hours away by car from the nearest Indian Health Service facility, making it difficult, if not impossible, for them to receive consistent care. So as a result of these multiple burdens of poverty, poor living conditions, inadequate medical care, and difficulty accessing care, Indian people today suffer disproportionately from chronic health problems like diabetes and asthma, heart disease, liver and kidney disorders, and autoimmune diseases. And these pre-existing conditions of poor health have left Native people especially vulnerable to the effects of COVID-19. As was true with the influenza pandemic of 1918, the rural isolation of many Native people today has not protected them from COVID-19. The new disease swiftly infiltrated Indian communities across the country and spread rapidly between family members. As of February 4th, 2021, the Indian Health Service had confirmed at least 183,000 cases and 4,500 deaths out of a population of around 2.2 million. The Navajo Nation in the Southwest has been particularly hard hit. Attacked early by the virus, the Navajos had already recorded 148 confirmed cases and 5 deaths by the end of March 2020, which prompted New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham to warn then President Trump that such incredible spikes of coronavirus could potentially wipe out some tribal communities. In the months since, those numbers have only grown. As of February 12, 2021, the Navajo Nation had reported 29,000 confirmed cases and 1,100 deaths out of a population of just 330,000. Other tribal communities like the Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians have also experienced shockingly high mortality rates. As of February 2nd, 2021, 103 Mississippi Choctaws had succumbed to the disease out of a population of just over 10,000. And this represents a mortality rate more than 6 times higher than that of white people in the state. Across Indian country, Indigenous people are 4 times as likely to be hospitalized by COVID-19 and more than twice as likely to die from the virus as non-Hispanic white Americans. And this disparity is particularly pronounced among people between the ages of 20 and 49 years. Now, unfortunately, as was true in the past, the government was slow to respond to the coronavirus crisis in Indian country. Reportedly, as Congress debated the COVID-19 stimulus package that passed during the late spring of 2020, for example, both the White House and various senators balked at including any funds for tribes at all. Ultimately, after some political wrangling, Congress appropriated $8 billion for tribes to stem job losses and economic instability caused by the pandemic. But this was less than half of what tribes had requested. Another $2 billion went to the Indian Health Service and to tribal health clinics as emergency supplemental funding. Unfortunately, only citizens of recognized tribes were able to access these funds. As was true in 1918, unrecognized Indigenous communities like the Chinook Indian Nation in Washington State and the Lumbee Tribe in North Carolina remain ineligible for federal services that are designated for Indians. As eligible tribal governments waited for the distribution of life-saving federal funds, some tribes began taking proactive measures to help their own communities. The Lumi Nation in the Pacific Northwest, for example, introduced prevention measures like social distancing, drive-through testing, and telemedicine clinics in early March 2020, well before many state and local governments had made similar preparations. The tribe also repurposed a community fitness center into a field hospital to treat coronavirus patients. Similarly, the Navajo Nation has issued a number of stay-at-home orders and police-enforced curfews to stem the spread of COVID-19 among its citizens. Tribal healing rituals like the jingle dress dance, meanwhile, have gone viral over social media to provide comfort and solidarity across Indian country. Now, recently, the promise of an effective vaccination program for COVID-19 has brought hope to Indian country. On December 14th of 2020, a hospital on the Leak Lake Indian Reservation in Minnesota became the first Indian Health Service facility to receive the vaccine. Following a small healing ceremony, Ojibwe elders Mike Myers and Bertie Lyons were among the first 2 tribal citizens to take the shot. And since then, the Indian Health Service has begun distributing another 22,000 doses of the Pfizer vaccine, as well as 46,000 doses of the Moderna vaccine. Like elsewhere in the United States, there have been some logistical challenges to this distribution, not least of which is the problem of transporting the refrigeration-dependent vaccines to remote rural hospitals. Some tribal citizens have also expressed skepticism about the federal government's ability to deliver on its promises, given its unfortunate track record on Indian health. Nevertheless, Indigenous people are eager to be vaccinated. According to a recent survey, 75% of Native American participants said that they would be willing to receive a COVID-19 vaccine, compared to just 56% of the general US population. For many Native peoples, vaccination is a community responsibility. It's a way to protect vulnerable elders, in particular, who are vital repositories of language, culture, and traditions. Tribal governments are thus working closely with state governments and with the Indian Health Service to create task forces for vaccine distribution. Ultimately, the Indian Health Service plans to vaccinate over 2 million tribal citizens, which will hopefully bring the pandemic to a close in Indian country. Now, a safe and effective vaccine is a game changer in this current crisis. It's something that people only dreamed about during the influenza pandemic of 1918. Although several experimental vaccines were trotted out for the Spanish flu, none were effective. And as a result, the influenza pandemic ended only after enough people had been sick to achieve herd immunity, which helps to explain the devastatingly high death toll, both in Indian country and in the world at large. It remains to be seen just how deeply Indian country will be affected by COVID-19 before the vaccines do their work. But let's hope, though, that if we didn't learn lessons from the influenza pandemic of 1918, that we do learn from our experiences this time around, that we don't brush it under the rug, and that we do a better job of protecting our most vulnerable communities in the future. So thank you very much. I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Adams, for a fabulous talk. I haven't seen any questions on the YouTube Live, but for those of you guys who are watching out there, there's more than a dozen people watching on YouTube. Just a reminder that you can post questions in the comment box on YouTube or email them to me at history@ysu.edu. Do we have any questions for Dr. Adams from the Zoom? Christine has one. Go ahead, Christine.
Okay, yes, I do have a question. Thank you so much, Dr. Adams, for this really insightful presentation. And I made so many connections between today and the 1918 pandemic. So my question has to do with state and federal power. So, you know, one of the things that we're seeing the most of right now is, right, this competition, you know, with our federalist system between the role that the federal government plays and then the role that states think they should play or want to play in this type of situation. And of course, you know, dealing with Indian country, of course, the federal government is going to take more of a role on that. But I was wondering, were there any examples of this competition between federal power and state power to do something? Did states feel that they should be more involved during this time period. So I was just kind of wondering about, how federalism itself and the way in which the federal government faces Indian country, how that played out.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think where I see that most is in states and the federal government competing about who should not have to be responsible for Indians in this time period, unfortunately. So I think that we see that the most with this problem of who is a recognized tribal citizen and who is a ward of the federal government and who is an American citizen. So again, this is in the height of the assimilationist period, the allotment period in Indian history. And so the federal government's ultimate goal in this period was to transform Indian peoples from tribal members into American citizens, at which point the government would no longer have any special obligations or responsibilities to Indian peoples that are based on their historical treaty rights. So the government is trying to sort of get rid of its responsibilities, essentially. But sort of ironically, they're taking on new responsibilities as they're trying to get rid of responsibilities overall. So they're adding health services in the early 19 teens, while also trying to ultimately get rid of all their responsibilities. So it's kind of this weird contradiction. But essentially what they're saying is that once Indians become full-fledged American citizens, once they've been deemed competent by allotment agents, once they've been granted US citizenship, that then the Indian office technically should not be responsible for them anymore. They should not have to provide them with any medical services or educational services or whatever. And so we see, it happening in places like California, where some tribes had sort of been detribalized and Indians had been, deemed to be citizens. At that point, they had been allotted and deemed to be citizens. That the federal government is saying, well, we don't owe you anymore. We don't need to provide you with any medical care anymore. But then we have states who, because of Indians' sort of racial identity, are saying, well, you're Indians, you're not our responsibility, you're the federal government's responsibility. And so even though these Indians were state citizens at that point, technically, states are not recognizing that citizenship. They're saying, you're not our responsibility, you should be the responsibility of the federal government. So we have this situation where Indian peoples are getting sort of falling through the cracks, essentially, and not having access to whatever limited help states were providing to indigent citizens, and not also having access to federal help. And so I think that's where I see the most of that sort of state and federal competition, but it really is competition about who does the least in this situation, fortunately. A great question. Thank you.
We have a question from Jonathan in the Zoom chat. Jonathan, would you like to ask your question yourself, or should I read it for you?
You could just read it, Dr. Fluker.
Okay. Jonathan is wondering about intersections between eugenics, Native Americans, and pandemics. Are there any intersections between these ideas?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So again, this is this time period of the 1918 pandemic is sort of the height of everything bad in American history. It's like, the height of Jim Crow segregation, height of allotment policy, height of eugenics movement as well. And so eugenics thinking is really part of the medical profession in this time period. And certainly there was a broad, widespread perception among white people at the time that Indians belonged to a so-called dying race, that they were dying out, that they were destined to become extinct, to make way for white civilization. This is kind of going back to Christine's presentation a little bit earlier, this idea that Indians and African Americans are going to be pushed to the margins. They're not going to be a so-called problem anymore for white America. And so this was part of the narrative of the time. Interestingly, what I found in the documents is the Indian office actually pushes back against that narrative a little bit, at least into the decade leading up to the pandemic. They don't like that perception because it almost is a veiled criticism of them as an institution, as an agency, right? They're responsible for Indian peoples. They're responsible for turning Indian peoples into American citizens. And it doesn't look good if Indian people are a dying race when they're responsible for them. And so we see officials kind of challenging that narrative of the dying race, saying actually Indians are increasing in their population, which was in fact true. The Indian population reached its lowest point around 1900 and then started to gradually increase. And in fact, indigenous health was improving right before the pandemic. But still, those narratives of the dying race, of Indians being naturally prone to infection and death, those come out during the influenza pandemic for sure. So oftentimes it's agency officials, who are employees of the Indian office but are working out on reservations. And they feel personally like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get blamed for this high mortality rate on my reservation. So to divert blame, or to take blame away from themselves, they kind of say, well, it's Indian peoples are naturally prone to die, and this is why they're dying at these high rates. It's they're weaker, they're a weaker race, they're just going to die. And so we see that kind of rhetoric coming out, even though the officials in the Indian office back in Washington maybe don't particularly like that narrative, because they've been sort of pushing against that narrative of the vanishing race. We definitely see it come out in individual employees as they try to justify these high mortality rates on their reservations. But great question, thank you.
That's really, oh, I was going to say, I have a question, but I'll let Natalie go ahead. Natalie, please ask.
I love the paper. It's so good. And the bringing together of past and present is so relevant in this moment. I wonder if in your research, more than anything, we're hearing this narrative of people fleeing and leaving people to their own devices without any help or support, and sick people left in their beds and children left without care. Did you see anything of people flooding in, of individuals that decided this was their moment to go into Indian country?
Yeah, no, actually I do. And maybe I focused a little too much on all the bad parts in this particular paper, but there are some real examples of people going above and beyond and really trying their best. I think one great example is the Haskell Institute, which was a boarding school in Kansas. It was actually the largest federal Indian boarding school at the time. Carlisle closed in the summer of 1918. And so at that point, Haskell was sort of the main Indian boarding school in the United States. But they, by the time influenza hit in the fall of 1918, there just was a huge shortage of doctors and nurses. And so like Lawrence, Kansas was also hard hit by influenza. And so there were no doctors available essentially to go to the boarding school. And so what ended up happening was a lot of college students, girls, co-eds from Kansas University actually volunteered to be volunteer nurses. They were untrained nurses, but nursing care was just a lot of times just about making sure people were fed and had water and had ice for the high temperatures. And so yeah, these girls, your young women went there to Haskell. About 20 of them went to Haskell and served as these volunteer nurses. And interesting, like the superintendent at Haskell actually tried to get them compensation for their efforts through the U.S. Public Health Service, but many of the girls just said, we don't want compensation. If you're going to compensate us, put it into war bonds, put it towards the war effort. And they saw it as this patriotic duty. So I think, there was the context of the First World War made a lot of people feel that their way of helping the war effort was to help with the pandemic effort, especially women back at home. Nancy Bristow, who's written a book about the influenza pandemic, sort of compares the experiences of doctors and nurses. And at the time, those professions were very gendered. So doctors were mostly men and nurses were mostly women. And overall, women had a much better experience of the pandemic in terms of the care they provided, because they felt like they could really do something, that they were really helping sort of the war effort. They were doing this, they're fulfilling this patriotic role. Whereas a lot of doctors maybe felt that they should have been over in France fighting the war, or they should have been more successful at combating influenza as well. So there was a little, like nurses felt like they could do this kind of good care of feeding the sick and caring for people, whereas doctors often felt just sort of helpless in the face of this new disease. But we also have lots of cases of indigenous people stepping up for their own communities, right? And there's this one tragic story of this little mission school. I'm trying to remember, I think it was in South Dakota, where just about everybody in the school got sick. Not only did the children get sick, but also the teachers were sick, the employees of the school were sick. And so there was just like practically nobody there available to care for the sick, except for this one little 6-year-old girl who would go get water for everybody and just would take water, and helped sort of keep people hydrated until help finally arrived from the outside a few days later. So these kind of incredible stories of Native children stepping up, of also a lot of Native people volunteered as nurses as well. So we see examples of like, for example, Eastern Band of Cherokee women volunteering on the Eastern Band of Cherokee, the Qualla Boundary Reservation, and volunteering at the Cherokee boarding school there to serve as nurses through the U.S. Public Health Service. And so there's those kind of examples. And definitely agency employees, like a lot of, I mean, there's these terrible examples of racism, but then there are lots of examples of employees going above and beyond to care for the students under their care. So it was you know, a very harrowing, difficult experience, but certainly lots of examples of heroism as well as these occasionally unfortunate examples of racism as well.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a question and I'm not quite sure how to phrase it. From your work and looking at the either attention or lack of attention in Indigenous communities, I study late wave immigrants from the 19th century, 20th century, and this is also a period of intense Americanization.
Yes.
So do you think that the lack of attention or the unwillingness to extend aid or care is part of a larger pervasive attitude that, you know, we'll let the disease do what we can't do?
I mean, definitely, I think there's the perception sometimes that that's the case. I know that there were some Indian peoples living in Washington state that didn't even want to see doctors because they felt like white people just wanted to kill them, that this was the last effort to just exterminate them and get access to their remaining land. So there's definitely that perception among certain tribal communities after years of, you know, these pressures and after years of warfare and then allotment and then this assimilation, this push. So there's definitely that feeling. I mean, obviously, like a lot of the records I'm reading are written by white people at the time, like Indian office officials, and so they're not saying like, oh, we want to exterminate Indians. They're like saying we want to save them. So, so I'm not finding like any sort of smoking gun of people saying, well, this will take care of this problem. But I think definitely there's sort of casual neglect, right, or like. I mean, and certainly Congress is neglecting to fund a lot of the programs. So there is an Indian office and it does have this responsibility to provide healthcare, but you can only do so much if you don't have the funding, right? So that's, you know, that goes back to Congress is not putting its money where its mouth is. Kind of, it's not actually, you know, it's appropriating about $200,000 a year, but like I said, you know, when you have an Indian population of 320,000, $200,000 a year does not go very far in that circumstance. So I think there is this neglect. I don't know if it's really so planned or malevolent, but it's definitely sort of casual neglect that leads to real health disparities and problems. And you know, the federal policies of the past, you know, of the previous 30 years before the pandemic had all been designed to gain access to Indian lands and to sort of disrupt indigenous tribal governments and destroy tribal sovereignty. And so those policies, you know, even if they weren't specifically designed to kill Indian people, were designed to subdue them and, you know, make them subordinate to the US. And those policies had the effect of making Native peoples incredibly, you know, impoverished and having to live in these very, very poor living conditions. And so that created those pre-existing conditions that made the disease so much deadlier when it did strike in 1918. So I don't think that it was like an active intention, but I think definitely neglect had created, and some certain federal policy had directly created the conditions that allowed influenza to be particularly deadly.
As a follow-up, one of the things you said back at the beginning of the presentation was that unlike many other epidemic diseases that killed off the very young and the very old, that this was a disease that had a particularly impactful presence amongst what would have been healthy young adults.
Yeah.
Does that affect dislocate Native American communities?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this helps to explain why it was so dangerous to be in these rural areas, because if you have the healthy young adults, suffering the worst from a disease, they're the ones who make the food, they're the ones who bring in the crops, they're the ones who get the water, they're the ones who get the firewood. And so when those people are under sick beds for weeks at a time and dying at a higher rate, suddenly you have this situation of neglect for the elderly and for young children. And so you have these cases like the one I cited in California, where children maybe weren't getting so sick with influenza, but they were dying of starvation, and they were dying of being exposed to the elements because there was no one there to take care of them. And so I think that's what sort of heightens the crisis and leads to these disproportionate mortality rates as well. Is it's not necessarily just the disease, but it's also the fact that there's just, what was most important in the flu was having access to nursing care. That was the best sort of predictor of your survival. It was having, no medicine at the time really worked for the flu. There was no vaccine, there was no antiviral treatment. And so really the only way to survive the flu was, having a good immune system and having nursing care to keep you strong enough to fight off this infection. And so I think, when you have these tribal communities that are so isolated and sort of off the beaten track and do not have consistent access to nursing care, and then you have the adults in that community all getting sick at the same time, it's sort of a recipe for disaster. So that definitely heightened the problem. Something I've thought about but I haven't found direct evidence is the way that this would have affected Indigenous languages, right? So if you have healthy adults who are parents and maybe are dying and then are not available then to teach their children language. I do know there were lots of orphans that came out of the pandemic, obviously, because of the age group that was hit the hardest. Some of those orphans ended up being placed in federal boarding schools and were simply raised in the boarding schools. But obviously that would be a dislocation from culture, community, and language. In Alaska, some of the Alaska Native villages were especially hard hit, where sometimes 80 or 90% of the adult population died. And so there were just tons and tons of orphans. In fact, special orphanages were set up in the years right after the pandemic to care for those orphans. But again, that's it's a real disconnect from culture and community when you've lost so many of your elders. And that's something that's coming up in this coronavirus pandemic as well, where there's a lot of fear among Native communities that their elders, that their speakers of Indigenous languages are going to die, and that knowledge will be lost. And so I'm still kind of in the weeds with this research project, and I haven't been able to work on it as much this year because of the COVID pandemic. But I'm hoping, as I continue to do research, to find a little bit more about how this maybe affected cultural transmission and sort of cultural continuation as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I might exercise my privilege and as host here and ask you a final question. I haven't seen anything else on YouTube or chat. So I was struck by your comments about the sort of idea of the vanishing race. And of course, as you know, I study commemoration. So I'm interested if you've seen ways that Native communities commemorate the history of disease and its impact on them. I mean, I'm thinking that's such a critical part of the experience of Indian people. So I wondered if you could comment on that at all.
That's a really good question. I hadn't thought about that. It's interesting because I started researching this project like right after my last book project. So it's been about almost 5 years now that I've been working on this, and I had no concept that COVID would hit in the middle of my research project on the influenza pandemic. But I found like it was a topic that people hadn't really considered a lot, or that influenza, at least until the COVID pandemic, people hadn't really thought about the influenza pandemic all that much. In fact, historian Alfred Crosby refers to it as the forgotten pandemic, because essentially before he wrote his book in the 1970s, it had been completely sort of erased from historical memory. And his argument was that part of the reason for that was that it just didn't fit with narratives of progress. So, America preferred to remember the First World War and the victory of the war and sort of the Roaring 20s, and nobody wanted to remember this bad thing that had happened and had killed a bunch of Americans. So it just didn't fit in with the story we want to tell of ourselves, so it just was forgotten in this historical narrative. I mean, obviously, I think Native communities, because of the amount of disease that they have suffered over time, not only in the colonial period with the virgin soil epidemics, but also in the time period that I look at with the reservation period and sort of the plethora of childhood diseases and tuberculosis and trachoma and all these diseases that disproportionately affected Native peoples. I think there is more of a historical memory of disease. And I think we saw that in the early days of the coronavirus pandemic when some of these tribes started taking precautions pretty early on and have taken the disease fairly seriously. As I mentioned, a recent survey, I think it was something of 75% of Native people who were surveyed said that they were willing to take the COVID vaccine, whereas like only 56% of the general US population have said that they're willing to take the vaccine. And so I think that's an indicator as well of sort of the seriousness of how these communities think about disease and recognize that they have suffered historically from disease disproportionately. So they're going to try their best to combat that now. Something that was true in 1918 was that there was a lot of suspicion of sort of westernized allopathic medicine in Native communities. I think, maybe there's still some of that, but there's definitely better relationships now in terms of Native people's acceptance of so-called, modern medicine. There has been, greater efforts since the 1950s onwards for doctors to try to work with Native communities a little bit and to incorporate some Native healing traditions into care. And so that's true in the Indian Health Service generally, despite sort of the underfunding problems. But again, I think a lot of the problems today are still related to questions of poverty and poor conditions that even though federal Indian policy has undergone this roller coaster of sometimes the federal government supporting tribal sovereignty, sometimes trying to undermine or destroy tribal sovereignty. And now we're technically in this period of self-determination, but underfunding still remains a big problem. So poverty still remains a big problem. But yeah, I think the question of memory, I mean, definitely I think Indigenous communities have a historic memory of disease, which has again impacted how they've responded to COVID-19. A great question.
Well, I guess all that remains is for me to thank you again for a wonderful presentation, and also for all your hard work, also for our HATH Awards Committee. For those of you who are out there watching, our awards for our presenters will be handed out tomorrow evening at this time. So thank you for your fabulous keynote talk. Thank you for all your hard work for the conference, Dr. Adams. We really appreciate it. And so we'll be back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. And we hope to see you guys then. So thanks again and have a good evening.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Oh, you guys are all stars. Yeah, Kayla, I can run the show tomorrow. Since I've got the login for the Yickle YouTube, so drop in if you feel like it, but I'll be here all day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm planning to watch a couple. So yeah, I'll probably just stay logged on and just be doing some other stuff while watching and listening.